呐喊吧。
I don't really feel much of those emotions at this very moment because we just lost our series. I'm feeling pretty sad right now. However, it is very touching to see so many fans, so many Chinese fans and international fans here at the arena cheering for us. I think one of the biggest sense of loss I feel right now is just not being able to get into the grand finals, not being able to hear them cheer for us once more.
Well, Wai, I'm sure there's no doubt in my mind that we will be cheering for you no matter what happens in the future. 谢谢, appreciate it.
谢谢.
And back to the panel.
Such a beautiful interview, Tsunami. Thank you so much, and why you smile as well. There were a lot of fans. Every time LGD was playing, this crowd was louder than I felt it could go, and it just keeps pushing itself more and more. So why you smile, there's a lot of fans here, and I'm sure that they'll be cheering for you. Maybe even later today if they see you around, you know, they'll be having a lot of fun. But for now, Gaming Gladiators have got a little bit over an hour, Rezo, to reset themselves, look towards the grand final. You were in a very similar position not that long ago. What did you do with your hour? What do you think they're doing?
I mean, to me, it has been really tough because the series that we played before was like three games, and it was like really like up and go. Like, you know, you don't really know if you're gonna win or not. But for gaming this time around, like they're very confidently taking those 2 games, so they don't really, I think they don't really waste it on all their energy. So they don't really need to do anything other than just like, you know, prepare themselves for taking the spirit and like think about what kind of heroes they want to draft for the next series.
Yeah, you don't want to like phase yourself too much. You still have another game. You can feel good, but at some point you have to just reset. Just, all right, start of the new game, so let's play the new game.
Well, look, they're going to have their time. We're going to have some time as well. And to help us fill in the time, there's going to be some more content. We have a very exciting video that we're going to get to watch right now.
Please, this is not how heroes act. You both think it's in your nature to fight, but your first and only answer can't always be violence. You're sisters.
Violence is never my first choice.
Never my first choice. We know it's why you lose.
Lena.
I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta burn shit down if you wanna win.
Except you don't just burn people or things. She starts emotional fires. She knows her stupid real fires can't touch me.
Are you kidding me? Emotional damage doesn't even work on you.
It hurts my feelings.
You don't have feelings. Seen warmer eyes on a shark.
We should really,
And nobody's buying your cute little smile, by the way. You look more like a hell bear.
Oh, I remember how great it felt when Mom and Dad sent you to live in that desert.
Remember,
For something I didn't do.
Why would anyone believe you?
Be fair, 𝙈𝘖. Let's listen. Lena, can we talk more about why you had to leave home?
She had to leave home because she burned home down 9 times.
That's a lie.
Everything you say is a lie.
The 9th one wasn't me. Mom and Dad said it was my last chance and I wasn't gonna blow it.
You're right.
I was innocent and no one believed me.
It's funny. I was scared at first, but now it's my happiest memory. Watching you cry.
You cold-hearted bitch!
I am so sorry about her. She's been that way
Since you were born. Before you came around, I was...
Enough! I see a lot of dysfunction walk through that door. Believe me, your coworkers are all a mess. But somehow, you two, you take the Aegis and the cheese. The good news, there's still hope. You just have to be honest with yourselves, with each other. Maybe move forward for a change.
Maybe you're right. Lena, there is something I have never told you about house number 9. It was me. I was the one who started the fire. And when they asked me who did it, I lied. You got sent away because of me. And I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Alina.
Shut up. I really respect that.
Wait, you what?
That doesn't sound like you.
Okay, maybe I don't respect it, but I'm proud. You solved a problem with fire and lies. That's my playbook. You learned that from me. I didn't think you were that smart.
That's not the lesson here. You need to work on your problems. You can't just commit arson. That's insane. I mean, it's not insane, right? What is sane, anyway?
You know what, Doc? I think we're just about out of time.
So that's what happened with our last counselor.
But I doubt we'll have a problem with you.
That's not a compliment.
What are you writing down? Say something.
Yeah. You don't want to make my sister mad.
Leader and Crystal Maiden, definitely some twisted sisterly love going on there. I would not want to be in that counselor's seat at all.
Dude, I was laughing the entire time. It's like the ninth house. I mean, the highly flammable water. I was like,
I was going to say, that was my favorite when it rolls past the newspaper. TNT. But the highly flammable water, that's
like
dangerous.
some old like TF2 type stuff, man. That's that good humor that I love Valve for.
Yeah, it's the regular thing to hold that thing in your house, right? Like at any time.
Is that not what your house looks like?
Yeah, yeah.
To have everything lying around, fire,
Stacks
no
of
gate.
TNT in your lounge room.
You don't?
Silly me, I put it elsewhere.
We're in the USA.
True, that's the difference. Being in Australia, you have to hide it. You have to stock it away. Look, speaking of being in the USA, we're enjoying TI12 here in the arena. There's a lot of fans still sitting around, and there's a lot of fans elsewhere around the world. So we're not just watching TI12 in the United States. There's fans everywhere, Sheep.
Oh my God, but none in England. We have no Dota players.
Whoa, 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 whoa. TSM will take offense to that one.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, it's great to see all the fans all around the world enjoying it. It's like the time zones, right? It's like some of these people are just going to be up at like 5 a.m., 4 a.m. just like, yes, we're here for the Dota. We care. We love it. And shout out to you guys.
I was going to say, I know a lot of my friends back home in Australia, they're all sitting in Discord. They're watching it together. It's an ungodly hour. I think it's actually 4 a.m. for them. So there's probably not any places for them to watch it out in town, but they're at home. I know they're enjoying it. And I'm sure a lot of SEA fans are doing the same as well from the comfort of their home.
And hopefully it's a long night for them. I'm hoping for a really long best of 5, some fun games. So if it's a late night for you already, I'm sorry about that, but I'm hoping for more.
We're all hoping for that one. Isn't that so, Rosa?
I mean, TI finals is always where you stay up till the very end and like you cheer and you get the energy from like just watching purely. It's just an insane journey.
You know, 5 games would be phenomenal. There's still a lot of time before that grand finals. Do you guys know how else we're going to be filling in the time?
Perhaps with
The
some
film contest?
Okay, that.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's one of
some
them.
cosplay.
Yeah, a little bit of cosplay. Do you have a favorite hero that you would like to be seeing on the stage in cosplay? Okay, someone said Primal Beast. Meepo. Why did I even ask? Why did I even look at you? That was so silly.
Invoker.
Invoker?
Alchemist.
Alchemist. That would be a pretty difficult
I know
one.
something. I know something.
You can't spoil
Rizzo.
anything. Yeah, I would want to see a Witch Doctor one. That's the cosplay I would like to see. Have you guys
With
seen?
like that monkey on the shoulder.
Yeah,
poking
but
out?
an actual monkey.
Oh.
I don't want it like paper mache or anything like that. I want a real monkey. Hey, we'll see if it's gonna happen. We're gonna see a lot of costumes though. The cosplay contest is happening. We got Tsunami on this stage.
That's right, friends. And there's a very special thing happening on the stage because if you notice, I am flanked by some cosplayers because we have a tradition around here. It's time for the International 2023 Cosplay Competition presented by SteelSeries. Are you guys ready? Lovely, lovely. Well, I already have some judges joining me, so I would like to take this opportunity to introduce them. I am joined by Fairy Fingers as a Crystal Maiden. Fairy Fingers, wave to the crowd, wave to the crowd. And then, how long have you been cosplaying for?
I've been cosplaying for 28 years.
Oh, a wealth of experience, and it shows with this outfit, as well as joined by me. It's Anahi from Seattle Cosplay, where I suppose, like, how about we just like I know, right? I totally agree. I can't wait for grand finals also, but I want to do this cosplay competition first. And lastly, it's Abby Cat Cosplay joining me as a nature's prophet. And this isn't your first time here, is it?
No, I've been competing on this stage before.
Ooh, and now you're ready to judge our contestants. Well, let's get started then. May I present Styro Girls as alchemists. You may remember the name Styro Girls from a few years ago because in 2018 Vancouver, the Styro Girls were ogre magi, and here they are treating us to an alchemist. That's our first contestant. Next up, we've got Makabaka as Marcy.
Now, this Marcy took over 200 hours to complete, and she specifically added all the bling to her costume to make it really pop on stage.
And boy, does it look that way. Next up, we've got Sunray as Anti-Mage, or Wei specifically.
So this Anti-Mage is a really new skin. It's only 1 month old. And she designed all the lights that are programmed in C++ using
Arduino, we got the tech over here. You know Anti-Mage doesn't use magic, but he does use technology. Next up, we've got Kronos Chick as Pugna.
Now, this Pugna has these beautiful, vibrant colors, and all of that was done with airbrushing.
And it pops on the stage for sure. Moving on, we've got Fwivo as a vengeful spirit.
So the wings on this costume alone took 250 hours, and it was all hand-dremeled feathers.
The intricacies are amazing. Moving on, we've got Tyrant as a void spirit.
His cosplay completed within a month. It is a really impressive first ever cosplay.
Shout out to the anniversary set. It looks incredible, as well as the poses. Next up, we've got Chiyuneko as a Skywrath Mage.
With almost 4-meter wingspan, the 6-inch heel with clear makes it look like she's floating in the air.
Almost sometimes looks a bit like a chicken sometimes. You gotta get the Next up, we've got YMR as Drow Ranger.
The Drow Ranger took 7 months to complete using household items. Her arrows are actually chopsticks.
That's right, even you at home can find things to cosplay with, but it takes a lot of hours to look at this intricate. After that, we've got Not in My House as a Phantom Assassin.
This cosplay took 130 hours of work. 30 hours of work is on the blade alone.
And last but certainly not least, we've got Dawn as Crystal Maiden.
Her staff is 3D printed out of dual color filament that makes it look like different in various lightings.
All right, friends, those are our 10 finalists, but we've got a handful of awards to give out. So let's start it off with the best technique is Crystal Maiden Dawn. Next up, best transformation. Could we get some eyes on the Skywrath Mage, Chiyuneko? Now we've got a thing called Judge's Choice. Abby Cat, what is Judge's Choice exactly?
Judge's Choice was the cosplay that we were very impressed with, that we really liked the finishing on, and that just had great stage presence.
Well, we can go ahead and hand that to Fuevo on the Vengeful Spirit. Seattle, could I get a little drum roll going as we get ready for Best in Show? The anticipation's killing me. It's almost like a unstable concoction because it's Alchemist, the Styro Girls! What an amazing showcase this year, cosplayers. We loved all of the performances. But we've got more festivities to attend to. I appreciate all the help, judges in the pre-judging and joining me up here. But are you guys ready for some short films, maybe?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tsunami. Incredible cosplays that we got to see here today. The community is so creative, and that's why we love being Dota players. But as impressive as the cosplays are, one of the most creative moments that our community has are our short film contest every single year. And today, our top 3 are some of the best that we've ever seen. So, to start things off, may I please present to you the 3rd place, who was a 2nd place winner at TI10. Let's go on a journey and see our 3rd place contestant finally get their prize as they travel across all the Valve universes in Game Breakers. So many fantastic references in that one, and a joy to watch. What an incredible journey. Thank you so much for your submission. But now it is time for our 2nd place winner. The 1st place of TI8, this one is from Keller Max. You guys ever been in a game where they just keep fountain farming you and you can never get out? What do you say? Of course, you would say, finish, please.
fallen. The Radiant now have Mega Creeps.
God damn, those are some big-ass boys. Those Mega Creeps, absolutely fantastic. And for the coveted #1 slot, a 3-time winner. In fact, the winner of last year's has come once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for 4Fun, who will show you what it's like to have some chemical rage. God damn! That's how every single carry thinks that they feel in your games. That was wonderful. Well, thank you so much to everyone that participated. So many of our community members submit short films, and every year they get better. So please, if you didn't win this year, try again, because we love watching them, and they are such an absolute little joy. All right, anyway, there's one more video I think you guys might want to see. Something I forgot. Perhaps you might want to look at this.
We've all heard stories of children running away to join the circus. Not in my experience. You can't drag them away. Besides, you'd be astonished the lengths people go to get a child back. People miss children. But your average run-of-the-mill hero, they're easy to catch, easy to train. Plus, they're all egomaniacs, so they're natural performers. Why not capture heroes?
The Ringmaster coming to you soon! You guys ready for a new hero? I'm left here thinking, in honor of North America, of course they would add a hero for a circus. It has to be representative of our entire region. My friend, you know the question that's in everyone's mind. What kind of hero is it? We got a support, we got an offlane, we got a mid, we got a carry. What's happening?
It looked like it has some kind of catch, so I would say like support, like a position 4.
Okay, traps. The Dota community kind of has a troubled history with heroes that make traps. You miss old techies at all?
Not at all. I hate old tendencies. Yeah, I really hate old tendencies.
How about?
Is it Puppet Master? What was that? Did I take over heroes? That was sick as hell. What do you feel? You're playing a literal game right now. This guy's playing Dota Underlords. What the hell? What do you think about that hero reveal?
What?
The hero! You were playing Underlords. Did you even see it?
Yeah, they Dota Underlords.
Okay, great. Thank you. What do you guys think about the new hero? Look, yeah. Thank you. That looks hype as hell. Good lord, baby. The circus is canon. It's canon. Thank you, Tsunami.
What is with you and the lore, Slacks? What, are you going to do another loregasm for this hero? Ringmaster loregasm?
No self-advertisement on the stream. Thank you very much for watching.
Very generous of you. All right. We can revel in that, but we got a grand finals to get to. We've got a little bit of time for it. What do you think of that lower bracket final, my friend?
It's gonna be amazing, but I hope Quinn doesn't win.
Boo this man. Listen, he's trying to improve his entire image right now, all right? We know we all had troubled past. Do you not believe in second chances?
It's been a while and his persona has been the same, so I don't know if he's gonna recover from that mentality or not, but...
What's on your mind, friend?
Quinn will win! Yay!
You think being a TI winner will change someone's personality for the better or for the worse?
Better?
I mean, you can talk to S4 after that. It doesn't get much better than that. Who are your expectations as we look forward to this grand final?
Just a good final. I don't care who wins, I just want good Dota.
Who doesn't want some good Dota? But before we get to the grand finals, we have a little bit of another treat for you guys. Obviously, in the grand finals, you got some champions. Let me show you some champions on the floor.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. The enjoyment, the content never stopped. And I have one of the most decorated panels I think I've ever seen in my eyes. We're just going to enjoy the cheers for a while. Jerax, you're joining us. 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼, Fia, Dendi, you guys all have one massive thing in common. You guys have won a TI. 2 TIs in some cases, maybe different ways too. And there's 10 players sitting out the back right now. They're about to come on stage. They're about to have their grand final and hopefully win a TI, whichever team it is. I want to start all the way down the end with Dendi. You were at the beginning of this. You won your TI so many years ago. Did you expect TI12 to happen, to be in Seattle, to have a crowd like this and the history and the legacy that it would create?
Of course not. Like, it's hard to expect something like this. But yeah, back in my days, it was a long time ago, and different stories were around. Overall, I love it. Like, this TI is great. Competition is super high level. Watching those teams is amazing. Good feelings.
Do you think you'd have nerves if you were going into this grand final, either as Gaming Gladiators or Team Spirit with the crowd?
No nerves at all. Come on, look at this crowd. What kind of nerves can it be? No way. Everyone is cheerful, so it's easy peasy.
For sure. Jerax, we'll move up here because 2-time TI winner, Team Spirit, going into the grand finals, they could be joining you in the ranks of a 2-time TI winner. You're like, oh, I don't want to share that title with anyone, or are you hoping that another team is able to do it too?
I think there's some anxiety about it, but in the end of the day, I feel like we're all cheering for the best Dota, and if that happens here, then it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Were you more nervous the second time round when heading into the grand finals? You're like, no one else has done this, no one's won too, or was it more, we've been here before and we've done it, we can win a grand finals?
I think the emotion that I had the most is I think we kind of ran out of the game, so that was frustrating, I would say. Because the first time we just went through the open qualifiers all the way. And I think as a player, you really cherish these moments when you really get to play on the highest competitive environment. And yeah, maybe frustrated.
Oh, that's an interesting emotion to feel. But 𝙈𝘀, you've been in 2 grand finals as well. One as a coach, one as a player. Is it hard being a coach, seeing the grand finals? Like, what would Silent and CY be feeling out there, seeing their 5 players about to walk on?
I think as a coach at this point, you're mostly just proud of what your players have done, what they've come through. You've watched them work hard for so long. And I think mostly what you want is for them to be able to enjoy the moment. The best Dota's played when you're having fun.
And 𝙎𝘀, you shared your win with 𝙈𝘀. Do you want to, any stories, any feelings that you had? Because you're a very stoic man.
I think any, like finals experience is gonna be different for everyone, right? But when I went into it most, I was thinking there's always gonna be nerves, of course. But what I always told myself going into it is just like, as long as I choke less than the other team or I'm less nervous than the other team, that's good enough, you know what I mean? Because every single time you're going to be a little bit nervous.
What was the main feeling then? 𝙎𝘀, you were saying frustrated. Was that the second time round or the first time you were saying?
That was the second time, so just the lack of games. I feel like when it goes really fast, then you don't really get to prove yourself as to the same level. I don't know.
I think that's fair. That's a very valid thing to be able to say. Yeah, of course.
I have no idea. That's how I felt.
So the first win meant just a little bit more, even though
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What was your main feeling, 𝙈𝘀?
For TI11?
Either one, you can tell me.
I mean, I think TI5 is definitely more nervous, like as a player than a coach. I think it's just so much happening. You feel the vibration of the crowd. You don't really know what's going on. I hadn't really experienced anything like that before. For TI11, it's a lot more calm. We worked a lot on like controlling our emotions to make sure that we were in the best performance shape. I think it's honestly sort of similar to 𝙎𝘀's. Like we wanted to show off our Dota, and I mean TI11 may be similar to TI9, not the best for that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't really speak for you, but that's my own experience, yeah.
What advice would you give to those 10 players out there right now? What is something that you wish you had have heard when you were in the tunnels, when you were building up to walk out, when you either had the lower bracket 1 hour wait, or when you were coming in from the upper bracket? If you want to start, Denny.
Sure. Simple advice. Play the best Dota of your life.
I think that's the sort of advice the crowd would give as well.
I mean, it's going to be similar for me. Like, you just don't get this opportunity very often. Who knows the next time you'll be in this position? This is like going to be your opportunity to potentially win a TI, in Spirit's case, win another TI against Laurel's first. Cherish it and take advantage of this moment and do the best you possibly can.
Yeah, no, same for me. I think just make sure that like the main thing you have here is making these memories. I think that's the most important thing. No matter what happens, win or lose, you want to be proud of what you've accomplished in Dota.
Personally, for me, I feel there's when the nerves really get to you, you start to really look outside. But I think if you really tune into yourself and give opportunities to those thoughts of like, okay, we have this crazy idea, we don't really feel like pulling it here in the TI finals. But I think if you commit to that, I think that goes very well.
How much internal pressure did you guys place on yourself, and who was trying to help you pull that out of you, that you weren't getting too caught up in your head?
Is that for me?
Yeah, all of you guys.
Johan was the very big part of our energy, our flower. I definitely felt that I was very supported in the team. And if that wasn't the case, I don't think I would have enjoyed as much.
I think honestly during 25 it was Fear. Like he was always a solid rock. I feel like Fear actually has a Dota superpower. Like he makes all his teammates feel super comfortable and able to play at their best because he's so reliable. And at TI11 it was supposed to be me, I think, but just, I don't know.
Just a little bit of all of you.
It was more chill, you know? Yeah.
I mean, I say that about Fear for panels as well. He definitely calms the nerves for all of us.
Well, I guess for me, then I kind of felt like on each of it was an unspoken rule that everyone kind of just had to play their part, you know, and just be confident in what we're doing and just believe. And I didn't really feel like anyone looked up to anyone, personally speaking. And I thought we just like were just going at it together, and we all knew what we needed to do and just had to get it done.
I had an amazing team, and I was very unconfident coming to the TI actually, but they all cheered me up through the entire tournament. And coming to the grand finals, I had the feeling we cannot lose. That's the feeling I got. That's very weird. I don't know if I would ever repeat.
Wait, okay, well, when was the shift for each of you then that you felt you cannot lose this? At what point in the tournament, if you were coming in nervous, what point was that changing?
I mean,
moment?
for me, it's if Curtis ever got techies or Naga. I just knew we couldn't lose, you know. It was a guaranteed win.
So yours was in the draft. All right, I see.
I mean, we were so confident that we even picked, like, in one of the games we picked Patch just because we wanted to have some fun, you know, like to play it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of crazy back in the days.
Yeah, honestly, I think as soon as like Boba found out they don't play Leshrac.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, and Sumail was like, okay, free win. that was good.
I didn't really think if we gonna win or lose. I really just played. I don't know. I just had a lot of fun myself. I didn't really get to think that if we're gonna win or lose. I didn't. Yeah.
Do you guys want to show off your rings, by the way? I don't know if everyone in the audience has seen these before, but I mean, you got two, Jarek, so we'll start with you. We'll show off both of yours. Do you wear it often? What was the feeling when you picked it up as well? Because there's going to be 5 players and a coach getting to pick up theirs in, you know, after this one.
I think they're getting dusty most of the time.
Really?
And, I guess I don't really have a place to show them except this. Yeah.
You come to TI and you're like, oh, hey guys, check out the rings, by the way.
I don't really live off right now. I wish I could do that, but I don't seem to do that very well.
All right. Then you guys want to quickly answer, because I know there's some more questions circulating around the arena.
No, I don't leave home without it.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I've seen you all the time, Fear. He's polishing it in the back room, in the green room. He's just making sure that that is shiny as. We've got Slacks in the crowd. We wanted to ask some more questions out there. There's going to be some fan questions. Hey, Slacks, give us the first one.
Yes, I've spent a lot of time finding someone with a real question that was not trolling. Thank you. One person in this entire area, but we did get a motion in.
Sahil.
All right, fantastic. What would you like to ask these folks?
For all our Archon, Heralds, and Crusaders out here, what does it take to be a TI champion?
What does it take, TI champions, to be a TI champion besides just being one of these Archon, Herald, Crusader scrubs? No offense to 90% of the audience.
Do you want to go first, Jarex? Because you've had to do it twice in 2 very different ways.
A lot of emotional damage in your public matchmaking.
That's the solid advice to be a TI champion. All right.
I don't think you can make the step from being Archon Herald to TI champion. That can be your dream, your aspirations, but I think the only advice I can give is just play a lot of Dota. Just keep playing, and eventually you'll play with better players, and then you'll play with pros, and then from there you'll get on teams, and then it's a slow process, but it will happen.
Yeah. How you were saying the other day that it's a lot of luck, a lot of things kind of falling into place for you.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of luck, honestly, but I think you have to like put yourself in a position to get lucky. I think if, as Fear said, like if you just keep grinding at it, like that's gonna open the opportunities for you.
Do you want to add anything else, Danny?
Oh yeah, I completely agree to that. You need to love the game and try to not get frustrated in your pub games, which is not as simple.
Wish somebody told me that before.
Yeah, then maybe not so much emotional damage would have occurred for poor Jarex here. So now he's also out there. Here's another fan with another question.
That's right. My friend, introduce yourself.
My name is Seth.
And you got a question for one of our panelists.
Of course, for Fear. So my friends got inspired to play Dota 2 because the North American representation. So how does it feel, Fear, to be the North American representative of Dota 2? Free to play, I mean, you were the main guy for us. How does that feel?
I just feel honored to give them the opportunity to like be represented in free to play. Like they could have chose a lot of different people. They chose me. I just love Dota overall, and I'm just very fortunate. I feel blessed that I was just given this opportunity, and I just will run with it for as long as I can because I just love Dota. So I'm just happy to be here.
The arena giving you a big round of applause there. That's also made me think about another question, is at the end of the grand finals, I'm sure you guys had a lot of elation, a lot of joy, maybe even relief, but when did it really set in? Where were you like, oh, I wish I had spent more time in the moment? Was it a couple months after, or it still really hasn't? Every time you come back to TI, you're taking it back to what has happened in your past, in your history.
I think thinking years back, I feel like now it's maybe coming more than before. personally, especially the first TI, I think it took me like 2 weeks to even understand what happened. Because I was so much in the moment, and I guess that kind of carried over, that you're just not really thinking what had happened.
Yeah, honestly, I think the same. Like, when you're there, like, there's just lights everywhere, there's fireworks, you're just like...
The confetti coming down,
you don't know what's happening.
You're like, oh, I guess we lifted this now.
But I think as soon as you have some time and you think about, like, these are the memories you'll never forget. Like, you always remember these moments.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, it took a very long time for me as well. Like, there's a lot of people cheering for you. You win, there's confetti you talk about. You get back home, and I'm like, all I've been doing is playing Dota for the years and years. So what did I do when I got back home? I just queued it up and just played more Dota. So it just felt like nothing happened. I was just back on it. And later
More
on,
emotional damage.
once you start playing less Dota, you're not playing as competitive anymore, then you really look back and how special these moments really are.
I had euphoria for like a week, I think, and I was looking in the sky and like, oh my God, so good. That happened a lot of times through that week, and trying to work through the information in my head. We actually won TI. Wow. Yeah, after a week, I get back to normal and just keep going.
Such a surreal feeling that sometimes it's like it never really will set in. But we're going to keep asking some more questions. We've got Slacks out there. Another fan, another question. Let's hear what it is.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I did have a question, by the way. I managed to catch up with a guy who has an ORT sign earlier, and I said, what the hell is that? And he said, quote, I don't know, I just think it's funny. So thanks a lot. All day this guy is about ORT. He's a goddamn madman. Anyway, a real question, what is your name?
Dylan.
Dylan, what do you have for these legends of Dota 2?
Legends of Dota 2, what advice would you give to the teams that have been vanquished from TI? Do you disband? Do you reform? How do you move forward as an org?
Yeah, good luck with this one, Howie.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a tough question even when you do win TI, what you do with the roster after that one.
I don't know. I think, honestly, if you attend a TI, you watch the finals, you watch them win, and it doesn't motivate you, then maybe you take a break. But I think for like 99% of Dota players, they watch that, like, this is the fire that burns. This is what keeps you going through the emotional damage and trauma. So, yeah, just keep going.
It's tough being a spectator at an event that you were a part of. You wanted to win. You had that drive, motivation, and passion, but you just couldn't get there in the end. Then you're not in your head.
Yeah, it's very tough sometimes, but it's good to live in the moment and enjoy, because this is also a great experience to watch it from crowd and have a lot of fun, for sure.
Yeah. Do you want to add fear, Jerax?
Advice for teams that have gotten knocked out?
Yeah, you're pretty normally brutally honest.
Sure, I mean, for a lot of the teams that have got knocked out, they're still young. Like, I didn't even win until I was 27, so just keep at it, keep grinding. Like, it's good to feel sad, in my opinion. It's good to feel, that's motivation, right? So as long as you don't give up and you still have the passion, as long as you think you can still win and just don't give up entirely, that's good enough.
Did you know you're not the oldest TI winner anymore?
I know Snaking is by a few months.
By a few months. Were you devastated when you heard the news?
I mean, he's taken everything from me. That's all I had left.
That was it. That's the only thing that was keeping you going, was being the oldest TI winner. Look, I'm going to move on to another question. I do know Tsunami has one out there, so let's quickly hear what it is.
That's right, my friend. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, and I've been playing Dota for around 5 years. Yeah.
And you have some specific fond memories from Jerax specifically. What were you hoping to ask him?
I've been like astonished with the tiny lands in the TI. It's so good. And I just wanted to know, like, what's your reaction when Samuel did the tiny lands to the RTG in the base?
Wait,
and yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Yeah.
Tsunami, can you please repeat it?
Whenever, obviously you're very famous for some tiny airlines plays, Jerax. You're tiny in general. Does it ever warm your heart a little to see that play be pulled off on a high-stakes stage, such as previous TIs when maybe 𝙬𝘼 did it to 𝙬𝘼 or something?
Yeah, sure. Make it trend, you know.
I'm going to have to start getting all the clips and then just put #Jerax Tiny Airlines next to it instead.
I'm happy to see it anytime. So.
I love it. Look, we're nearing the grand finals now, okay? We're only a couple minutes away, so I want to go back to the teams that we want to focus on. Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators here. Fear and Jokes, this is mainly for you two because they're such similar things, and actually you as well, 𝙈𝘀𝘿, because that TI5 win for you both, it was, you were in the upper bracket, you came to that lower bracket, and one day you had to go lower bracket into grand finals, and you won it. So your advice for Gaming Gladiators right now, what would it be? How do you contain these emotions, and how do you persevere through a potential best of 5?
I guess I'll start, I suppose. Yeah. So we got knocked down by C-Deck and went into the lower bracket. We won that match 2-0, I believe, and then we went in. I think we just, sure, we lost to the team beforehand, but we knew we were better. We just had to make a couple adjustments, and if we just made those adjustments, we knew we had to take to win. So it was just confidence, really, and good preparation.
Do you have anything else that you want to add on into that one, 𝙈𝘀𝘿?
No, not really. I think that sounds right. Like, you just go in. I think Gladiators, they had a long run this TI. You know, they started lower bracket after losing to Talon. They've come all this way. I think it's time, like, you put all this work in, you got all this experience in the tournament, they've grown a lot. If they feel confident, they can just execute that. They should feel really good about the series. So
there weren't actually that many nerves for you both when you were about to walk out after even having played a series earlier. Do you think the earlier series actually helped you and could help Gaming Gladiators?
I thought it was good to play, honestly. Like, you're all warmed up, you have the momentum going. I feel like as long as it's not like some, I don't know, like 2 80-minute games that you just played, it's going to be really good for you.
That's true, where it's more as the 40 minutes that we just previously saw. It's a bit better.
Yeah, this is where I say like every finals is going to be different for everyone, because we had a unique situation where we scrimmed C-Deck a lot. We always beat them. We lost them that one time, and then we had the right strategy. We had this one idea that we went into, and it worked, and from there it just felt easy.
Okay. And my one for you, 𝙈𝘿𝑃, is around Team Spirit, winning it a second time. I already asked you how you felt. There was that little bit of frustration when you went through the upper bracket. So do you think their drive right now is going to be higher than it was in any other day to be able to win Dota right now?
I would imagine it's actually harder to have drive now. And I think it's because the first time it just feels so much more. And I think if they can really tune into what they felt back then and try to like channel that same kind of environment as a team, I think that's what you're looking for here.
Just put it out of your mind. Just think this is a redo of TI10 if you're Team Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, just repeat.
That's pretty much it. Easy. Then for you as well, I like that you're very aware of everything else that's going around you, of this environment, of the arena, of the crowd. I know that you love it. I know that they love you. So for Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit, again, I ask you, what would you want to hear if you were back there, if you were going to be in front of this massive arena and this crowd, knowing everyone was watching?
I think sticking to your game plan, sticking to your confidence, to your comfort, like just give it all in your games. So I don't think I need to hear much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guys know their stuff too, what we're going to do. We're pretty focused on what it's coming up to. Yeah.
Look, it's building up. I want to show the rings again for you guys. I want to thank you guys for coming on. It was so invaluable to have you all talking about. I like it. It is a bit cringe, but it happens. We've got our grand finals. We're building it up. Our teams, Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. Let's enjoy the grand finals.
Look at all that fresh meat. Sorry, I got carried away. Okay. Who's that handsome devil? Trick question, it's me. I'm that handsome devil. But I want to remind you of one thing. There are many Earths, but only one Earth Shaker. Okay, I gotta stop screwing around, get to work. Okay. Welcome, Dota fans, from around the house, around the town, around the block, and around the world, to the International Grand Finals! This is the ultimate proving ground. And together we bear witness as the Aegis of Champions hangs in the balance. welcome to the stage our worthy contenders, battling all the way through the lower bracket. Gaming Gladiators! Please welcome 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼. Give it up one more time for Gaming Gladiators! And continuing their march through the upper bracket, Team Spirit! Two teams remain standing. Only one can claim immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The final battle begins! The final proving ground, where 16
buybacks now from Liquid side. Mega creeps in their favor, and now it's a 5 versus 3.
They're in it! Toronto, Tokyo ends the game, and with that, bet boom! Oh, Azure takes them down bit by bit, building by building.
Both have fans
The grand finals of the International 2023 just moments away from happening here in the 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 Arena, and I am so ready for this best of 5 together with my panel. I'm joined by Lacoste, by T-Golf, by Effie, and I gotta say it, Effie, he did it again. TI10, he did it. We see it right now as well. Yatoro has sacrificed his hair for the Dota gods.
The second I saw him walk out, I got chills. He shaved his head. He sacrificed his hair. That is how he won TI10. He started the trend of going bald for TI, and he came to win today. I would be worried if I were gaming Gladiators.
I mean, others have tried to copy him. Others have tried to go bald to win a TI. They failed. But this morning, when I was leaving the hotel, I saw him, and I just looked. I was like, bald? And he just gave me that cheeky little look, and I was like, oh, this is a guy who wants to win this TI.
Oh, and they have done it before. Slight change, of course, with now Lara on the middle lane, but they're looking so good. Their opponents look fantastic as well, though. The whole year, Lacoste, gaming Gladiators, they've had a fantastic one.
Absolutely. This is the team that got the top 12 in the previous year. Something was missing. 2 missing pieces were Quinn and CY, their coach. I think we got to give them huge credit for what they managed to do with the team, because they managed to win 3 majors, all upper bracket runs, and suddenly they're in the lower bracket. And we had an interview yesterday with Celery, who talked about the importance of the series, the seeding match against Talon, how much they learned from it. And ever since that, they're just speeding things up. This is the team that can beat you in 19 minutes. We saw a flawless performance yesterday against 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼. They were playing turbo mode pretty much.
Yeah, they really, really were. And we must not forget, a grand finals like these is not a crowning of a tournament, not even of the year. It is a crown of a career, and we have seen most of these faces lift the ages already. For Lara will be the first time, but they have tried so many times.
They have, and for Lara at least, last year he played on BetBoom, he came last place, and now this time around he's in the grand finals, of course surrounded by 4 TI winners as well. If they are to lift this aegis, first time for Lara, second attempt, 2-time winners potentially for the other 4 players. It is an incredibly storyline, and of course for Poshko, he's attempted this 8 times already. Sure, he's lifted the aegis once, but Ace as well, he's attempted 8 times, but yet to lift the aegis. Can he do it himself this time?
And Quinn, let's not forget to talk about Quinn. 7 attempts, 5 TI attempts. Everyone thought that Quinn, was just hanging around the NA Dota scene, wasn't going to make it very far, but he joined Gaming Gladiators. Something clicked, and he proved to the world the kind of caliber of player he is. He is world class. He has been destroying everyone in his way, and he's here for the Aegis lift.
He is here for it. We'll see which team will come out victorious. Of course, on one side, we have a chance of 4 fresh 2-time champions on the side of Team Spirit. But Gaming Gladiators, they could be having 2 crowning achievements in their finals if they were to lift the Aegis. First one coming all the way, starting off in the lower bracket T.
Yeah, I think so. TI9 Liquid, they got all the way to the finals, but weren't able to win it. But if Gaming Gladiators are to win this TI, it'll be the first time a team starts in the lower bracket and lifts the Aegis. That's 6 lower bracket games that they have to win back time and time again and not drop a single one. And they could do it. That's an incredible. And then also the fact they won 3 majors, like, that's so many things going their way. Whew.
Yeah, I think, Lacoste, we've heard a lot about the majors, and they all went through the upper bracket, and people are like, well, I don't know how they fare in the lower bracket. Everything's different over there. There's so much more pressure. But this team, they thrive under it.
Absolutely. This is the team that powered up the most, I would say, throughout the whole tournament, because this team is not really familiar with the lower bracket, especially when it comes down to the DPC and the tournament. So really glad that they're showing what they're really made of. They're going to their own, like how they started to dominate the year with these like strength heroes, these aura buyers, grouping up as 5, and just complete domination from start to finish. I think coming into this, because they just played 2 games, I think they have advantage.
And let's not forget, Gaming Gladiators, because of their dominance this year, they are the team that shaped the meta. They are the team that got the meta nerfed and changed to the way that it is today. So when the initial patch happened, they were the team that was hit the hardest by it, and it took them so long to adjust. Everyone thought that, okay, it's the TI curse. If you're dominant the entire year, there's no way you win. There's no way you get this far. But they said, what meta? We are the meta, and they proved to everybody that they're not just a patch team.
Yes.
strong. They're a strong team, and they're here to compete.
And they have played the most games out of everybody here going through the lower bracket. So it's not like they're saving strats. Everybody knows what's coming. The question is, how are you going to answer that if you're Team Spirit? I hope they have something very special cooked up for this. And this series, there's a little bit of a change compared to all the series we saw before. It's a best of 5. And normally you've got one team coming in thinking, oh, maybe they don't have a lot of experience with best of 5s and actually taking them in the end. But both of these teams, have shown that the adaptation that is needed in a series like this, they got it.
Yeah, and not only do they have the adaptation, but the kind of play styles mirror it as well. Like Spirit, they're a team that have been behind quite a lot to come back into their games. And then for Gaming Gladiators, you mentioned that they played the most games, 24 games. Their average win time is 36 minutes. That's 10 minutes quicker than Team Spirit. So it really feels like this whole series will be, can Spirit survive the onslaught of gaming? Can they find those moments of collapsed brilliance to get back into their games and then close it out? Like, this is just two so different teams. It's like a beautiful finals.
Two different styles, because Gaming Gladiators, they've been so dominating, and everybody was focused on them, starting from the laning stage, one of the best. You know, everybody was also talking about the BetBoom as a strong laning stage team. But Team Spirit, when it comes down to late game decision making, the way they're making their plays, they're just top notch. I think when it comes down to super late game, Team Spirit is the best team in the world.
But they gotta get there first, though. A lot of teams have failed to do so against Gaming Gladiators. I think that one thing that I've noticed over the last few days is that there has been a lot of talk about the offlaners, Effie. I feel like we're seeing them be put in the role to be the star player for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Gaming Gladiators offlaner, Ace, he is the rock of this team. He is their stable player. He is the one that they can depend on, the one that they build around. He's the player that enables 𝙎𝙀𝘶𝘄 to play in the hyper-aggressive, sometimes very risky, sometimes very dangerous way that he plays, but he makes it work because their offlane, the offlane of Tofu plus Ace, is so strong. They're dominant. He picks heroes that rallies his team into the game, and he never disappoints. I've hardly ever seen Ace have a bad game. Whereas Collapse, he also fits that role in a similar way, where he is the playmaker of this team, and him and Mira have been playing together for as long as Tofu and Ace have.
Yeah.
But the special thing to me about Collapse is, regardless of what situation you put him in, even if he has a bad net worth lead, even if his lane goes poorly, he finds the initiation. I mean, I think Collapse is the best initiator Dota 2 has ever seen.
Yeah, Collapse has been showing fantastic work. He brought the Magnus out again. I think it must be, it's at this point, it's a mental story for the Magnus to be played by Collapse.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see Collapse at least once in this finals. I want to see at least one Axe in this finals.
Mars?
Is it unpicked still? Yeah, it's pretty...
It's unpicked, but it has been banned a couple times.
If we get to see that as well. But like, there's so many specialties, and I think that Effie mentioned is beautiful. It's like, Collapse is the initiator. He's the one that always needs to start the fight. But Ace, he plays quite different in his offlane style, where he wants people to group around him. So he's not starting the fight through literally initiating. It's just more like, I'm going to be in the position where I'll force the fight. And that kind of differences could be something that they try to exploit between the two offlaners in this series.
Yeah, and in this series, we're going to see Gaming Gladiators go up against Team Spirit, and that means that throughout this entire series, we want to learn more and more about all 10 players and their coaches on stage, and we're going to start right now by learning a little bit more about Team Spirit.
versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 1.
It's big brain time, everybody. Welcome to the draft panel for the Grand Finals. You heard AUI, you heard Dendi, you heard Fear earlier talk about, previous experience with TI Finals. Now it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of this one. You guys, you've been there before, you know what the stakes are, you know what to do, so let's get going. These two teams have had very different styles, as was pointed out by the panel going into this, this Grand Finals. What are you guys looking for? Who's going to throw the first curveball?
That's a good question. I think the one thing that you do really have to look out for is going to be the Magnus, right? It's Collapse Magnus. He only just showed it yesterday, his first time playing it, and this is what they won TI10 off. This is something you've got to be afraid of. Do you have the confidence, if you're Gaming Gladiators, to leave it in the pool? That's what I'm mainly looking for in this series.
I'm looking at how both styles gonna collide and meet each other in terms of like Gaming Gladiators, where we apply a lot of pressure on all stages of game, especially starting from early. We have very strong lanes, very tempo drafts, and as panel said, like Team Spirit, we have longer games when we win. So I'm curious if we come up with some ideas, some plan how to stop it, how we're gonna deal with
and collapse apparently.
Yeah, on lanes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, they have a lot of info on Gaming Gladiators. They watch so many of the games. They have a lot of data there. I think, honestly, going into a best of 5, you have a lot of games. You have some room for, not experimentation, but to test your limits. I think they should sort of try to pick a Gaming Gladiator strategy that they want to play against, where it's Ench, Chen, Pangolier, Necro, and they should try to break that early in the best of 5. I think that's what gives them the best shot of, like, sort of getting a draft advantage in the series.
It sounds like a lot of the heroes you're talking about overlap with are healing-based. Ancient Apparition still in the pool. Is that a potential overall first pick for Team Spirit? Do you think that's an angle to try to target what Gaming Gladiators have been running?
I would really like the A. I think Maposhko is actually the first. Group up in this way that they want to.
Yeah, the way I look at this Weaver a little bit is Team Spirit's, they're playing against Gaming Gladiators, right? And what I've noticed a lot from Gaming Gladiators right now is you want 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝘄 on the CK or Weaver, so they ban the CK. They take the Weaver away, and 𝙎𝘊𝘶 he's really good, but he's really good at playing these aggressive style carries. That's mainly because we see Ace playing a little bit greedy too, right? So 𝙎𝘊𝘶 can play a little bit faster, so I think this is very targeted to just take it away from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, both teams have very similar three-cores idea, which all three cores getting big. But compared, for example, to Gaming Gladiators, 𝙎𝘊𝘶 is doing the more space creating stuff, and in Team Spirit it's Laurel. So it's a little bit different for both teams. So it's very interesting that Team Spirit stealing this Weaver away, like from Gladiators, and 𝙎𝘊𝘶 played an amazing Weaver like a few days ago. Like it was very, very strong.
I think we might be seeing a Toro on the Weaver. If you ban on heroes like Bloodseeker, I think the support Weaver, you care about Rupture, but then you're just rupturing a support. I think you would only ban this type of hero if you want to play the Weaver on core. Tofu is also getting like his 89th Morta game of the tournament, so I think that's, like Gaming Gladiators, they should actually feel really comfortable right now with this opening.
I guess another thing about the Bloodseeker ban is that it kind of feeds into Gaming Gladiators' general approach to the game in terms of pace, right? This is a very aggressive carry that wants to fight and bring that pressure early. It doesn't mind diving towers, which I would say Gaming Gladiators have done more than any team this tournament. So it's very clear here that the teams are targeting different players. You pointed out you're banning carries when you're Spirit here and you're stealing one away, whereas as Denny was talking about, Laurel is playing more of the aggressive style for Team Spirit. Do you think Gaming Gladiators would be wise to try to match that idea, so to speak, by targeting Laurel as much as Spirit are targeting 𝙎𝘊𝘶 here?
I think the best idea would be to pick an extremely strong laner for Queen, which usually Gaming Gladiators do in every game, and it's working perfectly because Queen is one of the best laners out there for sure, without doubt. So I think this is a part of the plan that should be to lock down a little bit on Laurel so he doesn't have a good game. Yeah.
I think if they go with that plan, they can probably look for the Enchantress here. I'm honestly surprised that they're giving it to Gladiators on the second phase. I think both Ench and Chen are two heroes that if you have the winning mid, you can snowball the matchup really hard.
yeah, it's one of the best heroes to rotate for 5 minutes siege and create insane amount of pressure. And we saw how gaming gladiators took taking towers from their enemies. Like if you look almost every game, like minute 10, 12, there is no tier 1 towers on all 3 lanes. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I think just going to the series in general, gaming gladiators, they like Tofu playing this Morta because it gives Ace a good game. They can get the Enchantress you mentioned, that way they can snowball the game. It's very clear how gaming wants to play. They're going to want to play fast, they be greedy, they want to punish it right away. And Team Spirit, they seem a bit more flexible on what they want to do in their draft, and they kind of want to just take strategies away, and they're versatile enough to do it.
This is quite the curveball, right? Picking Pango in this slot is very early on in the draft. As much as I'm sure all the meme enjoyers out there are happy to see Quinn play the Pango for the nth time this tournament, you're effectively offering Team Spirit the possibility of truly counterpicking mid here. We've seen Laurel on a hero such as Dazzle destroy mid melee heroes. Is that a good matchup against Pango, or is he one of the heroes that can kind of float that lane?
It's pretty good. Dazzle is destroying almost every melee hero on lane, but I don't think that Team Spirit want to go for that path, because that will switch them from the more of a comfort strategy, even though I'm pretty sure they can make it. But yeah, like we're putting Varo in a situation where I think we will need to decide with more limited like hero pool against this Pango, because you want to punish this hero, but at the same time, what kind of hero is left here to punish it from the Varo comfort zone?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different, because like if I'm Weaver in this situation, I don't find Pango to be an issue for me, right? Like you can get away
Weaver should be good versus Pango for sure.
Yeah, and then now you get the tree to lock down the Pango in these earlier fights, and also you get a counter pick in the laning stage, so it's already not a good Pango game by any means, but they're just showing that Quinn is just super confident on this hero, and that's about it for me on this pick.
Okay, here I can talk a lot, or I can just be quiet. I played around 80 games last month of PUC, and I enjoy this hero a lot, and I really like how Laurel played. Even though he has a bit different interesting ideas on it. Like it's he's switching to physical carry later, and it's actually a pretty good answer to Pango, because for PUC you cannot win your lane, but if you do 50-50 you're very happy, and Pango one of those heroes that you can do actually 50-50 nowadays. So I believe it's a great answer in addition to against Pango. Against Muerte is tricky, but
honestly, I'm a bit worried for the lane. I feel like Quinn has played this matchup like every single pub since he picks Pango every single game. But I think PUC, he has like 0 armor, right? Once you get level 3 on Pango, you start spamming him. I think it's a very, very skill-dependent matchup. And Team Spirit strat, what I'm looking for from them is, I think they watched the Liquid series that Gladiators played, and that's the series where Gladiators looked the most vulnerable. And Liquid strategy coming into that was picking as strong a safe lane as you can. So that's why they picked the Treant. This Weaver might be carry. I'm not too sure the matchup against Lone Druid at all, but I assume it's fine for Weaver. Lone Druid is sort of a scary laner. But I'm not too sure if like PUC fits into that well, because if you're shutting down the safe lane, generally like, I don't know, like I'm not the biggest fan of the PUC hero. I think he sort of lacks some damage, and I feel like he's a hero that can actually get run over on mid.
Absolutely, that can happen. This hero cannot is not very effective into helping side lanes, so you really need to make sure your side lanes are extremely strong, because he's just, you know, getting bigger himself. And actually PUC is getting strong now more late game, so I also agree with it's kind of like might be a problem to stop gaming gladiators like pressure because it's not a hero that's stopping pressure for sure.
So for a lot of teams, I feel like this Lone Druid could be considered a flex here between carry and offlane. I don't think we've seen 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼 play Lone Druid this tournament at all, right?
No, not
right in saying that. So does that mean, what angle could Team Spirit take here? Are you trying to now specifically counter an offlane Lone Druid because you could put the Weaver on support like AUI was pointing out, or are you kind of committed at this point to putting a carry? Because in reality, is there a safe lane hero that can truly challenge Lone Druid in the lane together with Treant? Is that possible?
I think Weaver's fine, and I think you just pick the strongest offlaner here, most likely, because they're going to target it next. So, like, the Weaver tree matchup versus Lone Druid, it should be perfectly fine, because one rotation, or if you manage to get on top of the Lone Druid's real hero and you Sakuchi in with bugs, he could die pretty easily. But Lone Druid, no one's going to, like, just straight out CS this hero. That's why he's so strong in the laning stage. But there's definitely threat to kill him. And Weaver doesn't have problems like CSing, because you have the Gymnade attack, you also have like the Sakuchi. You're going to get CSing just fine against the Lone Druid, at least go even, with kill threat, so I think it should be good enough.
Where did this hero go? He was pretty much top tier a couple of weeks ago, and we've barely seen him on the main stage at all. So what makes this a good Beastmaster game?
And the hero got some pretty significant nerfs. I think the Hawk, especially level 1, it used to be completely OP and now it's sort of pathetic early. I think it's a really good pick here though. I think generally when if you just look at Gladiators lineups in general, but also this one, a lot of times you can run out of damage. We've heard from the Quinn clips, like something they talk a lot about is like keeping the formation. And when you play Dota in that style, the enemy tends to, you try to burst one guy, they save them, and then you run out of damage, you don't have enough to keep going. But Beastmaster is sort of like one of those unlimited damage heroes. You can keep the fight going, you keep throwing these axes, your damage keeps ramping up, your summon is also like sort of a classic counter to Silencer, just because if you get to the levels on Beastmaster, Silencer doesn't really do anything to your summons. Curse doesn't do much damage, it's too much mana, and once you kick out a sort of weak laner like Silencer and Beastmaster, it's one of the offlaners that really snowball really hard, take over the map.
I think Willow would Phoenix be a good ban here too? I know Silencer's good versus Phoenix, but I know Lone Druid hates playing versus that hero. And I think Spirit's looking for a position 4 here as well to lane with that Beastmaster most likely.
Do you even feel like part of the Silencer pick here was a protection pick, so to speak, against a potential Phoenix coming out when they picked it on Game It?
Hard to say, because yeah, you can silence them, but at the same time, you could buy ways to get out of it, and you don't have a good way to kill Egg, because Pango's just rolling, he can't attack. Lone Druid Bear is ineffective versus the Egg. Morta can sort of do it, but that's going to be your support most likely, so I don't think they have enough, but they're going to leave it anyway, so we'll see what Team Spirit wants to pick up here.
I feel like Team Spirit need a partner for Puck to make some plays on the map, because with Trent it's going to be complicated and they will need something to be happening for sure. Maybe we don't need to do anything and Gladiators is just going to run at them and we're going to just take
Skywrath maybe?
I can see Skywrath working. I think the #1 priority for Team Spirit right now is making sure that Beastmaster is a good lane. If Beastmaster does not have a good lane against Silencer, then oftentimes it can be hard to fight into, especially versus Pangolier, another matchup where, yes, you can roar his role, but if you cannot burst him in that, then Pangolier becomes very good against Beastmaster in the fights. So I think the lane comes first, and then they can look at options after that.
Yeah, for sure. We're aiming some good carries against Beastmaster right now too, like with 1 terabyte, and this looks interesting.
I guess we'll see if the Weaver will be on that position 4 or not here, if they're going to go for a carry, because that option does still exist if they want to go it.
I wouldn't mind the Weaver carry at all. I think the lane would be pretty strong for Silencer. Weaver doesn't have to commit. I mean, I think it might depend what carry they're predicting Gladiators to pick, but I'm just not too sure what carry they're looking at. Honestly, in my head, I'm like some Drow Ranger, but that hero's not very strong right now. I just see Yatoro, and I'm like, oh, TI, Yatoro, Drow Ranger, it might come back.
Nobody's been picking that hero though, right? But it is a really good game for it.
Unpicked.
It's super good versus Pango. It's so annoying for Lone Druid.
I feel like it's probably not good enough of a hero, but if they were to pick a new carry, I want something like that with really high damage.
Oh, tough.
Oh.
Okay. Is this
I think they're just punishing the Silencer, right? In the laning
so,
stage.
on Team Spirit, I think they've been playing Maposhka on the Tusk more so than Mira, if I'm not mistaken. Is there a world that this is a 4 Treant, or do you think you just have to put the Tusk 4 here with Beastmaster? And how good is that lane against what you're supposedly facing here, especially considering it's a blind carry so far?
I mean, I wouldn't mind the Treant 4. I think, honestly, committing really hard into the Beastmaster's lane, making sure he secures it and can take over the game is a good idea. But I think Gyrocopter.
That's an old Weaver.
Really good versus Beastmaster, too.
Yeah.
His summons just die, the Hawk is free gold in the XP.
Double melee versus double range. That's scary.
Don't you guys just love when you go into the finals and there's multiple heroes that you haven't seen for a week that come out in the very first game? Amazing stuff. So yeah, Beast and Gyro. Dare I say it's their first appearances on the main stage? I think so.
Probably haven't seen Gyro on the main stage since TI5.
He's back. Awesome. What do you guys make of this overall? Do you feel like there's any sort of advantage that you can infer from specific lanes, or what you've seen from the team so far in the tournament that makes you lean one way or the other?
I think this game's going to be completely decided in Spirit safe lane. I think they picked this Weaver and Treant just to be strong, and Lone Druid is honestly sort of the same. This hero really wants to win his lane. Depending on which way that lane goes, I think he'll determine the tempo for the post-lane phase.
I also feel the same about Gaming Gladiators safe lane as well. If it doesn't go well and Gyro doesn't have a good laning stage, and Collapse can manage to get kills with Mira, that could change Spirit's momentum a lot with this Beast.
Yeah, very depending on lanes right now. How the lanes go will decide a lot in this game.
How's the mid lane matchup going to go, Dendi?
To me, it's maybe a little bit favorable for Pango, but it's still pretty good game for Puck. But it's pretty risky in my eyes to pick Puck so early. Like usually you want to see more heroes. There's still 2 silences, so you want to buy a defensive item which slows down other like aggressive items that you might go for. So yeah, a bit scary for Puck.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really worried for a lot of this game. I feel like the ganks from Tofu can come in. Lone Druid's a hero, you know, he can just pull away with his bear. You can sort of leave him alone. And hopefully, like, that's why I feel like if they don't win the 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 Matoshka lane, it's going to like bleed really hard into mid. They can't keep the Morta there.
What do you guys make of the Tusk here that Spirit ended up going for into Silencer, who's notoriously a really good anti-save hero, and a big part of the Tusk is saving allies with Snowball? Do you think that's maybe a little bit on the risky side, or?
I think he wants to kill the Silencer.
Yeah,
I think this is a hero that can just like get on him and kill him right away. It's going to be more of an aggressive Tusk team instead of a defensive one.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna double jump with Puck. That's where we're gonna be their target number 1.
All right, thank you guys very much for your insights. We are ready to get into the game, but before that, we're going to a coach's interview with Silent from Team Spirit.
Prepare for battle.
Arranca partido.
Тише, мальчик, тише, мальчик.
$30 seconds to battle.
That's right, it's time to make our grand finals head underway. On one side, we have a team that is absolutely the best team of the year, but on the other side, the strongest team of the tournament. On one side, we have 3-time major winners, and on the other side, TI winners, but only one can claim the Aegis.
I've seen a lot of TIs, Cap. We are going back 12 editions of this right now. We have seen lower bracket runs, we've seen upper bracket runs, we have seen First Bloods, we have seen Roshans, but one thing is absolutely clear to me right now at TI12, in the heart of Dota in Seattle, these two teams are undoubtedly the best 2 teams in the world right now, and both of them are absolutely terrifying.
And that's exactly why Gaming Gladiators stacked the bounty runes, but they failed to be able to claim the first blood. They wanted to be able to get that early momentum over a team that is so scary. I mean, Team Spirit have demolished every team that has stood in their way. Gaming Gladiators, though, have had to make the long run through the lower bracket, and there's something special about that lower bracket momentum.
You cannot underestimate how much this team has gone through, especially going to their 4th Valve event grand final of the year. No team has made a complete sweep, and usually the team that is favored in that sense can't even make that type of run, so this team cannot be underestimated. At the same time, all of us here watching, when you see 𝙎𝙁𝘼 come out of that player walkway with a shaved head, the amount of fear that instills into you, the amount this man is willing to sacrifice to claim a second Aegis and join that limited pantheon of 2-time TI winners, you can't not help but be a little afraid of what he's willing to do here. In a best of 5, both these teams are capable of anything. The greatest question, however, if you've watched this lower bracket run from Gaming, is can Team Spirit put a stop to the speed and the tempo in which they are playing these games? Because right now, nobody across all of those series has been able to do it. A lot of these games have not gone past the 25-minute mark, so you need to slow it down, you need to play your game, or at least take it back to them. And if there is one team in the world that can accomplish that, it is Team Spirit, who have shown that they are no slouches when it comes to the first 10 minutes, particularly the laning phase.
Yes, this laning phase is going to be the ultimate test for this best of 5. It's going to be a long journey to get through this finals. And who walks away winning this laning phase could just end up winning the entire thing, as 𝙎𝙗𝘾𝙄𝘼 will end up going down. Tofu finally claims first blood for Gaming Gladiators.
And this is a familiar story. Acceleration for Ace on the off-lane Lone Druid. This is a hero that has demolished the lower bracket along with all the buildings in those series. A scary hero to give a lead off to here, especially when once more Gaming have a lot of tempo that can just go with Ace, go through these objectives, play with that Bear's timings. But I like what Spirit have brought out here in game 1, right? These are a lot of heroes that are not afraid to skirmish early and take it straight back to
the
you.
death against Tofu will end up helping to get the kill onto Tofu, but will end up falling into the end. And Ace is gladly going to be able to dive a bit more onto Miposhka. They're definitely winning this lane. They're walking away with it a bit.
And that's going to be fast over corrosion for the Bear. That's going to give him a lot of chase down potential in this lane.
He's still going to find it. Miposhka, oh, he has that extra little bit of heal. They end up dying the Bear. That's going to be 300 gold over to 𝙎𝙁, but Ace can keep up that pressure with a fresh resummon.
Big turnaround for 𝙎𝙁, honestly. This lane was looking a little grim if you get Ace to that fast over corrosion, which has just taken over a lot of these lanes. All of a sudden, you get a Bear kill back. A lot of golden XP for 𝙎𝙁. He can start to regain momentum in this lane. This is a very strong lane for Team Spirit. Tree Weaver, there's not much that beats this, so this just shows how strong this off lane is for gaming as well. They're
it would be such a massive win if they could actually bring down Ace, but 𝙎𝙁's going to have to try and go for Tofu instead, who gave up his own life to be able to kill the bug on Ace to protect his core. He does die, but if 𝙎𝙁 gets caught by an entangle here, it's going to be a heavy punish, but not afraid, turns around, battles back against that Bear, knowing Ace still has some time before he has another resummon available.
Still a lot of gold going to 𝙎𝙁 here as he takes a net worth lead. Good sign for Team Spirit is, I mean, Weaver has to be one of the fastest carries in this meta. I think CK is the other one that I had point to. Of course, Bristleback, he's a pseudo carry getting banned out. This is a hero that Team Spirit first picked for a reason. If they get him to a good position, he can go and defend all these towers. You can take every single fight with this carry hero, try and match 𝙎𝙁's pace, where I almost feel like it doesn't matter what hero 𝙎𝙁 is playing. This guy is going to run at you. He's going to join all the skirmishes with Quinn. You have to be ready for the 5-man collapse at a certain point. Either get some trades, be ready to defend them with the towers. This Beastmaster can trade on the map. That's another objective that Team Spirit can look for as this game progresses.
I feel like out of all the players on Gaming Gladiators, it's definitely 𝙎𝙁.
That's a resummon.
Yeah, it is. Ace, he'll lose yet another Bear, and 𝙎𝙁's just climbing up the network chart now. A laning phase that started off a bit bad for them, but now they've got a full 20-second window with no Bear, so they should easily be able to get most of the CS. And also, the bounty. Man, he is sitting at 3K net worth already, way ahead of anybody else in this game.
It adds up real fast. These Bears are worth a lot. It's also extra damage going into Ace. You're not healing while the Bear's on cooldown. There's a lot going wrong in this offlane for gaming right now for the hero that's supposed to give them that lead, at least comparatively to those other games, right? This is still a very even game, but if you watched any of these series yesterday, particularly the 𝙎𝙁 one, I guess if you're not down 5K at the 5-minute mark, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, seriously, you cannot let Gaming Gladiators run away with the laning phase. And that, when we were talking about it backstage, and so many other people that we talked to backstage, everybody was saying Team Spirit is not going to get run over the laning phase. They won't let that happen. You can make these kind of rotations, pick up on the snowball. They have 3 heroes to all bang onto the Gyrocopter, but it's not quite good enough. Tofu protecting them nicely. They'll get some damage in return, but Team Spirit is going to remain relatively healthy.
Nice missile dodge on the snowball. Mira, he's going to be able to make some really nice plays this game. This Tusk is a hero that can not only give him the physical burst to go through the Bear at the later stages, but the snowball dodge on heroes like Gyro and Pango that have to throw out their spells at the start of the fight. It can get you your core BKBs off. It can stall out the fight, get you a roar off of, collapse coming back out of it. Something that could be really instrumental as this game progresses here. And once more, Spirit making the first moves here. Miposhka has been really active in this laning phase, trying to skew it as much as possible to Team Spirit's advantage. Give them that breathing room. And of course, this is a Dream Protector lineup. We're talking about these objectives, something gaming's focused on. If you can keep your towers up, Living Armor.
The double slows are going to help here, and Quinn's going to come back into this play. Sees an opportunity, but no as well. The 2 supports are already dead, though, and there's no way for this puck to change the matchup now.
+2 int on the board for Celery. Glaive's already getting some extra work done. We'll leave solo lanes on these sides, so 𝙎𝙁 going to try and make the most of it. He gets rooted. Ooh. Oh, he wanted another Bear kill on this lane, man. He has been taking it to Ace. Level advantage already going 𝙎𝙁's way. It look like it'll just be the Dragon Lance. So defensive-oriented build here from 𝙎𝙁. Get the high HP up. Don't get bursted in this game. Man, he is just chunking Ace down. This is a roam opportunity up here, right? Like, this is a great hero for Team Spirit to roam on. If you can keep chipping Ace's HP pool, because every time you kill this Bear, he has to resummon. He's susceptible again, and you don't really take the ult too early.
Laurel He's going to try and bait it out here by using the illusion rune. The first power rune was an illusion rune. Not necessarily one that you feel the best about, but he's going to try and bait it out by showing his illusion mid and seeing if they can catch somebody in this top lane. Tofu, he's going to be marked there. Couldn't get there in time to snag away the wisdom rune, but they can get this one kill. Ace is around. He'll back away. So Ace, he's ready for the push that is coming in. In fact, he knows kind of surprised by heroes, so he wants to really efficiently. Solar already back to the mid lane, doesn't want to miss out on too much of his CS.
They said the smoke by Spirit. They are a team that will happily smoke any of these wizard runes. And if you study them, you know it's coming. The 7, the 14, the 21 especially is one of the big power moves.
Tower faces a stiff
they really want this XP advantage. And again, rotating to Ace's lane, I think, is a recipe for success. The other move you're going to make is to collapse when that helm is up to try and push the tower or kick 𝙎𝘖𝘋 out of the lane. But I feel like every time you make one of these aggressive moves on Gaimin in the early game, you're pretty happy with it, right? Because it means they're not going to Ace, they're not pushing your tower, and then things like this can start to happen where another kill for 𝙎𝘋𝘋. He is absolutely out of control.
Oh, and their carry's going to be in trouble as well. Both cores in big trouble here on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and no TP rotations coming in. So they're just going to run down 𝙎𝘋𝘋. Do they dive the tower, though? It's a bit scary, and they've run out of resources. So 𝙎𝘋𝘋 lives, but only on the sliver of HP, and it's not doing him much good either. He's going to have to make a run back to the fountain, very likely.
You can see the side lane pressure here. This is another thing that's causing Gaimin some issues right now because they want to rotate towards mid, play around Quinn. So every time you bring supports off the side lanes, it's up to Spirit to recreate the pressure there and not let Quinn get away with these skirmishes with the power runes. However, Gaming rotating supports mid will secure that power rune for Quinn. Now it's a question of what he can do with it here. Can you rotate into 𝙎𝘋𝘋's lane? Is this Weaver killable in the very early game? Calling plus some roots, it's doable. In fact, they're just going to bring everybody up here. Try and go on Ace again. This is when the Lone Druid is susceptible.
Perfect opportunity with the bear now being put on cooldown. They have done serious damage to Ace, killing him so many times, and even maybe catching Tofu here. Selly's going to try and slow him down, but that's two supports without a real stun. They're just going to back away, though. Bottom lane, that was the rotation coming out from Quinn. Mira left a bit alone here as the Beastmaster went for the Lotus instead. Good separation there with Shard, and Quinn doesn't feel like diving too deep.
And this is the helm coming out finished for collapse. So now you have a second pressure point on the map with your team Spirit. You've gone through this early game in a pretty decent spot. 𝙎𝘋𝘋 well ahead of the pack. So if he wants to rotate, play with collapse, start pushing some of these towers, you can start to take Gaming's game plan against them here. As they are still struggling to keep Ace in that offlane. This bear has just been exploited in the early game. So much extra golden XP. Try and make the rotation.
Gets back to the safety of the trees. Gaming Gladiators are here in force, but fortunately the Pango versus the Beastmaster doesn't necessarily leave you the most options. Can't really put to use that Rolling Thunder super well. He's going to try for it anyway, perhaps. Going to force out the Primal Roar. Collapse now going to try and back away with that extra bit of movement speed. Does get hit by the Dark ultimate. That's going to slow him down enough. Good snowball pickup from Mira. That buys him a couple of seconds, but Quinn is going to follow that ball. He is perfectly matched to be able to hit them both. The Swastyastu isn't enough, though. And 𝙎𝘋𝘋 and Quinn are now in trouble. Caught by the coil. Laurel going to lock him down, and there's not much these supports can do to stop it. In fact, they're just going to feed right alongside the other two of Gaming Gladiators as Team Spirit in a 5-man move sweep over Gaming Gladiators, run them down underneath their towers, and even through the portal, Tofu will be denied that exit. Instead, he'll head back to the fountain after a triple kill for 𝙎𝘋𝘋.
And 𝙎𝘋𝘋 straight back to the top lane, doesn't miss a beat. The downside of all that off lane going wrong for Gaimin is Ace didn't even have a bear during all that, so you cannot bring the numbers to that fight. Just an overextension on collapse that 𝙎𝘋𝘋 was happy to join and get the big swarm turnaround kill. Of course, Laurel with a beautiful coil, just lock him in place. Let the Weaver do the damage here. This is very deep.
Yeah, this
is almost, it feels like a forced play. Yeah, forced play, if anything, right? And you know the snowball save is going to come out here. This is what I'm saying. You disjoint the missile, you disjoint some of the gyro damage. That turnaround is deadly. Treant's going to give you sustain to just push through a lot of this poke damage. You're also missing the support ults. Orta and Silencer are not too strong when they don't
got the first silence on him. If they can keep him in place, the dead shot moves him back in, and they have to use the global, but it will get the job done. A huge kill streak going the way of Ace. His network just shot right back up as he got 587 gold for just himself off that kill.
I mean, we're 11 minutes in the game, and 𝙎𝘋𝘋 already had a 6x streak. So Ace absolutely happy to pick that up. That's the power of the global versus the Weaver before he has any sort of dispel item, which looks like it's going to become very late in this game as 𝙎𝘋𝘋 has opted for a Deso buildup. Another reason that kill was pretty valuable, right? You slow down the Deso, limit the charges you can get in these early exchanges. the slower it is, the worse it's going to be. Because his pace is very strong right now. Of course, 𝙎𝙬𝘼, we have not seen gyro too much this tournament, but the big upside for this hero is the stacking, right? It's not something we've seen Gaimin go back to a lot as the game's been very fast, but this triangle is getting stacked and is waiting for gyro to come and collect. Other Ancients are also doubled up right now. This is a lot of golden XP sitting in the bank for Gaimin if they can move 𝙎𝙬𝘼 over there, start to clear through with the max flat cannon. Something that Team Spirit might think about contesting depending on how fast they can push these towers down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that in this game, it's funny, but I feel like the game plan is kind of swapped where Team Spirit want to be able to run over Gaming Gladiators, take these outer towers so they can disrupt that ancient farming. They're going to go straight to it. No hesitancy whatsoever. Immediate coil put on the Quinn, but they don't really have the strength to be able to bring it down just yet. Protected by all of Gaming Gladiators, who, again, they saw Team Spirit in the bottom lane show up as 5. They will do the same here in the mid lane. Quinn looks to find his mark, looks to see if he can drive right on through and straight to 𝙎𝙬𝘼. He'll find him here in the corner, clear out most of the trees, but 𝙎𝙬𝘼's actually going to bounce back in here.
He's going to retake the fight.
𝙎𝙬𝘼's going to stand and fight as best he can, but they picked off Ace immediately. 𝙎𝙬𝘼 trying to make his way out, and the silence, maybe he gets cooked again. He's dead. Couldn't jump to his orb in time. Yeah, they get Ace, but it does cost them quite a bit as 𝙎𝙬𝘼 was a big piece of the momentum for Team Spirit here.
Kofu coming up big. Calling is just going to be their biggest way to deal with puck in these team fights. If you can land it, it's probably a dead puck. You dead shot back into it. It's an extended duration here. Once more, that fight got dragged out. Really nice disengage from Spirit. Draw them back up the ramp, waste this Rolling Thunder, chasing 𝙎𝙬𝘼 on the cliff. 𝙎𝙬𝘼 gets another pretty good angle. You can see the aggressiveness they're trying to play with this Beastmaster right now. They're taking the push to Gaimin, not playing defensive at all. And once more, the aggression continues. No Rolling Thunder for Quinn right here.
Bubble sounds to try and protect him. Another Swashbuckle up in a second. He's actually going to turn and fight as best as possible, but the punt is going to be the end of Quinn. I thought he was going to Swashbuckle down and away from the trees. Maybe that was an error.
This is looking all Spirit in this first 50 minutes here. They're getting a lot for their Beast, the start for 𝙎𝙬𝘼, and now it's just going to have to come back down to the flat cannon, clear through the Ancients, put 𝙎𝙬𝘼 in a spot where he can start to take these fights. This is a position we've not seen Gaimin in a while, right? In this tournament especially. They are usually the ones with a very strong lead going into this 15-20 minute mid-game period. All of a sudden they're on the back foot. Double damage definitely going to help accelerate 𝙎𝙬𝘼 here. But we talked about the resiliency of this team, right? There's a reason they're here in this Grand Finals. There's a reason they've been in a lot of them, too. This is not a team that can only play from ahead. They're going to have to show some resiliency here and playing a little bit from behind, particularly with, I mean, maybe Ace's times, but also he's fought a lot, given his start. Surprised at how rich he is.
Yeah, he's got 3 deaths. I think his bear has died like 5 different times in this game, but still second in the network chart. Still though, Spirit clearly holding the tempo control of this game. They're up by 3K. They've got to be feeling pretty good about it. Even if they couldn't stop the gyrocopter from clearing out stacks, they don't have to do it the first time around. Just taking these outer towers and trying to scrunch in the map a little bit.
Yeah, take advantage of the fact that 𝙎𝙬𝘼 is not ready. And it is dead even. And that would have been my prediction before this series as well.
Goes to show.
I mean, respecting the Ace timing as well, too.
Yes.
Like, this Radiance on the Bear, we have seen them do an incredible amount of work with it, and it's coming soon.
Big Team Spirit really want to finish off this mid tower before those timings reach. The Aghanim Scepter on 𝙎𝙬𝘼, the Radiance on Ace here.
And these are acceleration items. That's the thing. If you give Gaimin time to get to their big farm items in the Radiance and the Aghanim Scepter on 𝙎𝙬𝘼, those items let you fight, but they also let you just clear the map. So holding these tower-ups, if you can limit the space they can use these farming items on in terms of the sides of the map, that's going to feel really nice with this Treant Protector lineup. 𝙎𝙬𝘼 did not go for living armor points early, hasn't even needed them at this point, and all 3 tier 1s are up. Another aggressive coil play.
Tofu with the calling, trying to protect Mira just outside of that silence, use the snowball, try and get some distance. Nice dead shot though, actually hit 𝙎𝙬𝘼 in the background.
Yeah, but the exchange on the other side of the map, Ace going down to 𝙎𝙬𝘼 again with this Desolator. Instant reveal, gets 2 charges on it, plus a bear kill as he was just pushing towards that Radiance. 700 off. And this tower dies. This is an influential tower for what Gaimin want to do on the map, because now both Ancients are exposed, and 𝙎𝙬𝘼 straight in there. He would have liked to have found that stack, but he will be happy to take the net worth away from 𝙎𝙬𝘼, a hero that just needs these camps up.
Now you're going to have to need a bit of a backup plan if you're gaming Gladiators. You no longer have that good control over the double ancient stacks like you're talking about.
And look at this fast shard for 𝙎𝙁 too.
Yeah.
This is where Weaver's just absolutely terrifying. You're getting the extra Geminate hit off the Sakuchi going through everybody with an early Desolator. These heroes just don't have the armor to deal with this right now.
Now,
if you don't burst him.
He wants to play super aggressive and get on top of people, which against these kind of silences could play against them. That's why it's very important for them to get this Aegis, get this second life. It gives them time to get the BKB up on 𝙎𝙁, so he can't get punished just yet.
I mean, this man has absolutely no chill. He's not here to win an Aegis. He's here to take it away from you. And right now, he is controlling the tempo of this game. We're gaming into a smoke that yields nothing right there. Nowhere here in time, and still missing those big core items to take the fight anyway. You're still 300 gold off this Radiance for Ace. That's your big 5v5 timing. Just an awkward point. 𝙎𝙁 playing this game way too fast right now, and the Beastmaster from Collapse speeding everything up. Helm of the Overlord is already done, by the way, so this map pressure is going to escalate.
Gaming Gladiators really not able to do much besides just kind of make sure 𝙎𝙁 doesn't get smoke ganked. Playing around him heavily. Here comes the pressure from Team Spirit, though.
Radiant's done. This is a good point to get it done if you want to defend this tier 1 mid.
A really fast time lapse there. You could realize 𝙎𝙁, I think, felt like he was overextended there. He gets caught once by the silences. There are chances he just dies behind the tower, and then that Aegis may be useless. He may just die twice in a row.
And that's why this build is starting to come together for the Aegis, right? Because 𝙎𝙁 still doesn't have a defensive item. The Global's still very effective here against Spirit. Laurel also considered a BKB this game on Puck early just to deal with the calling and the global silences coming out. You mean have a lot of tools to lock down these mobility heroes if they can find them. Right now, 𝙎𝙁 just doing some scouting.
2 minutes to spot 𝙎𝙁, but there's nowhere for him to really run. He knows it too. He's definitely been caught, but he got some good information that'll lead to the pickup on Ace. He saw all those heroes and he said, guys, this lone druid is alone in the top lane. Again, kill him.
The single target physical burst is way too fast for this true form to even be considered in terms of casting it. They just had Ace's number. Radiance reveal down the drain as his timings are going to get prolonged yet again, and he's just farming it up. Not too worried about playing on game inside of the map right now, just wants to hit his own BKB. It looks like Team Spirit, they're just going to work towards a triple BKB timing eventually. Look towards that second Roshan with it, get the spell and debuff immunity up for the silences that are causing the problems in the fight. And then you're not too worried about anything as Quinn is getting shredded by the death
Yeah,
throw.
even if you get out the Rolling Thunder, the physical damage from 𝙎𝙁 is too much for him to handle. Tofu was kind of desperate, wanted to be able to get that kill on Mira, maybe trying to take away the Aegis, but frankly, he doesn't do nearly enough damage right now to deal with this carry, even on low HP like this. Missed the dead shot on Mira. Managed to sidestep that one, and they'll die Tofu pretty easily. 𝙎𝙁 does manage to get off the timeline ever so barely. Meanwhile, Celery's picked off in mid. Team Spirit, they are absolutely outplaying Gaming Gladiators right now on the map. They just know all of these heroes are getting picked apart. There just seems to be no response whatsoever from these Gladiators.
I mean, there's nowhere to run, right? You need to combine the damage here on Gaimin to get anything done right now, and instead it's just Team Spirit going on you on multiple lanes so you can't group up. Aegis still up for 2 minutes here. 8 SO charges already done for 𝙎𝙁, as he is just slowly claiming your soul. This is going to escalate fast. This is a scaling lineup too with all the auras they can bring to the table. The Swarm's going to go through. You have Tusk physical damage to pour in on top of it all, and a Chrysalis for 𝙎𝙁. I mean, how many aggressive items does he need in this game?
I love the fact that he's like, yeah, I don't need that BKB yet. Still have the Aegis for another minute and a half. And considering the pace of game right now, it does kind of feel like he's going to get that BKB once the Aegis expires, because this is going to be another team fight and perhaps another objective taken. 21-minute Wisdom Rune coming up. Tormentor, the objects as well. Silence already going out. They're trying to lock down this Weaver, trying to stop him from killing anybody. It gets off the time lapse though. Forces a little bit of resources out of Gaming Gladiators. They're just throwing some damage around. Laurel looking at that back line.
You got to be careful of giving 𝙎𝙁 these good flak targets up front, as they're going to trade a bunch of the Bears' HP.
They're still looking for 𝙎𝙁 over here. They don't have the detection to catch him out.
Something is going wrong with the detection on this tree, and for sure, he's just getting way too much information, way too deep right now. Team Spirit will play it safe, play it slow. Aegis out in 50 seconds, so you have to think about the timer here.
Look at that burst damage. Quinn caught by the coil and instantly killed by 𝙎𝙁. And you can feel it. 𝙎𝙁 is seeing an opportunity. They're going to be able to cut down Celery. And now he goes through the kill. The Aegis does expire, but the rest of his team provides the disable. So his second life comes back up. He's going to shred through Ace. Looks over to Tofu next. Now, last left, perhaps 𝙎𝙁 trying to run him down. 𝙎𝙁 doing his best he can, but against 3 different cores, he can't actually fight back. He has to run away. Oh, missing out on the dead shot. 𝙎𝙁 is unstoppable. He's just diving into the base like it's nothing.
You just think about it again. 30 HP is the only thing that'll save you from this man right now. He's just running rampages through the fight. 12-2 at 22 minutes. He is just taking everything and more. He has the auras to back him up. His aggressive item build has paid off in spades.
The aggressiveness of 𝙎𝙁 I've seen in very few players at TI before. I mean, that play when he was morphling, he gets skewered into the base, and then he waveforms deeper into the base. That's the kind of aggression this guy's playing with right now.
You gotta play to win. You play not to lose. It eventually will happen. Right now, Team Spirit just taking over the map. Really good deep wards on those fights. Will get dewarded from gaming, but that's the power of what 𝙎𝙁 is providing them with this tree. All of these fights and pickoffs, they've been scouted. He's been on gaming side of the map for a lot of it. Paid off with a large degree, this early tree and shard. Doing some work. And of course, the vision's really nice versus these silencer lineups, because if you're the one initiating on gaming, forcing out awkward globals, taking some damage on your backline, the fight gets very weird very fast, and suddenly 𝙎𝙁 goes in, he kills somebody, time lapses out, there's a black dragon, horns of fire on somebody else. Too many fires to put out, quite literally here. And once more, 𝙎𝙁 just scouting out the moves from Gaming. Gives him all the setup in the world.
Radiant are scanning for
This
enemies.
deadly, man. The cores from Spirit are converging on top lane.
Look at 𝙎𝙁, man. He doesn't care if he gets caught. As long as he gets information for his team, he knows all 5 heroes of Gaming Gladiators are up here. So Team Spirit are going to slowly approach. They're going to group up together and take this fight.
𝙎𝙁 just time-lapse to the fountain and back to get his BKB. He will not have time-lapse for this fight. Says, I don't need it.
Overgrowth with a 3-man coil. It's looking beautiful. And 𝙎𝙁's right in there with his fresh BKB, delaying the damage in these cores. Once again, Ace has no chance with the bear. And of course, the Beastmaster's going to lock down that ball. You're not going anywhere, Quinn. They're going to catch more. Tofu's going to be the last one down. 𝙎𝙁 only survives because of his TP.
Everything coming together. Triple BKB instantly revealed all together on the exact fight 𝙎𝙁 sets up. It's just beautiful gameplay here from Team Spirit, and Gaming still searching for answers, because the second these fights start, they're already over. They don't even know they're coming.
Yep.
𝙎𝙁, he does not need an ultimate at all to take these engagements when they are completely one-sided. It'll be more objective pushing. This is just a beautiful 4-man overgrowth setup. You could not ask for anything more. Swarm hits everybody, and then you get the safe roar for the Rolling Thunder after Ace goes down to just right clicks. I mean, making it look easy out here.
The item timings, the positioning, all of it is just so perfect for Team Spirit.
That's the power of vision. This is a team that won a TI previously off of vision advantage, and they're showing why. The Beastmaster might have got nerfed in this regard, but 𝙎𝙁 doing his best Hawk impersonation.
You want to be worried about the gen of Gaming Gladiators? I think it's the Tree Protector of Team Spirit that may become a problem in this series. Maybe there's just not enough sentries in the world for you to buy to catch this guy.
I mean, he's dewarding them too. That's the problem. They are lacking sentries. They are lacking the detection. No one wants to buy a gem right now. I mean, you don't want to have to buy a gem for a Tree Protector, but we're getting to that point. And every time one of these fights goes wrong, you fall a little bit more behind with the... I mean, core heroes that don't want to function in these team fights from behind, right? Particularly the Gyrocopter. This is a hero you want to accelerate with the triangle, accelerate with the Ancient Camps, put him in a prime position like a Luna or something where he goes in that fight, he's the absolute raid boss. 𝙎𝙁 has escaped these fights, but across his teammates' tombstones as cannot output the firepower to match what Team Spirit are bringing with the ball right now. And everything is looking towards this next Roshan, which Team Spirit would be very, very happy to collect and put an Aegis on 𝙎𝙁 with his aggressive DPS build. Not to mention, I mean, Laurel is picking up the speed, right? He's just going for the Maelstrom right-click puck. It's also a fearsome late-game beast, especially when you have that Beastmaster aura pumping in attack speed to everybody on this lineup. You have tag team to buff the physical. You're gonna have multiple scaling right-click cores here for Team Spirit. You're gonna need armor on Gaming at some point. You're gonna need survivability. Satanics, AC, anything that buys you time in this fight.
Gaming Gladiators only getting caught there. The overgrowth not quite landing onto Quinn. He'll survive as a result of that. 𝙎𝙁 still going to have a poke at them, though. The time lapses away before the silences catch him out.
Tower is under attack.
So aggressive, man. He's going to start backing away with the rest of his team. As you said, 19,000 net worth lead. They're very comfortable. It's really just not slipping up at this point in time. That starts with being able to get the second Roshan of the game, and then comes the high ground push, which Gaming Gladiators, I don't know, how do you, what do you feel better about, a Roshan contest or a high ground play?
Maybe game 2. High ground play for sure, right? You let him go into you, abuse the fact that the calling's a really strong defensive spell. You catch the tree first, that's a nice pickoff.
That is actually really nice with the gem on the ground.
Yeah, okay, so you needed a gem in this game. Miposhka will give it to you. That's a big pickup. Limit the vision, limit Miposhka's aggressive positioning. That was very deep, right? Especially for Team Spirit looking towards this next Roshan. They have the Beastmaster creep in the pit scouting it out. A rich man's Hawk, for lack of anything better. Just waiting on their vision.
Yeah, the sad part for Gaming Gladiators is they can't actually do anything off of that play besides getting a little bit more farm than normal. Be able to push out some of the side lanes. I assume they know that Team Spirit's going to be doing Roshan sometime soon. Of course, they're doing it right now, and it happens so quickly. It gives you such a small window if you're Gaming Gladiators to actually be able to contest. So you're right. They're going to play for the high ground. They're going to try and see if they can make Team Spirit slip on that staircase.
Just a question of what are they going to get up for that high ground defense, right? It's the Daedalus on 𝙎𝙀𝘶. That's going to be the big DPS item here. Ace is just, I mean, he's just going Wraith Bands. He didn't even get to anything else in this time period. It's just going to be armor up, try and survive the initial burst. Now, these Wraith Bands are pretty nice for Team Spirit's minus armor, right? So they are very good value. I don't blame him for doing this, but in that other Lone Drew game we saw, I mean, he had a full harpoon before he went back for these Wraith Bands, so yeah, it tells you how far behind he is off that, first 15 minutes. Team Spirit shutting him down right now. The question is, how do you want to go high ground? Because there is a calling to fight into. There is a Rolling Thunder that can abuse you on the choke points. There's the Radiance Burn with Mischance and a resummon, assuming it's hard to jump Ace initially. And of course, Global can bail out any sort of initiation from the Tusk or the Beast. See how strong 𝙎𝙁𝘗 really feels he is if he thinks he can just walk up and start hitting this tier 3. Wouldn't surprise me. Maybe that's why he's gone Scotty here. Level 20 done for the Weaver with Scotty completed a double damage rune and a quiver.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you get hit once by this Weaver, I think you're gone on the supports.
And that's a huge problem for 𝙎𝙁𝘗 as well, because he doesn't have that Satanic build-up yet. So he doesn't have the sustain to be able to stand toe-to-toe against the Weaver for too long, Ace.
I don't know if you know what's coming for you right now, but you're not going to like it.
It's going to be a shot to the back of the head. Gone! Blown away by 𝙎𝙁𝘗, and they catch Quinn in the mid lane. They don't need 𝙎𝙁𝘗 to make this kind of play. Laurel activates his BKB to catch the opposing mid laner, and with 2 dead, a double damage activated. Team Spirit is all but just waiting for the creep wave to catch up with them.
Well, that's one way to break the high ground. Just one-shot an enemy off-lane carry hero, and force it with a double damage here. 𝙎𝙁𝘗 has AC aura behind him now as well, so that Deso plus the Swarm plus the AC is just going to amp this physical through the roof right now, which makes this high ground siege a lot more tempting.
Here goes for the jump. BKB immediately activated by 𝙎𝙁𝘗, but there's that physical damage. 𝙎𝙁𝘗, he can't actually stand up against 𝙎𝙁𝘗 and has to back away to the side. 𝙎𝙁𝘗, yeah, he's just going to go for it. See if he can crit it. Got it! Oh, no way! The final bit of damage required. 𝙎𝙁𝘗 can claim it.
𝙎𝙁𝘗, boss. This man knows no fear, no limits right now. He's just taking your base at 30 minutes. A position Gaimin is used to putting their opponents in. The news has been pulled taut here as Team Spirit have just given them nothing on the map, it feels like, for 15-20 minutes. Ace can't even escape the tier 3s right now. You're just going to have to take a high ground defense without your carry. We'll watch another lane disappear.
Yeah, I don't see how they stop this without 𝙎𝙁𝘗.
I mean, I think Mira can also jump if he really wants to just force the issue.
Yeah.
This Tuskar is hella tanky right now. Gossamer Cave Drum, happy to start the engagement, particularly if you can find a good core target. He got feared on the jump. That was incredibly impressive, actually, but it will not yield them the fight. It'll be a second lane.
2 lanes of barracks up for Team Spirit. And they still have a minute and a half left on that second life for the Weaver. That final push, I mean, if you're Team Spirit, you're here playing a full best-of-5 against Gaming Gladiators, why not make the first game quick? Just for your own sake.
Yeah, give them a taste of their own medicine. show that the Zoo is indeed not dead. That's the scary part of this game for me. You have Collapse on a hero that, I mean, they have been incredibly proficient with it, right? This was a first phase ban at Riyadh for a reason. Yep. It is a Collapse signature hero, but it's not one of those big jump stunners that everybody's afraid of. They're afraid of the Collapse Magnus, the Collapse stunners. This is a hero that just took over the map. He farmed, he played his game with 𝙎𝙁, and it was the raw aggression and objective taking that put gaming on the back foot. It's a scary thought if Team Spirit are taking
doing it again, isn't he? Yeah.
Own strat against you, and yeah, time lapse to the base for some dataless action. Your own X marks the spot.
That is so much burst damage. When he's got the enchanted quiver on top of that.
This is an insane, like, single hit, right? It doesn't take much. He just Sakuchi's in, hits you instantly, can start to run away. You're just getting chunked. This is the strength of Weaver right now. 15-2 for 𝙎𝙁.
Mira looking for his opening. Gaming Gladiators, it seems pretty clear. They can't take an honest fight against Team Spirit anymore. They're going to have to play around the fountain here. As a jump forward, the Green Coil is slowly taking them out. Tofu does manage to live for now. Gets back to the fountain with Team Spirit. They still have more opportunities to come. The Aegis is going to expire, so Gaming Gladiators managed to weather that storm, and it's possible that Team Spirit may decide that it's best just to wait for a third Roshan before they end it.
𝙎𝙁's happy to give the Aegis up. It'll free up another slot for him at the rate he's going.
Yeah, seriously.
He just wants more damage, more survivability. Everything is great for him right now. The scary part is you can still work towards a Tusk Ags in this game. I mean, Mira's quite farmed.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about a high ground break mechanism. If they really get in a stalemate and need it, he's going to kick someone out, and 𝙎𝙁 just runs straight into them.
Pops BKB, turns around. Oh, man, that damage is just building up so quickly. Quinn's got it in an instant. So is the Bear. 𝙎𝙁 battling up against Laurel, but the big bad boss of the fight is definitely 𝙎𝙁. And once he turns his eye on a hero, he disappears. Game over for this one. The Team Spirit making absolutely no qualms about shutting Gaming Gladiators out in their own style. 33 minutes and it's done.
Such a one-sided game one. I mean, nice lower bracket run, right? Welcome to the grand finals here. Welcome to the ultimate boss of Dota right now. As you might have won 3 majors, you might have made it all the way here, but if you can't find a way to break this team, which nobody else has been able to do, you're going to go home empty-handed.
And Gaming Gladiators, like they had such a good run leading up to this, right? They lost 1 game in this playoff run.
Now the sunshine brings the light, fill me out with a flame. I will let you in.
Side lanes, the mid clash didn't work. The side lane pressure mounted way too quickly. You had Ancients to fall back on for Collapse. 𝙎𝙁 is just slaying people. Ends this game 18-2. This man's just padding his legacy stats at this point. I mean,
seriously. He's trying to make a name for himself here, as he already did once before at TI10, but if he can become a 2-time alongside his team, it would be something magical. But that game 1, that might have been convincing. We've seen plenty of convincing games in TI. It's a best of 5 for a reason, right, Avery?
Absolutely.
And there's some changes we can make strategy-wise in particular. What was one thing you would point for Gaming Gladiators that you would like to see heading forward in the series?
I mean, you have to think about the lanes going a bit better for you and who you're going to play around right now, because it felt like they left Ace on an island for a lot of that off-lane early game, and Team Spirit just abused it, especially with this Weaver pick. It's basically the most aggressive carry. You give 𝙎𝙁 a start like that, he's just going to pop off on it and never look back. He's the best carry of the tournament so far, showing why.
Absolutely, showing why, and the panel will sure to be able to talk more about that as we head into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Team Spirit take game number 1 here in the grand finals of the International 2023, and it was almost as if Team Spirit just taken a page out of Gaming Gladiators' book and basically was the oppressor in this game. I'm joined by Effie, by Tiga, but we also had a change on the panel as we now have Insania weighing in for the insight. And you said this is oppressive gameplay coming out from Team Spirit here.
Yeah, I feel like normally when you play against Gladiators, they tend to corner you into taking a lot of bad fights. I'm sure anyone that's watched this play are like, why are you guys fighting them? Like, it's so obvious you're going to lose this fight. But I feel like what Spirit did this game was they brought the numbers really early on and made sure that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, it happened at the 9-minute 50 mark for me when they take this fight bottom. Mira, he holds the snowball. He kind of baits Game in to take this fight. Meanwhile, Ace is in the mid lane playing Lone Druid. Like, how does he rotate to his bot fight and contribute to these quick early engagements? And that was the story of the game for Spirit, just constantly dodge, take away the fights away from LD, but also when he's by himself trying to recover, you kill him as well. He had 8 deaths by the 30-minute mark. It was the most times Ace has died on Lone Druid so far at the International. He was just completely shut down.
Yeah, and on the topic of that Lone Druid, that game felt impossible for Lone Druid to ever recover because I think that Spirit had a genius lane versus Lone Druid, and that came after it. That's the interesting thing. They picked Lone Druid after they saw Weaver and Treant. I mean, conceptually, when you have these very high damage output heroes like Weaver and Treant on the lane, you should be able to kill the bear over and over again. And that's what happened. They killed the bear a couple of times on lane. They were able to constantly pressure and dive the Lone Druid, and it made it so that because that lane went so poorly, there was no way for Quinn on the Pango to rotate top and correct it in any way.
Yeah, it was a strong performance, and it definitely looked like Team Spirit was very well prepared for what Gaming Gladiators was gonna bring to the table in the first game of the best of 5. Insania, you've been against these two teams in the grand finals several times this year.
Yeah, unsuccessfully so.
What makes these two teams be the grand finals raid boss, if you will?
I think they're both teams that have pretty strong identities, and usually by the time that they get to grand finals, they've really figured out what makes their identity work. So they're not really, I would say, like the most adaptive teams, but they're really good at figuring out how can we enable ourselves to play our own game. So it wouldn't surprise me if Gladiators, you know, they swap up some heroes and then they go look to do the same thing again. It's probably going to be a battle of like 2 very specific styles, and if Gladiators can take control of the map and really like force you into a corner, then they'll probably be victorious. And if Spirit's able to like hold that away, hold the aggression off, then I think they'll have the edge.
Yeah, I feel like as well for Team Spirit, they come into this series, they pick Beastmaster. They hear that we haven't seen them play at the International so far. Of course, they do play it multiple times before, but it's the fact that Spirit, they look at game in, they read them and go, you know what, rather than trying to be defensive, let's just overwhelm you as well with our own level of pressure. A lot of teams have tried to delay, prolong, and survive that onslaught, but it was refreshing to see Spirit just change up the style and go, no, this is how you beat gaming.
Yeah, and they closed out their second phase with that Beastmaster, right? I mean, back when Beastmaster was very broken, that was the most difficult part of drafting, is you're very concerned for those gacha 18 pick on the Beastmasters or the Storm Spirits, and they picked that Beastmaster when they saw the Silencer and the Muerta, 2 supports that can't do anything versus the Zoo. So not only was that pick genius, but I really feel that having this Weaver in the first phase for Yatoro is going to be something to look out for in the series, because if they can bring the aggression to Gaming Gladiators from their safe lane early on, Gaming might not be able to ever play for the tempo that they're looking for.
Yeah, we mentioned that the offlaners were going to play a big role here today. Insania, I don't know if you've noticed that as well. I mean, for us on the panel, we talk about the best looking stats, if that makes sense. And it's been very often this international, the offlaner. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so I feel like there's been like multiple metas.
Yeah.
Like the group stage, it was one meta, now it's another. But the offlane seemed to be like the general place where you get a lot of pressure. And with how the portals now work on the map, where you can like kind of portal around and you kind of want one lane to go to, the offlane seems to be like the easier place to connect to and then like get that thing going. So having strong offlanes sets up for like your position 5 to rotate and like everybody to come in and create a lot of pressure. And both these teams are very like offlane heavy teams, you know, like Collapse and Ace. They're, yeah, 2-star players for these teams.
Very much so, and we heard our draft panel at the end there as well. At the end of the draft, they mentioned how important that top lane was going to be, and Effie, that's where we saw the Weaver just pop off. Yatoro had a fantastic game.
Yeah, there was nothing really to stop that Weaver, like I mentioned before, and pairing it up with the Treant made it so that not only was it a strong kill threat lane, but it worked perfectly in playing against the Lone Druid that they didn't even have to prepare for or think about. Or maybe they did it in the preparation, knowing that Lone Druid might be run by Gaiman because of their series yesterday. But if Lone Druid can't have a good start in the lane, and his mid laner cannot enable him by maybe getting some cleanup kills after he's fed a couple of bears, then where do you go from there? Because T was mentioning there's no way for Lone Druid to rotate bottom when there's a team fight going on. He's too busy recovering in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Recover Gaming Gladiators never really did do that, so they're now 1 game down in the best of 5 grand finals. They have some time to reset, and while they do that, we are going to check in with Keisu, somewhere in the crowd.
Yeah, oh yeah, what up? Wow. Grandma's here trying to look hip. Sorry about that, everybody. All right, we are coming in to talk to some crowd. Get away from me.
Oh, hi, I'm sitting down.
Oh my God, you're making me nervous. Sir, I'm talking to you. I have several questions for you. I'm not sure whether I should put the microphone in front of your face, but I'll give you one chance.
Hey, I'm sorry. I lost my voice from screaming at the game so loud. Team Spirit LGD.
Well, luckily, you're drinking tea and getting better. All right. What was the... Hello? Do you really think I can't see you?
Why do you always pick the drunkest people? Why do you do that?
What was the best part of that first game?
𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 just deleting everybody.
You know, 𝙎𝙊𝘾, it's funny you say that. That is what we call a sexy transition to what Slacks was going to talk about.
Absolutely. I asked these peeps up here, who was the biggest 𝙎𝙊𝘾 fan? You guys said you were 𝙎𝙊𝘾 fans, right?
Oh, yeah. He's getting me all my fantasy points right now.
Oh, the fantasy points. Thank you, thank you. And you especially, when I said, is anyone a 𝙎𝙊𝘾 fan? This guy ran up on 3 levels up, and he just started sprinting. Why do you like 𝙎𝙊𝘾?
𝙎𝙊𝘾 is the best carry ever. GOAT!
Let's go, 𝙎𝙊𝘾. Ame is watching that. Let's go, Ame is watching that.
Yes, that's right. Poor Ame. We're so sorry, 𝙎𝙊𝘾, about Ame. Keep trying, my friend. Nothing is forever.
Okay,
right.
wait, what thick-haired beast said that they were the biggest 𝙎𝙊𝘾 fan?
Yes, we have to find some way to find out who is the biggest 𝙎𝙊𝘾 fan. Now, if you know the 𝙎𝙊𝘾 lore, he does one thing before he goes in the grand finals now. You guys said you were the biggest fans. Who's willing to shave their head for 𝙎𝙊𝘾?
I'll do it. Fuck.
What? No. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit?
Wherever you want.
No.
However you want it. However you want it.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. We got it? We got it? All right. Right here. Oh. Just a little bit. Love you, 𝙎𝙊𝘾. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Casey and Slacks. Zany, have you ever tried that? You know, maybe something's lacking with the squad.
We had this last year. You know, our coach said, if we get top 4 at TI, I will shave my head. William looked us in our eyes and said, I promise you guys, if we get top 4, I will shave my head. Yeah, so we got top 4, and then we're like, all right, William, you know, we got 4 days.
Where is it?
Let's shave it.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I said top 3. But we had vlog footage, so we went back and watched the vlog, and it's very clearly top 4.
But you guys also got top 3.
And then we got top 3, and we're like, William, shave your head. And he's like, you know, like, keep Williams out of it. And then, yeah, no, shaving your head, I think probably is the reason we didn't do better at this TI.
Yeah, I mean, next year. There's always a chance. So maybe, you know, there's a 15-minute break in the meantime. Maybe Gaming Gladiators is finding a razor as we speak, for their head, that is. And that was very grim. That's not why I wanted to go with that. What I do want to say is, I mean, we've got some very dedicated fans. I am sure that if Slacks pushed it, that there would have been a bald head behind us. And while we have very dedicated fans all around the world, there are venues packed with dedicated fans watching the Dota 2 from afar. You guys are all with us here in spirit in the Climate Pledge Arena, and a lot of you are also with Spirit, as we saw a lot of cheers there where Team Spirit take the first game of this best-of-5 grand finals. And we got to talk about adaptations, because it's a best-of-5. Both of these teams have been here before. Both of these teams have shown that they have what it takes to be able to adapt on the fly in the break that they get. The question is, where are they going to go with the adaptations? I have to address a little bit, it's not really an elephant, it's more like horse size in the room. I want to talk about the gyrocopter that came out as the overall last pick, Effie. It's not a hero that we've seen do very well, or it has been very popular over these last few weeks. Why was this attempted, and why didn't it work out?
I mean, it was just a response to the Beastmaster, right? It's like, at that point, what do? You're playing against a summons hero. You don't have anything to address it. Your Pangolier is going to be a little bit busy because he's playing against the puck. Pango alone isn't enough. You go for Gyro, who's typically the AoE clear type of carry. But this hero fell out of meta for many reasons. I feel like he plays a little bit too slowly. If the aggression is brought to you in the way Team Spirit brought it with that Weaver, Gyro does not have enough time to respond to that. He needs to sit in his Ancients, needs to farm up like 2 or 3 items, and they couldn't reach that point.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the main question for me is going to be Lone Druid. I don't think gaming will pick it so openly now, knowing that Spirit are going to be able to play such a high-paced game, kind of abuse the fact that he's on one side of the map, you can only bring 4. And then on top of that, like Effie was mentioning, if you have a Gyrocopter as well, who also wants to hit Ancients, like Lone Druid wants a lane, Gyro wants Ancients, what, 3 heroes going to do everything else for you? So I think for gaming, LD, that's going to be the big question mark for me. Maybe they pick it on like 18 or kind of like a closing part of the phase rather than so openly.
Yeah, with LD and Lone Druid there, indeed, the offlaner for Ace. Didn't have a great game, and overall, it felt like then the plan, Insania, that Gaming Gladiators had, it was very different from the style that we've seen them play, because if they are playing for the later stages of the game, they're not going to be able to do their aggression ball that we've seen them be very dominant with.
I think the idea was to try to set up like the same thing, where they have this Lone Druid and Omerta do very well in the offlane, and then you have Tofu running mid. We call it cringing in our team. It's like when the 2 supports show up mid, and they just cringe the mid laner. So I think they wanted to like cringe Laurel, make sure his game is terrible, but it kind of relies on the laning phase going well. And I think the Gyrocopter in many ways is picked to enable that. You want the safe lane to be strong. You just want the lane to go well, to free up Celery, free up Tofu to then go pressure mid lane and enable Quinn to then, get the ball rolling. But in this game, I don't think the lanes really played out the way they expected them to.
No, I do think we should mention the mid lane a little bit, because we've talked a lot about Pango this entire weekend and this entire event so far. In other people's hands, other than Quinn, the hero has not looked great. Overall, he's had a fantastic win rate with it this time around, T-Gov. This game, though, he wasn't able to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, no, he kind of fell flat.
Yeah, thank you.
Audible sigh. But no, I think the early game for Quinn, he was able to make a couple of those moves. He was punishing the supports from Spirit, but then it got to the point where he was making so many rotations that eventually Spirit knew which one to capitalize on, which one to punish. So I think they shouldn't be deterred from picking this hero. It is a matter of just so many other factors laying into it. But yeah, the Quinn Pangolier is probably a hero that he would want to play a couple more times if he's going to try and secure this Aegis.
I mean, the issue was he couldn't rotate on the lane that he needed to rotate to, which was the Weaver lane, right? If he's consistently putting all of his efforts in playing on the Beastmaster lane, you're not really solving the crux of the problem, because even if you can get a couple of kills on that lane, Beastmaster is just going to sit in the jungle and farm for a little bit, while the Weaver is playing a supremely aggressive game versus your Lone Druid and not allowing him to come back. But when Quinn has looked good with the Pango this tournament, it's usually come out later in the draft, right? Yesterday, they had it close out their second phase versus Azure Ray when they saw the Enchantress and the Naga, and it looked great there. Today, they brought it out after the Weaver, and is seeing a Weaver enough to pick a Pangolier that early?
No, I don't think so. I also like the fact that they picked, so on the flip side, with the Weaver, you have a Tusk and a Tree, so when things are going kind of chaotic, whatever of these melee heroes wants to go to the Weaver is going to be a kill lane, right? It's like you can use that Twin Gate, get a kill, so it's a bit difficult for that.
It's a bit difficult indeed, and you see a lot of thoughtful faces there for Gaming Gladiators. And we have a lot of data on them. They've played a lot of games, the most games played here at the International, making it all the way through a full best-of-3 lower bracket. It means that Team Spirit has a lot of data to go off of as well. Insania, how much in a best-of-5 do you really put stock into the game that has been played, not just today, this morning, but throughout the entire tournament? Because I know a best-of-5 generally also has like its own meta developing.
Yeah, I mean, usually what's going to end up happening is you kind of get a good understanding for what it is the other team's trying to accomplish in the draft, and then how to adjust to it is usually at least for us, I think has been a trickier part throughout the year. So yeah, you definitely develop your own meta. You kind of understand, usually game one is a feel your opponent out kind of the game, and you get an understanding of this is the idea I had prepared, this is the idea you had prepared, how do these two clash? So now Gladiators kind of have to, show their hand. They have to kind of mix something up. Probably won't be seeing Gyro again, might see some adjustments to the bans, so they don't feel like they're in a position where they need to force the Gyro. Yeah, as a Gyro enthusiast myself, I don't mind seeing the hero. It's nice.
Do you think they misclicked this one, or?
No, I think they wanted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you have chosen the same cosmetic?
I'm not really sure what gyro cosmetics he had.
The cosmetic that he had was the one that makes Flak Cannon incredibly visible. Like, it was disco show out there.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
All right, awesome.
Why not?
But I am actually curious, Aiden. So when we're talking about this Pangolier coming out early and when it doesn't look good, like how much stock did you guys put into thinking about this Pangolier? Because obviously you're going to consider it is Gaming Gladiators, but you did let it through a few times.
I think we've been letting it through all year long. I remember I had a conversation with, I think, Tundra at some point, and they were like, just ban Pango and you win against Quinn. But it's like the hero doesn't feel that good. So when you play it yourself and like it doesn't seem to work, you're kind of surprised because every time you play against it, you're like, oh, this is, free lane for Nisha, and then somehow like he makes magic happen. But I think the point about the Weaver is true. Like, it's very difficult for Pango to like run to Weaver's lane, roll up, and then look to do something. And then that I feel like every time when they make the Pangolier work, usually they manage to bring the two supports mid, snowball the game, and then like you're scared on both side lanes.
Well, we're going to find out what is happening in game number 2 as the draft for it is right around the corner. Climate Pledge Arena, Dota fans around the world, get ready.
Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 2.
Welcome back to the draft panel, everybody. This is going to be game number 2 between Spirit and Gaming Gladiators. Game 1, Team Spirit kind of ran them over, I think is fair to say. So that begs the question, the teams are feeling each other out. It's a best of 5. What is the adjustment going to be for Gaming? What would you like to see them do first?
Honestly, I would really like them to not target collapse as much in the bans. I think that they should play more to their strengths than what I felt was like a little bit of fear of the opponent. I feel like the Magnus ban was maybe a bit overboard. I'm not too sure. Maybe it has some scrim experience versus or something. But I think Gaming's strength has always been playing through Quinn in the mid lane. And the way that you have to do that is that you need stronger side lane supports. They target their bans towards maybe a bit of Laurel, maybe a bit of the Spirit safe lane. I think they would rotate on mid a lot easier.
To me, it looked actually pretty decent at the beginning for Gaming Gladiators. Like, their lanes were not that bad, and as soon as Spirits start rotating super hard, like, and being super active, especially on Carry Weaver, like this 10-minute rotation, like, kind of break the game apart for Gaming Gladiators at that point. Maybe we should have not react to that at some point or ignore something and find a better like fight a bit later on, like so we don't lose the phase of the game.
Yeah, I think my theory so far of like what Team Spirit's trying to do looks true with these bans. Like, they don't want 𝙎𝙀𝘿𝘄 to play CK, they don't want him to play Weaver. He has played other heroes like Alchemist, Razor, but
Dire's turn to pick.
Situation where 𝙎𝙀𝘿𝘄, he's been playing a bunch of Weaver, a bunch of CK, and then later on the draft, this 𝙬𝘁 gets banned. It has to be a perfect Razor game. I think 𝙎𝙀𝘄's hero has been very key for Gaming Gladiators' success here, and Team Spirit's really focusing it down.
This opening pick from Gaming Gladiators, we've seen quite a lot. It's been respect banned against them a ton of games in this tournament, but obviously at some point it will make its way through. This is not the first time they get to play it on the main stage, and that's usually what happens when teams get all the way to the grand finals, is they just have so many good strategies that you pick your poison, right? And you see here Ace with a 3-1 scoreline on the Primal Beast, and Spirit probably feeling pretty good about breaking his 0 loss streak on the Lone Druid. It was 4-0 before the last game. They took that one out. Now it's time to take out arguably maybe his second best hero of the tournament.
I think that just speaks to the confidence of Team Spirit. I think last game they left the Pangolier in, they left the Lone Druid in. They will have something prepared for each of their heroes. Something to know is like, they've sort of been chilling for a bit, to get to watch Gladiators play a lot of games. They're gonna have the time to develop a counter strat for each one of these picks. I think what Fear said was right on the mark, like making sure that 𝙎𝙀𝘄 doesn't play these aggressive carries and keeping off the Weaver and CK, it looks really good for him. So I think they'll continue to want to do the same line of thought, like just make sure that 𝙎𝙀𝘄's game's a bit slowed down.
Ooh. And this was definitely a change that they made in the draft. They decided to collapse Magnus. We'll let it through. They played it only one single time at this TI, and that was in their last series. And Collapse was an absolute madman in that series, doing what he was doing at TI10, just getting all the skewers in the world here. He didn't have the strongest early game, but I think if you do put this in the off lane, correct me if I'm wrong, probably not the strongest offlaner right now with the way he builds, but they played with a Shadow Demon last time. They just got a lot of stacks up, so maybe we can look for them to ban out the Shadow Demon so Mag doesn't have that recovery option.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is one of the best heroes to counter Primal builds. Primal builds also, it's like it's countering him on all stages of the game. It doesn't let him get stacks, it's cancelling his ulti, you can hide him, when he gets BKB you hide your teammate. It's actually an amazing hero against this. I think it's probably one of the best support counters to Primal.
Is there anything else you think Gaming are debating here that could be an even more important ban? Like, you know, the classic, if you haven't watched Dota for a bit, you're like, oh, Magnus, now there's going to be an Empower carry. Is there anything that is a really strong Empower carry that's also good against Primal? No, it's going to be the Shadow Demons, right on point there. What are you thinking for Spirit here? Are you saving your Tauros hero until the very end, or is there something valuable you could grab now against the Primal? And on top of that, do you expect this to go offlane even? Quinn has played Primal as well.
I would probably think they want to wait just because there is that potential of the flex. I think when you play with Magnus, you actually don't need to think about the Empower too much. For example, you play some PA with Magnus, usually you actually still buy the Battle Fury, just because Dota's, there's just a lot of camps. You don't want to make one of your other cores run to another core in order just to empower you. I think right now they should think that they've given the Primal Beast. Right now they need something that does enough damage to kill it. I think probably, do you know if AA was banned last game, or was it just unpicked unbanned? I think that's sort of rare for this tournament, honestly. I think it was picked and banned pretty much first phase in like most of the other games I've seen. I think they could look at something like an AA. You see Phoenix is already out, and the Shadow Demon's out. So I think they want to make sure that they get a support who can deal with this Primal.
AA looks pretty interesting, like, but it's also need a good partner on lane because it's not the strongest laner, I guess, on easy lane. But Miposhka plays it very, very good, like on next level.
Dire's turn to pick.
Enchantress.
That's a 5 that is strong in lane, I've heard.
We're gonna do a cringy mid.
We're gonna cringe the mid this one with Enchantress for sure. This is one of Miposhka's like signature heroes. He's really good at this, and I think when you do play a hero like Magnus, who will take a little more time, might be a little bit slower, having that early game pressure can help a lot. And we'll have to see. Like, I believe Varl probably still can play the Magnus if they want to go that route, but normally when you do see it on Spirit, you will have to automatically think collapse. But will Gaming also automatically think collapse as well, or are they gonna respect it and think that it could be a potential mid laner?
Yeah, I think Enchantress is also one of the supports that eventually you're actually the one who can kill the tanky heroes. Miposhka, he pretty much always plays for the Hurricane Pike plus Moonshard and BKB. Like, I saw Seller, he's playing for like the Solar Crest Pipe, but I usually don't see Miposhka go for that type of build.
Something interesting to that point is I was reading over a breakdown of team farm distribution, and for Team Spirit, I think Miposhka has a higher average gold per game than Mira does, right? So it's clearly by design that they're giving Miposhka a lot of space in the game as a position 5, and obviously this, as you guys pointed out, can turn into a carry. Do you think there's like a specific type of 4 that is perfect for that mindset? That, okay, if Ench needs to take some space at some point in the game and get strong, this is the type of 4 you want to pair it with, or is it kind of not really that relevant and you're just counterpicking specific heroes rather than making a duo?
I think it's mostly Mira playstyle, like we both share the responsibilities of 4 and 5 in a way, so it kind of looks like we're both playing 4 and 5 and even sharing warding a lot of times, so I think any hero Mira gonna play is gonna fit that role.
Yeah, and I think Mira in general, he just likes to play the damage that just follows up. He plays a lot of 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼. He plays the Phoenix as well with the Grimstroke, Skywrath, these type of heroes that don't farm very fast, but they do go for kills. And of course, Enchantress, you know how fast this hero can farm as well. So Miposhka just gets more gold by nature of the heroes he plays. But I do like how Gaming Gladiators, they're sticking to their guns quite literally here with the Morta yet again for Tofu here. And I like this combination a lot with the Nature's Prophet as well. You just come in, you sprout them, you get a free Deadshot target on the Sprout, and you just push them back. So a lot of synergy there.
Do you think there is going to be the necessity for Nature's Prophet maybe even to rotate? Like, how does this lane matchup go between what we're assuming is a 5 position Ench playing in the safe lane versus a 4 Muerta off lane? Is that one of the matchups that Muerta will struggle in, or can she hold her own?
I think it's a pretty stable lane for Morta. It always depends a little bit for Ench. There's a little bit element of RNG. Sometimes you want the hard camp to spawn even if you're playing against Ench because you think you control the side, but then it spawns Wildkins and you're just like, oh, I guess I lost a lane. But I think especially with a Faceless Void who's like a more stable laner that you don't harass as much, you can actually use this to your advantage on the Morta side. I think most likely this is going to be Ace Primal. If you have Morta and Primal Beast together, you can like, Poach has to be really careful on the Ench. He can get 100 to 0 really quickly in the lane.
And there's the Grimstroke that you were mentioning, Fear coming out.
Yeah,
Be expected on mirror.
Great partner for Magnus, and overall it's pretty good hero against Primal Beast too. Overall, Void and Magnus is one of the best like partners, and this is looking scary if the game get delayed a bit because we have insane amount of AoE, BKB control, AoE.
And I think if you're gaming Gladiators here, if you're fitting the bill of like needing a 𝙎𝘶𝘶 as hero, the hero that kind of stands out the most that they're successful with this would be an Alchemist around this point. And a lot of the other heroes that he might want to go for, like the Razor, you're not going to pick that versus a Faceless Void. Potentially, if they want to, it could be an okay Wraith King game to carry. It would be a bit faster, so...
I really like the Wraith King actually. I think it'd be really stable in lane. Right now I think they should want something that they can leave alone in the safe lane. If you have the Wraith King in the safe lane, even if your lane starts to go slightly bad, you can just go to the bad camps and this allows Fearon to make the plays. I think right now their #1 priority is making sure that their supports are freed up to rotate onto mid.
Will this fit the bill, though, for how 𝙎𝘶𝘶 has been playing in your face, hitting these really fast timings and running at you? Definitely the same style as like an Alchemist, but probably comes on a little bit slower because you don't get that blink as early. But if he has good laning stage, it could do what they need him to do.
Are we getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here? Is this guaranteed to be carry Wraith King? We've seen Gaming Gladiators
the
off lane, and they could put the Primal mid. I feel like the flex is still there. What would you guys rather like to see if you were in their shoes right now? Do you think the Wraith King 1 or the 3 fits the bill better here?
10 seconds.
I'd be really happy with the Primal Beast on 3 and Wraith King on 1, but they definitely could do it. They could switch it up if they, even like at the end of the draft, they could pick another hero that's flexible to another role and just keep Spirit guessing. It wouldn't be a bad idea. I think personally though, like the only other hero I can see sort of slotting into the safe lane would be the Alchemist that Fear mentioned. And I'm not too sure like if he does that job better than Wraith King. I think he's a bit more susceptible
they did ban
pressure.
So they are keeping
So they are thinking that it can be an offlane Wraith King in mid Primal.
Yeah, we can still pick a carry hero too, but we're not really flexing that much because last pick is still on Team Spirit.
I'm just looking at what carry heroes are left that if they get banned here, that's going to be good versus Void. Is Wraith King going to be the most punishing hero for a Faceless Void in the laning stage as well? These are all the decisions that they need to come up with, because Wraith King is already really greedy if it's an offlaner, which would give you more space technically as a carry to make things happen, but a lot of the good ones that can be faster are probably just going to get removed.
This is quite a rare sight in the last phase, right? To see a team ban 1 carry and 1 offlaner. I think most of the time you kind of commit to the one idea, okay, this is the biggest threat, is that they put the heroes in this way. But the way Spirit seems to be approaching this is these are the 2 specific heroes that cause the most problem for our Faceless Void, it seems like. Do you guys think this Lone Druid ban would have been, or this Lone Druid would have been a really big problem for their safe lane to deal with?
I feel like that should have been a Spectre maybe, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I also watching a Spectre and I thought to point it out, like it might give the tempo what we needed, because this hero now like is really aggressive and it cannot add up to the Furion global pressure.
Can't really get chronoed either, right? Like Magnus initiations kind of get ruined by this hero. It's a little bit different. You don't have the global until you get the Aghanims, but still, whenever you think about playing versus a Faceless Void, you want to play a hero that just doesn't show up to the fights with illusions or has 2 lives, or can just have infinite jump from like anywhere on the map. So that could be a good choice if they do want to put this Primal into the mid lane.
These actually are 2 pretty decent mid bans for Primal as well. Both Necrovolts and the Volcar I think have pretty good matchups for some. So I think they might be looking to get a new carry here.
10 seconds.
Just the Invoker ban protecting against the EMP for the Wraith King regardless of role.
Radiant's turn to pick.
I think it's there, of course. Okay, Morphling.
Well, this hero is like pretty decent in lane versus the Magnus because you can match his humongous base damage. There's really no kill threat as well with the Magnus against the Morphling, so that does help a lot. And of course, the attribute shift will help if you get Chronosphered. But this hero is slow, and this is not how Gaimin has been winning most of their games, by 𝙎𝘶𝘶 just sitting back and hitting timings. They've been in your face, so it looks like Gaimin's adapting to the series.
they might sort of have a read because they have a Furin versus Grimstroke, which I think is a very favorable support.
Coming full circle here.
But I think if Morphling wins his lane, then he can actually be a hero that's sort of impossible to kill on the map, and he's actually pressuring a safe lane. But you have to win your lane in order for that to happen.
I believe this matchup, the Morphling against Magnus, was the exact one that Spirit played against LGD in the upper bracket. Is that correct? I think that was how they tried to solve
Yes, they did.
Nothing to say Magnus.
Yeah.
Do you think the conditions here are equally good? Obviously, Spirit did come out ahead in that game with 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼 on the Morph. Or is there something to be worried about for 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼?
It's a different type of game, I would say, because in the last game, like, Collapse was playing CK, just crushing the lanes, which allowed 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝙄𝘼 to get the farm, and Spirit has proven that in late game, they're that type of team to take it.
All right, that's going to conclude the draft for us here. We are going to go over to a coach interview with CY from Gaming Gladiators.
5 seconds remaining.
This game needs to start off very well for Gaming Gladiators, because while this may be a best of 5, this game too feels particularly important, Avery. I mean, last game, Spirit, they took your best trait, your speed, took it away from you and turned it right back around. They ended that game so fast.
And this time, they're going to take the late game and the scale, right? Void, Magnus. This is a lineup that is very happy to go into that late game. And particularly when you have 𝙎𝙁𝘶 in the reins of the Spaces Void, it is a fearsome beast. This is a strat that goes all the way back to, I remember, TI6, TI5 era, where people were developing the Magnus. Wings Gaming were a team that took this strat all the way to the grand finals. We're happy to play this Magnus with the Void, particularly on Shadow. This is a throwback for me, being back in Seattle, seeing this once more on the main stage here. We're going to see what Team Spirit can do to get to that late game once again against Gaming, who have continually punished teams for the greed, for the slowness, for the willingness to go to 60 to 70 minutes. They just don't want to let you get there. But here they've gone for kind of a hybrid draft, right? Going for Morphling in their own hands on 𝙈𝙁𝘶, a hero he is perhaps more infamous than famous for.
Yeah,
in some sense.
Well, I mean, the right kind of performance on a TI final, that could change the entire narrative about his Morphling. He's going to try and do just that by taking down 𝙎𝙁𝘶𝑼's Faceless Void. But there's also some other notable heroes. I feel like we focused a lot on 𝙎𝙁𝘶 in that last game for a good reason. He had a monster performance, but there's also some other big ones here for Team Spirit. I'm looking at that Buddhaya Enchantress, man. I feel like this is Enchantress and Chens, they are really scary in this current meta, even if we don't see them all the time. We saw the way that Chen worked for Gaming Gladiators, and Buddhaya is going to try and make that Enchantress work for the laning phase.
Enchantress is a hero both these teams really highly value and contest. It's a hero that's been banned against Gaming a lot, so they opted to take it away here. It's also a hero that can deal pretty well with Primal Beast in those mid games with the Enchant ruining his charge in. I don't know, when I saw that Ench come out, it gave them the tempo they needed with a Magnus opener to feel really good about it, so they just don't fall behind too much on the lanes. And a quick little body block to push it under the tower here to try and secure the equilibrium. Very heads-up play. 𝙈𝙁𝘶 read it, got a block of his own, and it will end up outside the tower. So nice heads-up play by 𝙈𝙁𝘶 to counteract that, as they're going to start 3 top. Maybe looking for a cheeky kill on the Furion, who's TP'd up here.
Yeah, that would actually be an interesting idea, but they quickly abandoned that. Celery waves goodbye to the Enchantress as Buddhaya heads back down to that bottom lane, which is going to be Ace and Tofu in the Muerta plus Wraith King, the double undead hero against the Faceless Void of 𝙎𝙁𝘶 and then Enchantress.
A very deadly lane as well. We've seen a lot of like the Wraith King Dark Willow come back. That was a classic a couple TIs ago. Wraith King more to equally as strong. You get the insta-stun into silence, into Deadshot, pushes you back in. Your attack speed, so you can't fight. Skeletons are hitting you. Very high kill threat on this lane, and a lot of pushing power if you start to run away with it. So this is an off lane for Gaimin. They want to go very well. They want Ace to drive the tempo and the objective control of the game, which is something he didn't get to do last time because Team Spirit brought the gank parade to him, right? So that's a big question as well. Do Spirit decide to commit the same resources into shutting Ace down this time around? And does that just inadvertently free up more room for 𝙎𝘼𝘾𝘄𝘼 on a hero that I feel like has a better time this game than the Gyro did in that last one? It's a stronger hero in the meta, and
it is
decent matchups, and yep, already on the board.
Yeah, you said this combo is deadly. Any sort of forward position that can output some good damage off that Wraithfire Blast. You got to be careful if you're a support in lane. Gaming Gladiators will find the opening kill.
And this early game is going to be a question for Gaimin in terms of how much they get out of it, because they have the Furion that can TP, accelerate the lane ganks. They have a Primal Beast who can just gobble up runes, gank side lanes very early. He is the king of it. Maybe not a hero we've seen Quinn play a lot, but one he has practiced very well in pubs recently and is very comfortable on. So this could be an incredibly fast early game just in terms of the gank potential, not necessarily just taking your towers, which is also a reason if that Wraith King lane goes really well for Gaimin, it's a lane they can easily rotate to. Because again, the kill threat is just so damn high.
Heal too much, and now they're going to turn back around with the Nature's Attendants leveled up. Ace will take a bit of damage as he heads back in, but 𝙎𝘼𝘼 doesn't want to miss his CS. Right now, lanes are going pretty well for, despite that early first blood. We got the Pango taking the top spot on the CS chart. Nice dead shot.
See what Laurel can do with this. It was kind of a quiet Pango game last time around, right? I think Quinn was struggling to find his openings, and this is a hero you can get to play your tempo game, to control the runes combat, where Quinn wants to go with the Primal Beast. You can definitely turn some of those ganks around. I think that's what Laurel's looking for, more than being the aggressor, right? I think him just going in these lanes is going to be difficult because you don't have a lot of damage follow-up, but if Gaimin overextend, dive you under one of these side lane tier 1s, then suddenly the Pango can come in with a counter gank and the Rolling Thunder and turn things around. You're really happy with that type of gameplay here, because again, you're farming it up. You got Magnus Faceless Void. You know Gaimin are going to go into you.
This is a hard duo to match up against. You throw that Inkswell on the Magnus. He pulls you closer with the Shockwave. You get hit by the stun, and then that stun leads into a free skewer back. So even underneath your tower, you are not safe.
And the Grimshard could be really nice this game as well. Just throwing it on these cores that want to jump in, get the extra, debuff them out, reset the fight or the primal. These types of interactions could help them take the team fights in the mid game when they're likely going to be behind a little bit in terms of the speed. Because Gaimin are pulling a decent position out in terms of the laning phase here. Doing pretty well on their cores in terms of CS.
He gave him the Harpy. That's going to make a big difference in this bottom lane. Die now, but does some decent economic damage. And he's got a small little Hellbear to work with, too.
It's also just time. 𝙎𝘼𝘼𝘼 gets to sit down here. There's a lane that eventually will kick him out. Quinn amping up the pressure here. Has a little bit of an XP advantage. Pushing this triple ranged wave in. I mean, it's pretty rare you get 3 range creeps. He pushed into the tower. Laurel will clean it all up. No roam coming in early here. Just way too high on the HP to make it look enticing. Of course, these side lanes, vital to your game plan. Still, he's just going to go for it.
Here comes a rotation, though. Mira gives him the Inkswell underneath the tower, but he stops him midway through the charge, and Quinn, caught underneath the tower, will die.
Sometimes greed is good, and sometimes you get punished for it. Mira happy to counter that. Push Laurel ahead in the XP. Now you're going to have a Rolling Thunder.
Oh, what a Sprout! Collapse, cut down a tree, but he was still stuck on the corner there. Did have some stick charges to work with, though, and so he will survive for now. They wanted to be able to punish the fact that Mira had to TP into that mid lane, but couldn't quite finish the job.
It's a game about pressure. Every time one of these supports makes a move, you need to create the pressure somewhere else. The enemy just can't clump on you. Get the numbers. 𝙎𝘼𝘼𝘼 gets put back into the silence.
Oh, he time walks up now. He's still kind of in a sticky spot here. Gaming Gladiators are going to try and run him down. Look at him throw the blood grenade, but Laurel, he'll make the difference. He's going to show up with that Rolling Thunder. Do manage to finish him up with the 2 supports, but Laurel, he'll be collecting some heads here.
Even the Wolf gets a couple hits in.
Up there on the corner, but that's okay. The Swashbuckle will finish the job.
A lot of XP going into the Pango and the Ench down here. 𝙎𝘼𝘼, a little sad he died there and doesn't get it for himself, but I mean, that's sometimes the life of a Faceless Void versus a lineup that is going to pressure you, is going to go for that kill. And if it was a lot cleaner, maybe Gaming can just walk that off, but here they get the rotation in. Suddenly his Pango's having a terrific game off of that in the turnaround mid. And those are those counter turns that Laurel's looking for, right?
Yep.
Force the Wraith King in, force this Morphling into an aggressive situation. Maybe Quinn dives you, and that's when you get the strike here. Arcane Rune picked up for Quinn. This is a really nice rune on the hero.
See if he pops it here to try and deal with Mira. The silence is going to last a while. Can he get it? Yes. Quinn, very fast with the trigger there. Does manage to get him. Collapse going to try and dissuade Quinn of that notion. And he does manage to do so successfully, keeping him off his support.
And the quelling, saving Mira at the end from this Sprout. So value pickup already for him.
Tower is under
Arcane Rune's still in the bottom, so Quinn can still look for a rotation off this, and he probably wants to. I mean, his early game is getting a little slow here, and you have threat on the side lanes, right? And this is where the Primal Beast strikes really hard and really fast, gets momentum going for the team. That's your theoretical ideal. You just shove in mid, make the move. Wisdom Rune. There is a Furion.
There is. There's always the opportunity of the Celery to try and make a move, but I feel like the teams have been really good at protecting their Wisdom Runes against invasions, particularly against the Nature's Prophet. More times than not, it seems like Nature's Prophet tries to make that kind of move. He just walks into a trap.
Just a hard gamble. If you use your teleport for that, you're dead on the map for 60 seconds, and your chances to get it should be minimal in a TI Grand Final, I want to say.
Yeah, good D-ward there. That'll help because Quinn wants to be able to make moves, particularly with this Arcane Rune, which he's going to put to use now. Caught a mid-shield crash. So that ability no longer there, and with the 2 support rotations, it's easy to kill Laurel.
Exactly what they're looking for. Combine the calling dead shot with this Primal Beast. Anybody goes down to it at this point, and this is where you want to ramp up the speed. Start getting the map in a position where you can just guarantee the power runes for Quinn and get the connections going, and hopefully lead to like jungle invasion, right? Because the one thing you have to think about with the Magnus is the stacks, and if their carry just gets to sit in triangle and double ancients and clear through them at that point in time, the earlier you take down these tier 1s, the earlier you get aggressive obs out, the happier you're going to be when that period comes. Another power rune should be secure from Quinn here.
Oh, these runes are getting a little crazy. Oh, that skewer plays against Collapse as he does a ton of damage onto himself thanks to the trample from Quinn. Blocked out by his own Sprout, though. He's going to try and get to the other side of this cliff. Laurel does hop down to chase after him, though.
Laurel showing the power of a non-real hero in his hands as he will take that rune away from Quinn. No haste. I mean, that's one of those situations you almost rather take the haste rune. It's so damn good on your hero. Collapse will suicide himself to take Quinn out in the process.
Kind of have to be careful with those skewers against the Primal Beast. Kind of movement and could be deadly.
Look at this, just a quick rotation from the supports. Power of Enchantress, early creep takes down 2/3 of this tier 1 mid.
Yeah.
Didn't even feel like that was a real move, but they still got a lot of this tier 1 tower damage out from it. Once again, it's Gaimin responding to some early objective pressure. The whole time this is happening, there's also space on the side lanes, which means the Toro got to catch up a bit. He's not the one getting ganked or killed by the calling here. Very happy with that. Ace not able to force him off lane yet. However, Gaimin doing a bit of stacking of their own, and maybe that's something they took out of that game 1, right? Like, you go in game 1, you try and run Spirit over. Instead, they run you over. Okay, this is not a team we're going to beat in 20 minutes. It's not a team we're going to beat in 25. Maybe we go back to some of our other tricks, other things up our sleeve, like efficiency on the map. Yeah, this is a team that is stacked their whole way through the season. I'm back to it now when it matters.
And a particular strength of Western Europe in general. So I love those DPC matches throughout the year. Stacking was a big factor for all of those teams. Ace does have the reincarnation here, but it looks like Team Spirit want to try and burn it away from him. The Skeletons will push back, though, while Brother does chased away.
Brother against brother here. Whose Skeletons are better?
Right now, it's going to be Quinn trying to jump in, but immediately stopped by Laurel. Once again, with the counter initiation, Quinn's trying to get out of here, but he's going to be caught. The Inkswell plus the Psalms is going to try and trample his way over the left-hand side, and he is slowed down, pulled back in by Collapse, though. Oh, and a Chronosphere actually locking away these 2 other cores right in front of this tower. Celery's trying to stop him now as they turn back around onto Ace, trying to finish him up. There goes that reincarnation. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 doesn't have much mana to work with, and on the fresh life, Ace is going to be pulled back underneath that tower again, just like Quinn. They are in trouble. Now 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝑼's under this one as well, surrounded by 5 heroes. He's going to start desperately morphing into Shrink and try and wait for him over the left-hand side, but with all of this damage, he just cannot get far enough away. Gaimin Gladiators will lose all 3 of their cores, and that attempt at a fight at bottom lane.
That is the danger of making an aggressive move into this Pangolier. Grimstroke, the turnaround potential is just so damn high, and time dilation absolutely ruined 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄𝑼 as he goes in that engagement, gets time dilated, can't do anything for the rest of the fight. And of course, Quinn, he ate the big ult. still trying to make something happen in this early game with a very aggressive mid that can do it, but he's just struggling. Feels a bit too tanky for him to bring down alone, and the combinations, they haven't been exactly on point for gaming. This will give a really nice bump to 𝙈𝙀𝘿, who is just beasting on these early game fights. It's going to be a very fast Pangolier defusal in this game. And these are some heroes that are susceptible to mana burn, right? You're looking at 2 strength cores and a Morphling that also doesn't like his mana getting burned with an early defusal. Back to clearing some stacks, the net worth still looking pretty good for gaming, but the fights are just not going their way.
Particularly when you know the Wraith King wants to rush this Radiance as quick as possible, which means an Ag Shard, he really doesn't want to have to buy that until at least after the Radiance. There's definitely a timing here where this Pango could punish Ace heavily.
Especially since it's just done. This is 11:30 Arcane Boots Defusal. This is crazy fast in a game where they maybe expected 𝙈𝙁 to not have the freest time. Up against the Primal Beast with a Furion who can rotate.
They're supposed to shut him out early, win that lane, and then later on to the game, as a Primal Beast, you could just BKB and grab the Rolling Thunder ball and stop it immediately, right?
And look what's waiting for him. Some good old stacks for the mag lineup. This is another downside of gaming not securing those early team fight wins. You can't invade enemy side of the map this early, and 𝙈𝙁's just going to clear through it all. He's going to help him. So big right now. He's got a shield rune to boot. So they're going to be looking to take a fight. It's also going to be the blink timing for Collapse. He's going to finish this off the stack. Just rush it out here. Look for a big blink RP skewer on a core. Continue to slow the pace down here. You're going to be happy to use their ults for big core kills. So the question on gaming side is, what do you do when those ults are on cooldown, right? How much can you get off the map? How much can you push the lanes and look for kills? Quinn once more looking for something to get his game going here. Just can't find anything.
Good read by 𝑀aPochka, dipping away into the trees there, out of sight from Quinn. As a result, that's going to be yet another rotation that fails. One way or another, gaming Gladiators, whether it's running into a 5-stack of Team Spirit and they lose the fight, or the smoke's just not working out for them. So much of their early aggression with this Primal Beast has been completely stymied, and now Team Spirit are sitting in a pretty happy position, I would say. The net worth is dead even, but it does feel like Team Spirit have answered gaming Gladiators and all the moves they wanted to make early.
I mean, there's a lot of Magnus teams over the history of TI, and I think all of them will say, if you are even at the 15-minute mark with a mag lineup, you're winning the game. Like, you're happy because you know this game is going to get extended. You're going to outrun the enemy. You're going to, in theory, outscale them. Now, a lot can happen in those fights. This lineup from gaming can scale very hard. You see Primal Beast go very deep into these later games.
One stun, pull-up silence, of course, too many heroes.
That can also happen.
Yeah, this is the move the gaming Gladiators, they were trying to play off this, being able to get numbers movement, right? Like the Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet offer so much mobility around the map. They should be able to outnumber Team Spirit and find openings like that.
It's what Celery wants to do for sure. Every time you get one of these pickoffs with the Furion, you get to farm their side of the map. You get deep wards up, it's going to set up for your next play, and then your economy is just going to explode. And you get some extra items on this Furion, he can control the fight. The Ag's very good this game with the root and disarm, right? This is a great Furion Ags game. Yeah, the Nature's going to do some mad work here. If he can get anything else to help his team survive in the Chrono, in the RP, Celery's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and continue to shove these waves in as well. Spirit continue to play this game slow, continue to farm up 𝙈𝙁 with their Empower going to work. That is a successful move for gaming in a period where Collapse didn't really find that opening with the blink. To settle for some farm.
Find an interesting note, there's just no hand of Midases in this game. Wraith King, Faceless Void, both heroes that have bought it throughout this tournament sometimes, but feels like as the tournament's gone on, particularly probably because the way the gaming Gladiators has stomped through some games, there are teams who've been a bit wary about picking up that greedy item.
I mean, Midas is a crutch item. You know, Midas is an item for, you know, the bottom 14. It's not really a grand finals item. You know, you gotta, if you're worthy of a true Pantheon, and you don't need the extra GPM, you're going to collect it off your enemies here. See, that is Collapse can do that. He's still trying to find something with this blink, or maybe he's just happy empowering his other cores and letting them take the bulk of the net worth. The Toro still pretty much untouched during this period. He's just going Mask Madness in the Maelstrom, Empower on top of it. I mean, this Void is going to keep up and farm, even with a Radiant Skeleton King. Am I allowed to say that? Farming up the entire map. He will match him.
Oh, 𝙈𝙁? It's essentially there to grab him. Mira can stop some of this though. Throws out his silence, thinks well. Oh, so much burst damage though. Celery hit him big with that one. He got up the shield crash though.
No way.
And those shields are keeping him alive. They need a bit more damage, but now he's TPing away. Goodbye.
That's how it's done.
Oh no, Gaming Gladiators gotta feel so bad about that. A pickoff on Laurel, the highest net worth in this game, would have been a dream opening for them. And that was one of the few openings he'll have against this guy because he is closing in on the Lincolns fast.
Just not crisp enough. Laurel walks it off. I think he even misclicked his swashbuckle there.
𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 on the edge of the Chronosphere. Now that's an idea. Team Spirit said, oh, you used all those resources bottom lane, huh? It'd be a shame if your carry got picked off, wouldn't it?
A heavy cost indeed to missing this gank. Laurel just plays with his food, and they're going to put those ults to use on 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄𝘼 every time. Anytime you can just collect the Morphling in this game, you're super happy about it. 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄𝘼 will just continue to farm. Says, give me the freebie and back to the jungle. It's coming down to Ace right now, right? I mean, it feels like it comes down to Ace in a lot of games, but
yeah,
particularly right now, he's the strongest hero on the map. He can create the pressure. He can do things like this where he just solo create an opportunity. They're going to find both supports.
Ace
will walk it off.
Yeah, he's got to back away. He showed so many heroes up there killing 𝙎𝙗𝘾 earlier. 𝙎𝙗𝘾, again, continuing to play very aggressively. I mean, the Treant Protector, he was on Gaming Gladiator side of the map all the time because he was invisible, but this Enchantress seems to have a similar game plan. He's going to be playing up in Gaming Gladiator's face, and that does, even if it costs him a death every once in a while, it does create information and space for his cores.
Particularly when the Chrono and the RP are down.
Yeah.
This is where Gaming can pretty much run the gambit of the map, choose which objective they want, and claim it for free. There's no way you're fighting them without those big ults on cooldown. Or without Collapse being stronger. Skewer on skewer play. You're coming with me.
Skewer up into the TP point from Quinn. Collapse, as long as he keeps the damage on him, he's not going to be able to blink away, and Quinn will finish the job. Great move from 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄𝘼. Those are the kind of plays you need to see here. You want to be able to take down the best team at this tournament. You need to be able to pull off some solo moves like that.
Create the pressure that's going to create openings elsewhere. And suddenly 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄, this stolen tower is pretty damn nice. He can throw it on the Raid King, he can throw it on the Primal, especially bonus damage on Primal. Quinn is going to be very happy with that. And that's something we can see in a lot of these fights. It's probably going to be the best field for 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄 outside of maybe time dilation thrown back against Team Spirit, or just creating his own Grimstroke combination.
Precious bounty.
These are good Morphling combos he can use for the fights, and the team Quinn starting to pick up the pace and
instantly silenced, and a beautiful soul bite, and now it swelled up pinball coming through straight to the heart of Gaming Gladiators. 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄's already burned out of most of his mana, pops his wand, but 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄, he needs to be able to get away from both and 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄, he's been burned out. No chance there. Gaming Gladiators still have a chance though to be able to fight back around Ace and his Radiance, but without their carry, it's not looking great as Ace is going to be burned out of his first life. And they fight around this second one. Quinn is sticking around. They certainly don't want to be giving up Ace like this. Here's up back.
Coming up in 2 seconds here. Yeah, 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄 says, my cooldown's back. Can we push this? Just not enough reach.
Not necessary, really, for Team Spirit, right? No reason to give them an opportunity like that. You could stretch out, claim all of this map space you've just fought for, and farm away.
Now, I do think this late game is not 100%. Right? We're talking about Mag Void. It is very powerful. You're going to get some pickoffs like this for sure, and Empower is going to clean up the map. But there's like some weird things that can happen with Raid King Ags. There's some weird things that happen if 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄 gets a free angle in the fight. He can clean up the backline with Morphling first, Empower himself, Grimstroke Swell himself.
Yep. Going to be tier 1 down in the bottom lane as Laurel marches forward confidently with his Lincolns, because what's really going to catch him? It feels like he's most of the time going to have a chance to be able to escape if Gaming Gladiators ever try and jump him here.
That's a really fast Lincolns as well. This is MagPango in its prime. I think a hero that is not afraid to fight off cooldown.
They're really going to farm the Tormentor right in front of Gaming Gladiators' base? That is crazy, but they just did it. 4 heroes, that's all they needed. Meanwhile, Celery being gone on by 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄. He just gets a bit of a poke, gets a reaction out of Gaming Gladiators. Ace will try and punish him, but
there's no follow-up.
Yeah, he needs a lot more. Celery's going to try and chase up. The TPs are coming in here, tries to block him out with the Sprout, but 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄 is running free. 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄 chases after him, hits him with the time dilation. annihilation
Really
though.
forced.
But it is a very,
They're
very
gonna get
forced move from 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, but he gets it. He gets that kill. No, turns back around on the collapse. Oh, RP'd right in front of that tier 2, but silenced up just in the nick of time before his skewer can come through.
He wants more.
Yeah, he does. He sees his opportunity, and what a beautiful entrance from 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 into this game.
That is the power of stolen time dilation plus the time walk, right? Infinite chase potential. Suddenly, Faceless Void can't do the same back, and 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 says, two can play at that game, 𝙎𝙁oro. I can get aggressive too and make it work. Just creates an opening out of nothing there off a chase that felt, you know, like, what is Ace doing here? He's wasting his time? Not at all. Everything coming together, gonna propel Celery up that board as well. Imagine you have that Axe Wrath of Nature here, right? Suddenly chases like this become a lot easier.
Oh yeah.
And 𝙎𝙁oro, he's just still looking for that big Dispel item. His choice will be Manta first over the BKB, but until that's out, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 has a decent opening in these fights. And you got the RP out of it.
Yeah, it actually just leads Gaming Gladiators into more opportunities, perhaps.
That Axe. It is for Celery if he can fly it out.
Okay.
That is something that can bounce through, lock these heroes down. Great more opening for the Wraith King Primal to just get in there and set up that front line. Second Tormentor will go Team Spirit's way with the Shard.
So now they've got Shard on both of their supports. That's pretty funny. I think that the Mira 1 Broomstroke, that's so much better for them. Hard Dispel to be able to help save this angle or this Faceless Void when they need it most. But maybe there's just too much firepower some of these times. As you can see from Gaming Gladiators, when their cores start linking up, and they're picking up the pace now. 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄𝘼, he's just swarming forward, seeing if there's anybody else to be able to catch deep on Team Spirit's side of the map. And this is the part where Team Spirit needs to be able to slow down the game. Momentum is beginning to play against them.
This is where the map becomes difficult. You have Skeleton jumping in one wave, you have Wrath of Nature pushing all the lanes. The Morphling's not afraid to show right now. He has Manta Illusions on top of it. And the Primal, if he's in the fog, it creates a scary situation with the pickoff potential. They're just getting more information than Team Spirit right now. There are still very deep Observer wards that the potion got out, but you can't really get there and use them. And they're not scouting anything right now as everybody's on top of him.
That Shard is pretty helpful when it comes to the Sprouts, but may not save him from this as he's going to be surrounded. He'll create a little bit more time, a little bit more space. In fact, he's going to go for the TP away, and there it is. Okay, they do manage to stop that. That would have hurt Gaming Gladiators a lot if they let him get away from that.
Solid space, I'm sure is what he'll say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time to try and get to the Dispel item on 𝙎𝙁𝘼 as Collapse will finish Harpoon. So he can't really deal with time dilation in the fight if it comes out. This is a very aggressive item. He can lock people down, guarantee the skewer better. But if the fight starts on him, it could backfire. Quinn's still working towards that heart. So Gaming looking for the next big damage items that are going to let them ramp this game up. And of course, Ace still sitting top and pretty here. He's the big objective driver, so if he decides that they need to force tier 2 or go for Roshan, where they want to fight and how, it's up to Ace right now as he is the front line. 𝙎𝙁𝘼 calling for a smoke, looking for some kind of pickoff here.
They get the right kind of opening, they could translate this into a quick Roche take.
Exactly. They're looking at the corner of the map, so anybody that dies down here, 𝙎𝙁𝘼's instantly going to go with a hit. He might just do it anyway.
Yeah. Gaming Gladiators say they look inside, see if it's actually Gaming who's taking that Roshan. That's going to be pretty tough to deal with 𝙎𝙁𝘼 with that Shard jumping around with Inkswell on top of him. So even if you catch him midway through his time walk and stop him from leaping back into play, there is that Dispel that can come out.
That's why you want to create a situation where he has to choose between chronoing the front line in the Heart Primal or, you know, the Wraith King with 2 lives.
Oh, if they make this move fast enough, it could be massive for Gaming Gladiators. They have a double damage in Morphling's bottle. If they can get to this fight in time, Team Spirit may get wiped and lose the Roshan fight, and they are not doing this fast enough. Gaming Gladiators are going to get here, and it looks like Team Spirit have made the right read. They're going to smoke, backing themselves away. See if they can find the opening on Gaming Gladiators.
Quinn has position, put them on the ward.
On the high ground, BKB immediately goes out. Now he has to turn and chase, but he's not going to be close enough. Team Spirit got something big out of him, but they do hit them all. That's going to be able to hit all those heroes. The RP does manage to lock down the 2 heroes. They jumped into the RP. 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄𝘼 dies immediately. He's going to have to do all the damage from here on out, but the Rolling Thunder is dangerous. It slows him down with the badges, and the Rolling Thunder hits, and there's no chance. And now they leave Quinn. Yeah, trap him inside that Chronosphere. His BKB is gone. Get the rest. Oh, it's Gaming Gladiators who had an opportunity there to be able to upset, but now just what they feared the most, which was losing a fight and giving the Roshan to Team Spirit. That may have just occurred.
It's going to switch the side, so they're going to have to run up top. They might not have enough time before gaming respawn. I mean, you got to remember, they can TP to this dire outpost up here as well if they still have them off cooldown. But damn, what a heads-up RP from Collapse. That is a team fight salvaging RP as the Wrath of Nature just got them all on the backside, and Dilation was thrown out early here. So right there, it goes on Quinn, but that opens the fight for 𝙎𝘼𝘾𝘄𝘼 by a decent margin. I don't know. I mean, he just RP'd him. It's no way around it.
Yeah, they only had one stun to work with. 𝙎𝘼𝘾𝘄𝘼 just makes a complete misread of the situation there.
He thought the stun was going to latch and be longer, but there's a lot of bailout here. And the second that goes wrong on the Morphling, this fight's just completely over. 𝙎𝘼𝘋 is going to clean house. You cannot give too many of these openings. The upside, though, like we said, is Roshan switch sides, and the respawn timers were not too long here. So Dire side going to work for gaming as they come back into this map and stall out the Rosh a second time. I think you just man up for it here because you know RP and Chrono are on cooldown.
Yeah, 100%. And Team Spirit, I mean, it would be a pretty bold move to try and take this fight without their ultimates.
No, they're just looking for the pickoff. Not going to find it, clear the wave, but this contest, it's all on Laurel with the Rolling Thunder. Maybe they can take the fight afterwards.
He's thinking about going in with this Inkswell. He tries to jump in, see if they can get the skewer pickoff. No such luck. Gaming Gladiators retreat very defensively after claiming that Aegis. They know Team Spirit are bold enough to make a move like that. They respect it. Now back away. 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝘄𝘼 will try and get his farm into the Silver Edge, which is a great way to be able to find some of those backline heroes. I mean, I think that Grimstroke is a big problem for them.
It is. The Link and the Dispel off the Swell are both really nice here, especially when you just throw the Cell onto the Faceless Void or the Magnus. They get a free jump, and if they get stunned, you just bail them out, right? I think we're going to see that the whole game. It's going to make sure that both Collapse and 𝙎𝘼𝘋 can hold their BKBs or the Mantha for as long as they want here, and Mira can bail them out. Of course, you can also just throw it on the Pango and let them roll in.
Yeah, speaking of the Pango, his item timing was definitely delayed quite a bit, but he's finally going to get there. He got that Linken's a while ago, but the Aghanim Scepter that he was looking for next will finally be complete.
Hurricane Pike from 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝘄𝘼. So the damage starting to heat up here for Spirit as they're going to spread it across 4 effective cores going into this late game. That is why they love the Enchantress. 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝘄𝘼 is going to start to cause his own mischief in the fight. And that pushes the question back to gaming in terms of how are you scaling in this game, right? Because right now you have an Aegis, you have a Morphling pushing towards Silver Edge. Ace just hit his BKB timing here, and the Heart is a couple hundred off from Quinn. So you have some really strong fighting items coming out all in the same interval here for gaming. You would really like a good team fight out of this, especially if the Chrono, the RP gets wasted, or if you trade an Aegis for it. You might be okay with that in the long run. You can at least find something on the backside. Because right now, you're looking at 𝙎𝘼𝘋. He has a Mantha. That's it. He did not go for a BKB on the Faceless Void this game. He's just hyping up the damage here, abusing the fact he has Empower. Going to go for a later Linken Sphere, but it will be Collapse with that BKB. So it's a question of who do you want to start on? Maybe the Silver Edge is going to give 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝘄𝘼 the option to put his aggression to use and just start on a support, start on a core, give the Vision for a Wraith King jump. Vision means everything here. Gladiators as they try and take these next few fights.
Yeah, which means 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝘄𝘼 is a particular nuisance to them, as he once again leads forward, just using the creep to be able to find information. They got the Harpoon skewer back. Now he does have BKB locked down by the RP, but maybe the damage is going to be enough. It's going to be a close call. Quinn starts walking away. Celery's going to jump in with the Wrath of Nature, soon coming out. He tries to use the Overseal Totem to get away from the Rolling Thunder while they jump forward on 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝘄𝘼. They want to get something out of this. They see an opportunity, surely, but they couldn't actually grab anybody, just lacking the disables.
𝙎𝘼𝘋 posing problems for 𝙎𝘼𝘋𝘄𝘼 as well. He just can't see anything to hit. And Team Spirit able to disengage after that Wrath of Nature rooted them all, which means 𝙎𝘼𝘋 wants to go back.
He's got an opening here. Looks for it with the Chronosphere. They were so grouped up on Gaming Gladiators, but he doesn't have the vision. He's now been grabbed.
He's been time dilated.
They actually have that AoE. The calling goes out. He's on the other side. He actually gets away. Thanks well. Time Walk undoes so much of the damage. And now Gaming Gladiators have to play it a little bit slow. Have to respect that Soulbind. They cleanse themselves of the ghost. That silence is now gone. The Soulbind is away. He's still waiting for his opportunity to get that Chrono. Got 3 out 2. 3, 1 in the back, 2 in the front, and that's going to be the Aegis down for the Morphling. A second life for both him and Ace, though. Can 𝙎𝘼𝘋 fight through this one? Is he going to be able to get away? The shot cut through, the entangle as well. That's enough. They bring down the carry. Now for the rest, Team Spirit. playing back into this one. They have the Inkswell. Now Skewer locking them together. Oh, maybe he can fight this one out. 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 waveforms over it, trying to separate from his team a little bit, make sure that Swastyastu doesn't heavily decimate them like it does Tofu. On the back lines, 𝙎𝑊𝘆 trying to chase out the rock. Helps him out, but 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 dies. And Snarl, he does manage to finish him off just on the very tip. Just enough to be able to get that kill before he falls. 𝙎𝑊𝘆 tries to skewer away, but locked out by Quinn in the end.
Cannot escape the inevitable, which is just too many lives on the side of game. And a buyback from Celery gets another Wrath of Nature through. That fight lasted so damn long. And of course, you had the Aegis on 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄, the Reincarn on Ace, and Quinn just abusing this heart regen on the backside of that fight. The Chrono was absolutely beautiful.
And you say buyback on Celery? 3 lives. Yeah. Game of Gladiators just brought more numbers than Team Spirit could possibly even dream of.
It's like an 8-on-5 here, right?
Yeah.
So you kill 3 or 2.5 in the Chrono, you're going to take Ace on the other side. Then they're all coming back. I mean, that's exactly what you want to use this Aegis and Reincarnation for. Create a situation where you set the fight up towards the end, the ults are on cooldown, and you just get an even man fight. And that is when 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄 can start to clean house. This Morphling, he gets some serious DPS. But damn, were those Inkswells a problem. They were catching so many heroes. Collapse gets to survive the entire fight, just right-clicking people the entire time. And I thought Varl was maybe going to carry the end of this. Tango is doing so much DPS.
Yeah, him and Collapse, I think, saved so much of this fight, because if 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄 managed to live through it, then who knows how much damage they do while Team Spirit is dead. But the fact that Morphling is gone, there goes a decent amount of their pushing power and threat for the high ground. Instead, it's the Furion and the Skeletons that push out.
It'll be Ace who collects it, and this Wraith King is just turning into a straight carry right now. This is not even a bad carry matchup versus the Faceless Void. Yeah. You have help to do it. It's just going to be an AC for Ace here. Shard to boot, so you cannot mana burn him out, and he's going to be a problem. You're going to deal enough damage, create enough threat that you're going to have to think about it first, or at least maybe skewer him in deep, take him out for free. Think about when you commit the Chrono or the RP, because it's not so straightforward anymore. You can play off some Pangolier pokes, but damage in the front line is coming through for Gaimin right now, and a lot of it does come down to 𝙎𝙁𝘾𝘄. How does he find the angle into the fight? Who does he start on? And does he get caught in those ultimates? Because this Morphling is still incredibly susceptible to time dilation post Manta. He's susceptible to just getting ulted without that morph going out. If that happens, so much of your DPS goes out the window. Suddenly that long fight is no longer favorable for you.
It's so wild to me how much 𝙎𝙁𝘄 trusts his team in this situation. I feel like so many other carries, especially carries in this tournament, would have gone for a BKB to help protect themselves, but he seems to just fully trust that Mira is going to be able to back him up, right?
I mean, you think 𝙎𝙁𝘄 God is going to buy a BKB. Haven't been watching this man.
He's going to go for Scotty up next, which is going to make him very tanky. Gaming Gladiators may not let him get to this point. Smoked for very, very far forward here.
Yeah, Radiance turned off for Ace. They're not showing too much on these waves.
They wanted something so badly out of that. They used double scans to try and find some sort of pickoff, but they're left with nothing. Team Spirit holding around their tier 2.
I saw something on that ward, and they'll counter smoke it instead. They're missing the Scotty from 𝙎𝙁𝘄. Big item versus Morphling. He's happy to fight without it. Treants? See nothing. How closely were you looking at the body blocks here? Aegis could depend on it, as they will bypass the vision mechanisms. Level 20 for 𝙎𝙁𝘄. He has Chrono attack speed here, plus this full Mjolnir. You get caught in this Chrono, it's a very different story than the last fight. How much room are you willing to give up right now?
That charge, they spot Celery. Chronosphere on the 2 of them. So he's going to bring down the support first. Nice use of the dead shot there. That'll make sure Ace doesn't get punished too much. But Chronosphere for a 5 position. I don't think Gaming Gladiators mind that too much, as long as they don't lose control of the Roshan pit during this window.
The upside is that buyback's still on cooldown for Celery. So they know they're getting the 4v5 out of that if they take down the Furion first. There's no way you're committing for the Wraith King there. Dead shot will prevent it anyway. Another quick pickoff for 𝙎𝙁𝘄. More gold into his pocket. We'll finish up the Scotty.
Now, what about this next part of this matchup? The Wraith King versus the Faceless Void, especially this Wraith King off lane, always going to be going the Aghanim Scepter at some point in time. That Aghanim Scepter is pretty interesting against the burst that 𝙎𝙁𝘄 wants to be able to employ, right? He wants to Chronosphere, make sure that there's one hero or maybe 2 that gets no impact in the fight, just like it looks like Quinn. Ooh, he barely gets off that, but he is going to be slowed down as soon as the BKB is worn away. The time dilation kicks into play, and yeah, Team Spirit have got him.
Just good vision on the map, lets them set up for this kill. And just as he was pushing towards that Aghanim Scepter, you're talking about the Wraith King, as the Primal Axe will also play a big part in these fights, just breaking these heroes down, removing some of the passives, letting them get easy kills on things like the Enchantress, removing some of the time lock from the Faceless Void. Any extra bit you can gain an advantage for 𝙎𝘶𝘶 in these man fights is going to be nice, but I mean, the Wraith King Axe is great versus the ults. It's just a question of can you do anything with like the 5 seconds you have afterwards, right? 𝙎𝘶𝘶 going to man up.
They're going to jump onto this Faceless Void, see if they can burst him down. Once again, there's that 𝙎𝘶𝘶 Hardness spell. Some time watch, an attempt, collapse, he turns around, gets that RP on the two of them, locking down 𝙎𝘶𝘶 and finishing him off. And now Ace going to come back into this with not much support. With no Quinn, they knew they had the numbers advantage, and they take the fight in the Gaming Gladiators no matter the cost. He gets a jump away. Force Staff helps him out, but it's not far enough. There is nowhere you can go. The collapse and 𝙎𝘶𝘶 cannot follow.
That is a very bold move. When your Primal is dead, so much of your damage, so much of your burst damage. I mean, again, they're very close to bursting 𝙎𝘶𝘶, but the man knows his limits. Elvin Tunic up and...
Oh, Tofu!
Yeah!
A shot from downtown claims the life of 𝙎𝘶𝘶.
Just as I caster curse the hell out of him, he gets shot down. Well, the man knows his limits, but I guess not every limit in Dota. The Tormentors are new, we'll cut him some slack, but what a find from Tofu. Just claims it all there, and now the Tormentor did go to Radiant, so they get the kill on 𝙎𝘶𝘶. Collapse gets the shard. That's a 1,500 gold kill.
Yeah, that's the final shard, by the way. Team Spirit at 36 minutes in have all the shards for their team because they've claimed every single Tormentor. This is crazy.
Of course, the Chrono was off cooldown, so you're going to have some downtime for 𝙎𝘶𝘶 where you would have liked to have been up on the map and used it. Surprised it burst him hard. He must have like time lock hit the Tormentor. I mean, at least he can laugh it off here because there's nothing else you can do.
Back into the game though, they still don't have Ace. They're still looking forward with this smoke. They're hesitant
out
here.
𝙎𝘶𝘶?
Yeah, this is I'm surprised Gaming Gladiators are surprised that they're even out here. What the hell is this one? Someone to the high ground. Oh, Quinn. He doesn't have a TP. Where are you? Quinn! He's going to be able to get a force staff down to the low ground, but that was an opportunity to get the pick off, and instead it's Collapse who finds the pick off. Another Ogre Seal Totem for Accelerate, trying to keep him alive. Bump back in, hold the Swastyastu, just barely outside of the range there, and they do.
And 𝙎𝘶𝘶's back.
𝙎𝘶𝘶's back into it. 𝙎𝘶𝘶 will be the first one down. Quinn, he has BKB. Can he get it off? No, too many stuns.
This damage is ramped up so damn fast.
Oh, Collapse got him on the Inkswell.
𝙎𝘶𝘶 says you had your fun, you had your cliff walk, but I'm here to clean it up.
And Ace trying to get away desperately. Blink is up. He will get out. Yes. Oh, they got a scan on him.
Yeah, turn that radiance off, son. You need to get the hell out of
there. You gotta hide. You gotta hide. You can't be farming right now. There's that shard. Collapse pulls him back in a little bit. No harpoon just yet, though. So he couldn't get him any further.
𝙎𝘶𝘶 knows what he wants right now, and that is an Aegis. That is a Roshan fight the Gaming could have just committed to. It's also a fight that 30 seconds of it had no 𝙎𝘶𝘶. They couldn't find anything. They found an edge off of double dive between the Morphling and the Primal Beast, and that's it. Team Spirit just way too good at kiting these fights out, not giving you an opening. That Hurricane fight did some serious work. Sent Quinn back to NA with his pal 𝙈𝙀𝘿𝑻 stuck up there. But what else are you supposed to do? You have to find the openings. You have to dive. You only had 20 seconds without 𝙎𝘶𝘶. None of it went your way, and now it's going to be an Aegis into his pocket, a cheese on the back, and I guess everybody can buy BKB at some point. It'll be his next item here at last to seal the deal.
He really wanted to save that double damage rune for Laurel or for 𝙎𝘶𝘶, but little Treant will deny them that opportunity. Still, though, Team Spirit got to feel very good about this next 4 minutes. They've been winning a lot of team fights lately, and with that extra life on 𝙎𝘶𝘶, he's already been very aggressive, leading a lot of the charges for Team Spirit, giving information to Collapse to follow it up. And the second life, I feel like there is nothing to stop this man.
No. If you get caught in the corner, you're gone. Yeah. I mean, that's it. Even if you're morphing, I mean, who cares, right? The second you come out of it, you're basically dead. The Zags from Celery can only do so much, and suddenly the lanes are not getting pushed in as deep as they once were because this Empower is just going to work on these cores. They're just mopping it up. At this point, the Skeletons and the Treants are just extra gold into their pocket. We're looking at 440 CS for 𝙎𝘶𝘶 right now. Cleaning up these lanes. 500 for Laurel, by the way, who's been swashbuckling what feels like the entire map. Still being a tremendous game here on the Pangolier.
Dire's bottom tower has
Look at the difference in the last hits, man. That is what Empower does. That's what early Mask of Madness and the Maelstrom does. Also, all these summons going down the lanes. It's inflated a bit, but extra gold. Now Miro with an Ags. This is a great Dark Portrait game, right? These soul lines have been landing. There's not a lot to block them. You get the Wraith King, you get that aura going back. It's a great illusion. You get the Morphling. You're going to clear house on the back line. So suddenly the scale from Team Spirit is starting to pick up the pace on their supports, and these are scary ones.
RP straight up in the top lane. He got caught. Trying to hit that tier 2. You can get nothing for free against Team Spirit. Collapse denies 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼 that opportunity. 𝙎𝙊𝘾 compliments on the initiation, but the damage is done. Gaming Gladiators, without their carry for 70 seconds, there's going to be some serious damage coming their way.
That just feels like a move it's based on pressure, right? They feel like this game is slipping away from them. They feel like the scale is going to be insurmountable. 𝙎𝙊𝘾 trying to make something happen on the map and find a tier 2. Instead, he will pay the price only for an RP in exchange, which is going to be up pretty much when he's back up. How much do you want to push with this Aegis right now? Level 25 on the Faceless Void already. He already has the backtrack talent. Just going to make that burst even harder. And 𝙎𝙁 says, this is enough farming. I want to end this game. I want to end it now. How much do you have to take the fight on your high ground?
Look at them. They're just trying to catch whatever they can in the side lanes because, well, you don't have a carry, so there's not much point in acting like you're going to defend this mid lane.
You have to use Ace's strength. You have to find a way to use this Wraith King Ags and the Radiance Burn. Get something going in the fight over the long duration. That's where the Pangolier shines, and I mean, Laurel hasn't even had to jump in aggressively yet. He's just playing behind his other cores.
Yeah.
You have 3 lane of racks here. They're going to go for number 2. 𝙎𝙁𝘾, 3 seconds on the spawn. Butterfly completed for 𝙎𝙁 now. No MKB in sight. You're going to have to do this the hard way. Just charge in and hope it goes your direction.
Checking it out, seeing who's TPing in. 𝙎𝙁 with the Lincolns. Got an extra life. He's got a BKB in his backpack for that second life. And he's got an opportunity from Collapse. 𝙎𝙁𝘾 out of position. 𝙎𝙁𝘾 going to try and use that Faceless Void form to be able to help out Blood. The Chronosphere goes into work. The old Scepter not actually grabbing the real one. Io still up, and he finishes off the Morph like so easily. Now the RP gets the other 2 cores. Team Spirit so clean. The extra ghosts come out from the Wraith King, but doesn't really do anything. Ace just pops BKB on the second life. They do manage to get another pick here on his Celery. He tries to jump forward. They've got nothing left in the tank on Gaming Gladiators. They are all going to fall. They're going to throw their damage around. The Chief's actually getting popped. His Collapse got a little bit low, but in the foul wall goes. 𝙎𝙁, a rampage, maybe a double? No, 𝙎𝙁's going to deny him that. They're going to call the GG. Unless I'm hungry. Pulled back in.
No, this one is
a second rampage to finally close it up.
I mean, why not add to his total, right? This is the player with the most rampages in a single TI run in history, and he will add some more to the stat page here as 𝙎𝙁 just mops him up at the end with way too much damage. And once more, Gaming are sitting here thinking, what the hell are we supposed to do against this team? We can't outpace him, we can't push him, we can't outscale him. We're having troubles in the team fights, we're losing the tower.
I will let you win this game. When I'm down, 'cause with you I'm saving some, saving some, saving some.
The crowd knows it too. They're going to thank Team Spirit for an excellent performance in this game too, but it might be a fast closeout to the night the way Team Spirit looks utterly unstoppable.
They are speed running this grand final right now, and the scary part is at 30 minutes, Gaming had a lead in that game. That game was not some super one-sided net worth stomp, even with a Magnus Void farming it up. It's just, it felt inevitable, right? Like, how are you taking these late game fights, even with a Wraith King Ags, you're respawning just to watch the corpses of your teammates fall right where you were. There's no real burst. There's no real push tempo here.
Yeah.
Nothing going their way in that game, too.
Well, I mean, they at least were able to even out the net worth a little bit. There have to be small things that went the way of Gaming Gladiators. Are there any highlights you can point to?
I mean, I think the laning phase was a bit better for them, but the point in their laning phase that they wanted to work the most, that I feel has worked for them all year, has been Quinn on mid. And that lane was the one that felt a little lackluster to me, right? The Primal Beast had a very slow start. He didn't get to use the power runes. It all has to come together. If you're going to beat this Team Spirit team in a grand final at TI, you need to pull out all of your tricks, get all the cylinders firing, and make it synergize at its peak.
They have played so many games, having to go through the lower bracket the entire time. Does Gaming Gladiators have anything left in the tank? Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Captain SVG. We'll find that answer in game number 3, because right now, Team Spirit is on match point, one more game away from being crowned second time TI champion. And what a game they did it on here. It was a very back and forth, a lot of fights in this one. We have a little bit of a change on the panel. Stormer, welcome, joining us as well. I want to dive right into it. What did you make of this game?
Thank you, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼. Yeah, I mean, this game was actually quite a treat to watch for a long time. I think there was some really, really cool plays coming up from both sides. I think 𝙎𝙊𝘾 played exceptionally well on his Pangolier. Like, there was like some situation where they went on with 3 heroes and he just barely got out. I think he carried the game on his, the team on his back for quite some time until 𝙎𝙁 and 𝙎𝙗 caught up. But yeah, well, definitely a treat to watch.
Yeah, I mean, for 𝙬𝙗 at least, in regards to net worth, I think I saw a tweet from 𝙤𝙁 where it's like it's the 5th highest net worth of any Pangolier on LAN, and it's like he had Diffusal, he had Lynx like pre-20 minutes, and just it was just an incredible start. He
was so farmed.
Yeah, so farmed.
And it is really hard to top the net worth leaderboards as a Pangolier, right? You usually never see that happen, but it's also due to the Magnus that they were able to play around. They had 3 melee cores with a Magnus, and when the game stagnated, they were just collecting that net worth lead. Every time that Gaimin weren't making any moves or any plays, that benefited Team Spirit entirely. So if you're playing this game to scale, all of a sudden, Team Spirit, they've got the superior team fight, right? They've got the Chronosphere, they've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got the RP, so it made it so that Gaimin Gladiators couldn't ever really look for those fights later on as the net worth lead was built up.
Yeah, it felt like at some point both teams wanted to look for the fights. Both teams were ready to fight, but you only want to really fight when you know you have the advantage. And I think, T, that led to some pretty quite cool. But that's some pretty surprising locations where fights were actually happening, because we had both teams trying to surprise the enemy team in final locations.
Yeah, it happened a lot. You had in the bot side of the map, you had like this awkward Roshan where Spirit started it, but they weren't strong enough, and then they baited out with the fight. And then we had a pick off onto Primal, and then it's near a Tormentor where Baposhka's just free farming top lane, hitting a tower, and then the rest of Spirit's just slaughtering the entirety of Gaimin Gladiators. So I feel like this entire game was Gaimin trying to construct a fight where they could survive the big spells, while Spirit was always chasing, oh look, we have our spells available, let's just win every single fight, because we know if we have the Chrono, if we have the RP, we're going to hit these big spells and just crush every single engagement.
Yeah, and it's hard because they didn't really have that overwhelming teamfight ability on Gaimin, because even when they did have that Aegis on Morphling, they couldn't really ever make anything happen. The fight that they did finally manage to force versus Spirit when Morphling had the Aegis, and they tried to burst the Faceless Void, they couldn't, he time locks away, he chronos. They end up killing the Void in the end, but they didn't really get much in return. I mean, they traded off one of their heroes, everyone else disengaged, and they couldn't turn that winning fight when they got the Void down into anything, because they committed too much and they didn't get enough back, and that really was the story of the game.
Yeah, it really, really was, and I feel like we saw Team Spirit, you know, okay, so for people that have been following their vlogs, they have a lot of them, they show a lot of their in-game communication of their vlogs, and those fights that we see them take here on the TI stage, they seem very calm and collected. Stormer, there's like, oh, guys, I killed that dude. Yeah, oh, I got stunned, used my ultimate. Oh, he used his ult. It's like they're, you know, like you're walking in a park, it's like, oh, bird. You know, nice tree. It's literally very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what you want to stray for as well. I think it's also something that Team Tundra was exceptionally good at when they won TI last year. It just shows that you're confident in what you're saying. You're not over emotional about things. And also, what I love about this team is that even if they die, you can see smiles in their face.
Yeah.
You know, like this 𝙎𝙁, he's dying at the Tormentor. You might think like, oh, I just fed 2k cold to Tofu, but then he's just smiling, you know. And all the team, like, I think they're having such a great time right now, which makes it look even scarier to beat this team. And I think it's worth so much that, like, no matter what is happening, they're keeping a calm head. And this calm communication that you said, like, I think is really, really good to point out, because it just shows that they're really focused, really in zone about the most important things. You don't over communicate. You don't talk louder to make sure your voice is being heard. Everybody's on the same level.
Yeah, and combine that with the fun they are happening at the same time. And that is a skill.
I think they have like the perfect balance, honestly. And together that with how good they play Dota right now, this team is just really scary.
It is really scary. I bet the whole team was having a lot of fun, actually, in one particular moment. And we talked about it a couple times already. You've seen it in the highlights as well. The great escape from 𝙬𝙗. Purge is going to talk about it now, too.
Thank you, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝑼. Yeah, the Pango survive was very, very important for Team Spirit, because he had the most net worth on his team. If he gets killed, it's a big comeback momentum potential for Gaming Gladiators. They spotted him farming up above. They saw his Invis rune, so they placed the sentry now, and they are looking to chain disable him here. Now, the AoE, the remnant here for Tofu, it does a little circular thing, and every ghost that passes through him is going to silence him. And if they can chain disable him, it's a really, really crucial kill here. But unfortunately, the Primal Beast charge is going to push him back outside of the radius of this next coming ghost. That means the second silence doesn't hit. The pushback does, but he's disabled still in this very moment, and he gets pushed slightly to the left here by the fear. Now, before Pango's ability here, this one, the roll thing, whatever it's called, it used to give damage reduction. Now it gives you a barrier. So because there's 3 heroes, he gets 600 HP from this, which buys him time to survive. And one other moment that was really, really cool here, because he was in trouble and Mir was on the right, he puts Inkswell on him. It's this little animation. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in this clip. The Inkswell on him, he pops this the moment before he dies. If he doesn't do this, Celery here on the Nature's Prophet attacks him one time. A second auto attack would have killed him. But because these two guys were stunned, he ends up surviving. All these things going together to keep Lar alive, keep his net worth high, and waste Gaming Gladiators' time on the map. Just an incredibly important moment.
An incredibly important moment for sure, and I bet there were a lot of people in the crowd cheering. I know in the green room people were like, oh my god, he got away from that one, and I think a lot of people around the world and all the different versions that people are watching Dota, we have had people cheering them on. This is from Chicago, where the vibes and the atmosphere is definitely very high. We'll see if we can get a punch on stage. I don't know, maybe not today here, but we can only hope. It was very dominant towards the end, of course, from Team Spirit, but it was at the start of the game incredibly back and forth. We heard our drafting panel say the first 7 minutes are going to be really important. That's what the coach said as well, and Gaming Gladiators survived that, and it looked okay. They couldn't get that final push to get the advantage, and that is something that they're surely going to work on for the next game, which is coming your way very soon. This particular point, though, T, it's all or nothing right now. They're 2 games down. Gaming Gladiators has been in this situation before, but that was an online tournament. This is very different.
It is, and I'm going to just say that I don't want to see Morphling. You know, this hero is Arteezy got eliminated with it. Nightfall got eliminated with it. Now the Ratio wants to play it, and he lost game 2. Like, this hero, it's the bane of these lower bracket teams' life, and unfortunately, I don't think it's the one that you want to bring out when your life's on the line.
You know, I can only imagine they're going to have something different planned that they have to have. And while they're planning that, we are going to see where Casey is hiding. I think she's in the crowd somewhere. Where are you, Casey?
I'm way up here. I'm sorry, I'm turning away from the camera. I'm way up here. How's everybody doing? Okay, so usually, as I move my cord out, I'm such a professional. Usually when we ask people, is this your first TI? We get a lot of, yeah, it's my first TI. I got a very different answer when I came up here. How many have you been to?
You know, I'm not sure. 14, 15, 16. Went to Canada was the last one, and now I'm back, so I'm super excited.
And the 3 of you have been to most of those together? A couple?
I would say like half of them, all the Seattle ones.
I soloed in Canada.
I've been to 2. This one in, I think, 2017.
And then we were talking just a few minutes ago about the way that this grand final is going, and you heard Shiver say, like, this is do or die, game 3. How is everybody feeling? You, sir, are feeling very well. Want to tell everybody why?
I bet on Team Spirit on the compendium. So.
I'm sorry, what is wrong with this crowd that, like, 3 of you are like, yay. Okay, I want to hear from the Gaming Gladiators. Wow. I think this section can do better. All right, I want to hear you as loud. Do you see? Now, this is what Slack should do when he starts talking louder. You hold the microphone further away, like this. All right, come on, upper rafters. Let's hear it. I'm going to have my amazing photographer, Phil, spin around and show you how great this view is from up here. You were saying this is like the best seats in the house, right?
Been here for 3 days.
Best seats in the house.
Nice. Oh, I hear a cheer starting. 3 people. All right.
Thank you very much, Casey. I mean, that does look magical. I will say that is definitely one of the better seats in the house, although I must say, There's a lot of good seeds. The screens are fantastic. The Dota has been fantastic, but I'm going to show a little bias here. I would really like this series to not be a 3-0, so I'm rooting for Gaming Gladiators in the next one. And I know all of you want more Dota 2 coming into the Climate Pledge Arena here tonight. And I want to know from my panel, Stormstormer, what does Gaming Gladiators need to do?
I mean, I think, first of all, don't let it get to your head. I think they are respecting Team Spirit maybe a little bit too much as well. They're not showing the same Gaming Gladiators support that they showed the entire lower bracket run. You have to remember, this team started in lower bracket and now beat how many teams? 6, 7 teams in a row to get here. I just think they have to get Spirit out of their head and just focus on their own Dota again. Maybe adjust the drafting a little bit and then just, you know, keep the ball rolling again. Get back to your seat.
Get back to your seat. I think everybody should get back to their seats right about now because, ladies and gentlemen, we want some more Dota to be played. We have got Team Spirit 2 games up. Can Gaming Gladiators push them back? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, game number 3 of this best of 5 grand finals here. But Team Spirit, 2 games up. Gaming Gladiators need all the help they can get right now, and that means every single person in this Climate Pledge Arena, we need you to be extra loud. I know you've been saving your voice for game number 5, but come on! You need to get there first, so I want to have no voices left by the end of this one. I know a lot of people have already spent everything they had, but I know we got to lead a little bit more coming out for game number 3. We know they can do it. They've been in grand finals so many times. Every single LAN event this year in the DPC, Gaming Gladiators has come out on top. Team Spirit, they started really clicking at Re-Up Masters, and they have not dropped the ball since.
And the fact that they're coming into this grand finals, that like each draft is completely different. In game 1, Weaver, Beastmaster, they swarmed them up, they're the aggressors. Game 2, they got big cooldowns, Magnus, Void, like being the team down 2-0 and having to try and work out how do we do with aggression, how do we do with the scaling. Like, you don't know what's going to come at you in this third game. So for gaming, it's not about Team Spirit at this point, it's about what can they bring themselves, what is their draft to get them through the laning phase and set themselves up a game that they can actually dictate. Because right now, they're just victim to Team Spirit 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
But also, I just want to have Storm elaborate a little bit more on what he was talking about when he said they need to get Spirit out of their heads. And how do you feel like that? What does that mean when you say that the enemy team is in your head? Are you drafting differently? Are you playing differently? Can you speak to it from your personal experience?
Yes, I think both of it. I think like first of all their gaming players should just play the heroes that they're most comfortable with. That they don't like, for example, draft heroes because they want to block pick them from the enemy team or stuff like that. They should just play their own game, regardless of who they're playing against. And I know that some players on gaming, like, it is good to have healthy respect towards the enemy team on Team Spirit, but I don't think it should like affect your own gameplay too much. You should respect what the enemy team is doing. You should know their strengths and weaknesses, but it should not cause yourself to have more weaknesses, if that makes sense. Just basically reset. Don't care who you play against. Remember all the games that got you to this point, got you through the entire lower bracket to this game 3, and make it like a home run again. Gotta remember as well, Team Spirit, when they won TI10 back then, right, they were also 2 games ahead, and then it still went to a 5-game series against PSG LGD back then. So this is not over yet whatsoever, and I hope Gaming Gladiators also have that in their head right now, that, like, you know, it's maybe a longer day for them as well. They also have to play the lower bracket finals against I forgot just now. Bad memory.
LGD.
LGD? Okay, it's okay, what's LGD, right? And now they're here again, so it is a longer day for them, but I all just hope they, like, whatever it was, they got the energy running again, and they just go into it right now.
Yeah, we're going to find out, can Gaming Gladiators force out the next game, or will Team Spirit be the 2-time champion? Now let's hear it for game 3!
Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals. Game 3.
turn to ban.
Welcome back to the draft panel for game number 3, everybody. This is everything on the line for Gaming Gladiators. Down 0-2. Team Spirit have been crushing so far. Seems like they have all the answers. They have all the strategies that they need to become champions once again, just like back 2 years ago. What do you guys want to see Gaming Gladiators? I feel like I'm repeating myself after game number 1, but it really is the story here. How can Gaming Gladiators dig themselves out of this strategical hold they found themselves in?
Honestly, I thought their draft last game, they had a really good shot. I think they identified that they want to target a little bit more of non-Collapse heroes. They let Collapse go as Magnus, and I thought that it was not a bad idea. I don't think Collapse had...
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds. The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Ancient apparition. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
What's it with?
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds left by my count. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dusk. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Stare your death in the face.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Dazzle.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Spirit Breaker. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Don't you dare pick Tide Hunter.
What? Conga! Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What'll it be?
Welcome to the defense of the ancients.
Prepare for battle.
Ты молодец.
Why don't you take this time to wash your face, okay?
Finally came up for air.
30 seconds to battle.
At last, the battle begins!
The Dusk is always ready for a fight. Let us fight!
First blood!
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
Don't waste your effort.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
Of another, cease.
That way.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Got it. I don't think so.
you don't.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Denied. I'm in trouble, Steve. Worth it. To another plane.
Bow.
Bang! Zoom fight man! Death has many doors.
Draw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ships. Sacrificed to shadows. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Are Radiant using echolocation?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Get back. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Invisibility!
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Tide Hunter.
Radiant think fortification can save them.
Any port in a
Dire's
storm.
top tower is under attack. Bottoms up! Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is gone. Dazzle. Dire's middle tower is drowning. You're safe. They wasn't which one? No. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Punching things as hard as my ink. Pull. Now of another. No. Cease.
Double kill!
Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's courier has been killed. I could eat one of those. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dazzle!
Denied!
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
You're set. Shalom.
Killing spree!
Got it.
Bounty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Impossible.
By whose hand? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Killing spree! Away!
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is about to take the blood.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Dire
about to
have the
take the
spyglass
blood.
at hand.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Have another. I insist.
Dominating!
Ownage!
Yes! Yes!
Regeneration!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. They're fishing for guppies with cannon fire. Radiant's middle tower can handle this deluge. Killing spree! Ownage!
Dominating! Double kill!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just a bite. Mega kill! Illusion! Got it. Dire are scanning for enemies. Namo.
Just another bounty.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is gone.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Mega kill! Ownage! Killing spree!
Ownage! Dire are scanning for enemies.
Dark light! Zap! Bravely mistaken. Dual wave!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Use the might of Ownage! Unstoppable!
Ownage!
Double damage!
Curse these stupid guns!
To your help! Cover them! I insist!
Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower couldn't withstand the tide. Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Dominating! Ownage!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shallow wave!
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
To those most dear to me, I retire.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I am punching for you! I will split! Safe word! Shallow wave! Zap! Double
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Dark light. Dazzle.
Ownage!
Mine is the anvil on which your spirit flows.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Go! Dazzle!
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Killing spree! Down, uncounted! Dominating! Safe word! Mega kill! Double kill! Cast no shadow!
Double kill!
Does my line truly end here?
Invisibility! What does it, Jensen? Regeneration!
Dire are scanning for enemies.
No chance. Imagine what I can stop me if you've heard this one. Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Got it.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
You thought it would be so easy to defeat me? from memory.
Angry people are waiting for you on the other side.
Dark light!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
A minor setback.
Double kill! Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dazzle!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gold for me.
You! Dire are scanning for enemies. Illusion. Killing spree!
Dominating!
Double kill!
Middle tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Dazzle! Dazzle!
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What?
Here it goes.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
竟跟其他英雄显得有点格格不入。
关键的这个英雄，这英雄还没啥操作性，你知道吧？就是那种。
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
接下来就等一个关键肉山团了。
是的，GG好像是想等35分钟肉山刷新过来要控肉山的。
是的，两边都开始要往这个肉山附近要去做一个铺垫文章。
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
GG在等对面有人露头了，就可以做双生门过去做这个左上角和右下角的两边的视野。
肉山看看还有10秒开始进刷。
打肉山最主要的就是要控住双生之门，还有半分钟。
他刚刚的倒计时吓我一跳，我以为肉山要出来
秒是吧？
对，30秒啊，其实也挺快的，
也挺快的。
但是这个时间已经足够 Spirit 调整阵型过来了。白牛先露头，先顶了波冰。
这打起来的话，一边有白牛的处理兵，另外有一个幽鬼可以处理兵。
但是 CK 不在。 他还在中路，
还在靠，
对他还在靠。哎，冰魂动先手嘛，吹风吹了一下，然后海绵这个时候也过来直接找冰魂，冰魂要直接被带走，大招没放出来，好在有买活。
滚滚开车跳错位置啊！
是的，没撞到人，而且海绵是有 BKB 的，这样的话滚滚是一波空车，
冰魂也是一个空买活。
然后这个时候其实 CK 已经快要到战场了，雪球躲了一个虚张声势，滚滚很慌，也是过来放了一个卷土重来，另外一边，哎呦！ 冰魂
2连死，
是的，2连死，大招还是没放呢。这个时候 CK 好像在寻求机会去切入
，CK 想进场，但是熊猫9先变了大，
往后拉一下，GG再往前追的话，没有视野，阵型不好，要不从长计议算了。
白牛反冲是眼红有，
熊猫把这个白牛拉了回来，有没有机会？但是这里有莫勇，然后复魂再一连，白牛又提前给他套了一个脖葬，滚滚这个时候因为没车被击杀了，然后这个时候
CK 超幽鬼，幽鬼受不了了。
到烈火，白牛1顶，幽鬼被击杀，那GG全员溃败，被留下的都要死。豆腐肯定没，看熊猫9仙应该是能走吗？白牛不打算放过他，跟这个雪球同时到了2塔前，把他牢牢的留下。
要完整的团灭了。
是的，虽然说你是凤拳有 miss， 但是哥们儿攻击力包括攻击次数一直在无限点，打了一波0换5。
哇 ，Spirit 在1号位这一盘没有发挥空间的情况下，他们的3号位克莱普斯带队翻盘了。
这也是他们在阵容选择的时候提前布好的这个阵眼。
是的 ，CK 可以被针对，但是我们的白牛后选出来就是有奇效。
是的，虽然我们看到这个时候 GG 团灭还没有肯打出那2个字，但是我们都知道这一盘对于他们而言应该是没有一点机会了。
刚刚这波打完已经是彻底丧失这个拿下比赛的机会了。
是的，
关键是这个白牛他的保险太多了，他在空血就是只有大概1/3血量的情况下被套上了一个莫勇，他是在回头追人的。
对，
同时莫勇炸开之后又套上了个搏荡，这时候GG非常的绝望，因为这个白牛他是就已经死不了了。而且刚刚这一波，其实海明也很秀，他先用自己的 BKB 第1波出炉，骗掉了滚滚的开车，然后第2波对方的追击又用自己的滚雪球跳走。
哎，其实前面就在这个时候位置就说了，不能再追了。
对，主要是因为什么？冰魂2连死，冰魂2连死之后 ，CK 也可以有发挥了。这一盘其实是一个5号位的冰魂和对方1号位的 CK 是要做一个对抗的，是要做一个博弈的。 好，在这个看回放的过程中，是 Spirit 已经拿下了上路高地和拿下了这带肉山盾。
对。那好像如果说这个局势后面不出什么意外的话，有些历史就要被追平了。
我感觉已经出不了太多意外了。 因为现在很明显，幽鬼正面打不过，然后戴泽呢也进入到了自己的后期。
对，
包括白牛和这个 CK 还带一盾 CK 怕什么？怕冰魂大，但是你一波团有几个冰魂大？我有2条命，对吧？现在大老师只给了一个3-7开，但是我觉得已经和之前那个95%对5%已经是完全反转了。
是的，就大老师这盘好像从头到尾一直都很看好GG。
这是的。 还是他有点低估了这个白牛的实力，或者说他有点低估了克莱普斯的实力。
是的，24000的经济差，带盾带奶，怎么挡啊？
不知道，真不知道。主要是现在戴德也是很有战斗力的了呀。
哎呦，在高地上，哇，这一个装甲一个被动直接打了滚滚2/3的血量，
人快没了，
太吓人了吧，崩溃哥！ 这真的要把人撞崩溃了。
CK 和白牛想要来一波突击，地上点了个针眼在掩护，引刀切入。
起拉9仙最后的破有半血。是的，滚滚这时候开车进来之后，自己的9仙是不能买活的，命魂大招给到亚头羽，但是有 BKB， 而且自己有不朽之守护。因为人家进场之后应该是扛不了1点的输出，哇，也是被融化。卖活
加上白牛一撞。
是的，卖活应该是无效的。我们看亚头羽状态，这个时候虽然看起来不好，但是不要忘了他有不朽之守护，能够打第2波，后面他有很多的兄弟能帮他去掩护。 白牛进场之后呢，这个时候 CK 已经回头起来了，戴泽跳到剧毒之处，然后 CK 起来滚滚想掩护，但是白牛的输出实在有点恐怖，
太猛了，
有鬼他撑不住，又一个混乱之剑，直接把他带走。滚滚买活之后呢，这个时候场上只剩他一个人吸信息，非常的孤独
，1敌5，
但是他确实做不到啊。
孤独的站在泉水里面，看着亚特鲁羽在拆他的第2路。
虽然说他应该也预知了结果会是什么，只是不太想面对。
我在20分钟之前，他们肯定没有想过这个局就这样被翻了。
对，
因为当时的白牛还没有成型，当时的 CK 还没有经济。
是的。
但20分钟之后，我们可以看到2波团战拿下肉山，直接局势反转。 三路高坡，这个回防GG已经没有了还手的余地。
是的 ，Spirit 马上就要完成他们的目标了。这次 TI 冠军的不朽之守护已经近在咫尺。GG 还是想等人复活，再做一波最后的抵抗。白牛来了。 这波是吹风稍微断了一下，滚滚原地开车，但是白牛是有 BKB 能够往回撤，
然后感人亚特鲁羽目标只有基地。
是的，他什么都不管了，他非常迫切的想来了滚滚第2个不朽之守护。我们看 B2 的这个海明也是一直在 A 基地，9仙的分身已经要被清光了，土熊猫被打死，依然不能买活。我们看基地的血量已经不多了，马上要爆了。GG 战队得了GG，
基地高破，
恭喜 Team Spirit 3比0横扫对手，夺得2023国际邀请赛冠军。我们看到这个时候，全场要为 Team Spirit 进行欢呼了，在这个时刻是属于他们的。那想必这个时候，他们拿到了第2个 TI 的冠军，他们心中。
Did it every way possible. Nothing is left for them but the handshakes in the end for Gaming Gladiators, who had an admirable run through the lower bracket. I mean, it was the stuff of great stories, but it comes to an end here with Team Spirit just being too damn good.
Yo, Toro boss. This man walks out, he shaves his head, he sends a mental message before the round even starts. This is a long due victory for them over the course of this year. They built up to it.
And for 2 times, the second time in the Dota's history, Team Spirit will claim the Aegis. Team Spirit win the International.
All right. Sorry, gentlemen, just a moment of your time. Congratulations, Laurel, from last place to first, baby. How are you feeling right now? You have joined the club. You have won the International.
I feel great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for an unbelievable game. Miposhka, hello, I must interview you right now. Congratulations, led the boys again. You've joined the two-time club. Did you know you had a 5% chance, probability of winning that game? And you guys came back. How does it feel to be a two-timer, baby?
It's a magic. Like, it's our team spirit.
And finally, I gotta do it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the undisputed best carry player in the world!
Thanks.
What do you have to say to everybody who has supported you this entire time, all your fans around the world? Any last words for the world of Dota coming from you, my man, at Team Spirit?
Thanks for our support.
Let's go. Thank you so much and congratulations to Team Spirit. Well done. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time for your TI champions, Team Spirit!
They have done it! 3-0. Team Spirit demolished their opponents. They left no space for Gaming Gladiators in that grand finals, and this will be a moment that will go down in history. One of the most dominant teams in Dota 2 history. Gaming Gladiators came close, but Team Spirit, the ultimate raid boss selfies need to be taken. That ages will be pictured a lot tonight. I'm joined here by Lacoste, Effie, and T-Gov, and we're here to talk to you about everything that we missed. If we missed anything, I don't even think we missed anything. I think Team Spirit, Lacoste, they are amazing.
Absolutely. This is the team that, they didn't get the chance to experience crowd at TI10 when they won it, and really glad that Seattle is cheering really hard for them. This is the team that had a bit of a rough year at the start, and they started to pick it up. Going into the Riyadh Masters, Dream League, they know when to power up. This is the team that enjoys playing on the main stage so much. You can see on their faces all the smiles. That's what Dota is about, having fun and winning some big money.
Oh yeah, but my God, what a team. I mean, they are magical. I feel like the only other team in the history of Dota that embodied this kind of resilience and passion for the game was OG in their former run, but this Team Spirit, it's like we haven't seen anything like them. Their players have improved so much in the last year, so much. I can't even speak to the improvement of Mira, of Laurel in particular, and for them to just win this Aegis after a year that looked rocky for them at the start, after not placing well in the 3 majors this year, for everything to suddenly fall into place, for everything to finally click right around the corner for TI. I mean, if that isn't magic, I don't know what is, T.
I mean, it's the fact that they have these systems in place to be able to shape Lau into the player, to become the mid laner, be able to replace Toronto Tokyo. Again, like Lacoste mentioned, the start of the year, it was shaky. They barely got in the top 8 of one of the 3 majors, and now here, they get first place, and for Yotaro, sorry, 2-time TI winner, and also second ever player to get a Rampage in a TI finals. The crowd love him. He's just popping off in the game. Like, this team, they are just incredible.
I mean, Dota has not seen a player like Yotaro for a very long time. I mean, he was in contention for people saying he's the best carry in the world, the GOAT, but he has proved that here today at TI. And even earlier this year, during the Riyadh Masters, he carried his team to victory. He fought tooth and nail when they looked like they were going to lose, when it looked like there was no hope in their games. He was the one to just push them forward. And here at TI, they all connected, they all came together, and it was just a beautiful team victory here.
It was a great victory. victory. Great support coming out of the Climate Pledge Arena as well. And for everybody in the arena, I also want to make sure that you guys are aware that you are allowed to stay here for the late game show as well. So you can witness that. You can witness Team Spirit in the late game show with Pyrion, Flax, and Jenkins. So just so you're aware, you don't go anywhere. There's a lot more to come. Team Spirit's run has been fantastic. We got 4 new double TI champions, and I must bring it back to 𝙈𝙀 because his story has just been fantastic. You heard Slack say it on the main stage. He came dead last last year, and it was a rocky start, but there was support from all his teammates, support from the organization. We heard on the main stage, 𝙎𝙁 said at Re-Up Masters, I really want to win this championship because I want 𝙈𝙀 to experience what it's like. And that he did, and then he went to take on the International with the same squad, and I can't believe they did it here as well.
And they just did it in such style as well. Like, they've played so many different types of games as well. Like, they're not just doing one thing the entire time. They are, every single time they approach a game, it's a new way Spirit approaches to beat their opponents. And I don't know, it's just the most commendable way to win it. And sure, it was a 3-0, but it was a 3-0 in style. And yeah, Team Spirit,
like they believed in 𝙈𝙀 when you know, getting that last place at TI, and also some big shoes to fill. This guy, he's nuts. Every single game that he played, you could see that he's powering up. So throughout the tournaments, you could see that he can be toe-to-toe against some of the best mid laners in the world, and now he is the best mid laner in the world, crowned, immortalized.
Absolutely, what a story. And I mean, for 𝙈𝙀 to play in this team, like Lacoste mentioned, the shoes were big, the nerves were there, and every time Team Spirit performed badly, he was blamed. There was mass criticism from the fans, mass criticism of 𝙈𝙀 from the community. People were begging to have this player replaced, but the other members of Team Spirit refused. They believed in him. They said that they think he has the potential. They said that they trust him and they know that he's their mid laner. And here we are at TI, he's won it.
Yeah, immortalized on his dazzle at that. I just want to take a small moment to just iterate the wallpaper every time as the heroes that won TI. We have Chaos Knight, Dazzle, and Spirit Breaker as our horns on that wallpaper. I think, Tigo, that is the perfect embodiment here.
Oh, that's so beautiful. You know, just Spirit Breaker, you know, just next year, we're going to have to remember this beautiful cow just in the good times.
The good times will be remembered for a very long time to come. I also know that the average age of players here, this might be a random point, the average age of players playing at TI is around 23 years old. 𝙎𝙁 is 20 years old. He won his first international at 17. Now his second international at 20. Lacoste, I mean,
It's not to think about.
Can continue going.
He pretty much played for only one team, Yellow Submarine, which kind of turned into Team Spirit. The other members of the team, 𝙈𝙀, who started to play professional Dota in 2021, collapsed. He only played for 3 teams. Mira only 2 teams. One of them also being, you know, just predecessor to Yellow Submarine, and the veteran 𝑚iposhka leading the team. You know, so you have this mix of a new blood and also some veteran player that's going to lead them to the victory.
I mean, the key thing here is the future of Dota is bright, right? Like, when you think about the players here, they're 20 years old, 22 years old, they've only been playing competitive Dota for, what, nearly 4 or 5 years, some of them. Like, these are the ones lifting the ages time and time again, and it's like, yeah, it's just so good to see.
And also, I just want to highlight the support duo of Team Spirit. I mean, we've talked about 𝙈𝙀, we've talked about Collapse, we've talked about 𝙎𝙁, and these are incredible players, but 𝑚iposhka and Mira are the heart of this team. They are the backbone of this team. They play so well every game, and their praises go unsung because it's so hard to shine on a team with someone like 𝙎𝙁, right? But they're so consistent. They're there with the saves, they're there with the lane wins, they're there with the pressure. They do everything right, and they have done everything right this TI.
Yeah, and for 𝑚iposhka especially, we know that his first recorded professional results were in 2015, but he's been around for a very long time, Lacoste. And this guy, this is his second TI win. What a crowning achievement at such a successful career.
Absolutely. This guy is just amazing. You know, whenever we get the chance to talk to him, like the insight that he gives, of course, he doesn't want to reveal everything. Maybe after TI, we're going to see in some of these vlogs. This guy is just a rock of the team. Like, you can rely on him. He's going to be carrying the game on some of his signature heroes when it's necessary. This guy is just a menace to play against.
And he has that, you know, compassion that embodies a leader in a team like this. If you've ever interacted with him or heard him speak of his teammates, he views them so fondly. He's very calm. He's not the type of person to lead with anger, to lead with a form of aggression. He's one of those captains that just leads through friendship, and as cliche as that sounds, that is who he is.
Yeah, and it bleeds into the team as well, because when they're even behind, when they're down, they're still smiling, they're still having fun. Like, how often do you see a pro team when they're, you know, backs against the wall, they're still enjoying the game? Like, team spirit throughout this entire journey, not only were they the best team, but they just enjoyed every single moment, and it's why they're able to be so successful.
At TI10, they won first 2 games, then they lost 2 games, but this time around, TI12, they made it look very easy. 2 games were complete, you know, obliteration coming up from Team Spirit. In the 3rd game, 4%, and they still managed to come back. Dota Plus, not really. You know, Team Spirit, they're all against the odds.
4% it was, by the way.
Yeah.
4% to win that. That is, whew.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, the game was very close. It just shows a lot of character that they were able to beat back Effie.
Exactly. I mean, this is the spirit of this team. This is what they embody. They are determined. Even when they're playing with a net worth deficit, they never play like they are. They play like they're always in the lead. They play like there's always a means into the game. And you've heard from the teams who have lost to Spirit or won against Spirit, they always say, regardless of winning against this team, they exhaust you. They make you tired. They fight for the entirety of the game, for every inch of the map. And I mean, that's why they're here. That's why they lifted the ages.
That is why they lifted the ages through hard work. They worked really hard this year to get to the point where they were on their team synergy and on their Dota, of course, as well. They went through the upper bracket. They only dropped this entire TI run, road to the international and all. They only dropped 2 games, T. Only 2.
It's just crazy to think about, and especially because like the group stage, it was so clean for them. They dropped a game to 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, a regional opponent. Yep. They dropped a game to Liquid as well, and then as soon as they went against LGD, I feel like they just leveled up. And of course, 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝘄𝘼, I mean, he shaved his head. Like, did you expect any other result today?
Sacrifice was made.
I mean, he is the most successful to-go bald pro player ever in the history. People have followed in his footsteps, failed miserably. He has 2 times in a row done it. Bam,
Listen
2 wins.
He's the only one who can wield that power. Okay,
Yeah.
this power exists within 𝙎𝙁𝑃𝑟's realm. It's not something for other mere mortals to shave their heads and win TI. But on the topic of one more player, I do really want to give my commends and Mira his flowers, because I remember after he won TI10, he did a few interviews where he said that he felt like an imposter. He didn't feel good enough to be a TI winner. He didn't feel like this was valid. He didn't necessarily get that sense that he was one of the best players in the world. So now that he's a 2-time TI winner, I really hope that that imposter syndrome can go away, because he's proven it not just to himself, to his fans, but to us, the Dota community, the rest of the world.
Yeah.
They need to update this picture. I'm sorry. This is unacceptable.
Yeah. They do. I mean, to be honest, I don't think... Well, we've seen other pros attempt to shave their head to embody 𝙎𝑃𝑟's power, but let's be real, that power is his own. And it works for him. It works for the team. They have done it. They have taken the ages for the 2nd time round, which is an incredible achievement. So congratulations once again to Team Spirit for having their victory. I feel like we also need to give a little bit of light there to Gaming Gladiators, because they also had a fantastic run. They came 2nd at this international, and that is not something to be ashamed of. It might feel really rough right about now, especially after that 3rd game, which was a game they were very close, 𝙎𝑃𝑟, to be able to force out a next one.
Absolutely. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they were the team to beat throughout this year. But like, all 3 majors were won by them throughout the upper bracket, and they looked like a team that's not going to stop. But unfortunately for them, Team Spirit, they did power up at the right time. And also, Gaming Gladiators, they also had a really, really good tournament so far. You know, dropping down to lower bracket and making the magical run. Unfortunately, Team Spirit, they were too strong today.
They were very much too strong today, and while we witnessed Team Spirit's victory, a lot of people around the world were able to cheer them on and revel in their victory. This is Moscow. We have so many pop songs happening around the world. I also want to say once again, late game is coming right after this, so you don't even have to leave. I know a lot of people were having their time slot booked out for a full best of 5. We might not have gotten that, but there is still more content coming on this very channel and in the Climate Pledge arena as well. So much love coming from around the world here for Dota 2 and its World Championship. The International was taken by Team Spirit, but truly the real winners are all the fans. And I know that there are so many people already that can't wait for 2024 when there's a new hero in the mix. I also think that we learned a lot at this International that we can all incorporate in our own games. And I'm not talking about 𝙎𝙊𝘾𝙄𝘼, though I think we might see that as well.
Wave your head before queuing up some pubs.
Oh no, there's new ways to take the Tormentor down. That's something that I learned. You can do it with Bristleback. With this Aghanim Scepter, you just turn your back. You can do it with Dazzle if you just have couriers around and you heal the couriers and get the armor low and everything.
I just realized as well, technically Yatoro, he also won the Aegis, but he also won the most deaths to Tormentor this TI. So congratulations! Yay!
Another one.
Another win.
Wait, if that's true, then that proves that the Tormentor is the ultimate villain. It's the hardest thing in Dota to beat because it beat Yatoro.
There it is. The only thing that could beat him.
The Tormentor.
Yeah, Tormi is too strong.
Nerf Tormentor. OP.
OP. Now, I know I've said it a couple times, but I'll say it again. There is a late game show, and it will feature all of Team Spirit. You can watch it at home if you want to. That's fine. You can watch it in the arena if you want to, or you can watch maybe in Charlotte Martin Theater in Seattle, if you can find a seat, which I'm sure you're going to be highly coveted. But if you get there in time, then kudos to you. But there's a lot of content in that one, and it will be a fantastic late game. So you better make sure you watch that one and take your time to do that. Oh my gosh. Oh, deep breaths, everyone. I mean, we still got all the confetti here and the memories that will stay with us for a very long time, but it's about that time. It is about that time. T, you want to go first?
Dota's a beautiful game, connects the world, and yeah, thank you everyone for doing it. Without the fans, we wouldn't have all this, so yeah, good job, thank you.
Dota is a part of me. Dota is part of my life for a good 20 years now, and I just want to say thank you to each one of you who attended. Thank you, Seattle. Thank you for each and every player, each and every person who managed to, stay up to 2, 3 a.m. to do the work, every single person behind the scenes to make this possible, because it's the most beautiful event, especially this one we've ever had.
Yeah.
And nothing can match the prestige of the International. We've seen it today. It was special watching the audience, is special seeing everybody unite, coming from all over is special. And yeah, Dota is a magical game. I'm forever grateful to be part of this community. I'm grateful for the game, for introducing me to all of my new friends, and meeting everyone in the audience has been incredible. People have been so kind and so passionate, and what an experience.
What an experience indeed. It's TI vibes, and we say that a lot. I mean, especially backstage, because TI vibes there is something special, because it's in the air. It's the people you see. Everybody is happy and passionate. T-Gov, there's just nothing like it.
Yeah, nothing can replace it. And it's simple as that, and that's the joy of TI. And I look forward to the next TI, and the next one, and the next one, and the next players that come in and try and take the Aegis away from Team Spirit. Like, yeah, it's in a class of its own.
It's in a class of its own, and I just want to give a massive shout out to everyone that's tuning in from around the world. I mean, it's very special to be in Seattle. I mean, I also think back in Seattle, that in itself is amazing. But so many people tuning in from around the world, and as Lacoste said, time zones. Who cares? Everybody tuning in at awkward times just to make sure that they can witness the greatest Dota to have ever been graced. Lacoste, what were your favorite moments of this International?
Hard to choose. You put me on the spot.
I am.
I don't know. It feels like, we just had so many things that, made this tournament special. Like there's like the shift in meta where we see like shifting each day pretty much, especially during the main event. It's what makes this game so beautiful. You'll think you know what it is, then someone shows you like a couple of hours later that you don't know what you're actually playing. Even these like top tier teams, they lose in 20 minutes because the other team is just better. Like they prepare, they don't sleep, and they, show you how it's done.
Yeah, it's also just really fun to watch the players come out on stage and really feel the energy, and you can see them just basking in their, own enthusiasm and their love for the game. And you see them clapping and smiling, and they feel like they're on top of the world there, and you can see that, and that is a special thing to see. But I guess my favorite moment would have to be VP versus Buttboom, that really long 75-minute game where Kira TPs to the racks and dies there, and whew, that was one of the good ones.
A wild one for sure.
The fall of Western European Dota. Finally, we get a bit of China love, we get a bit of, what else we got? We got Eastern Europe, and then also this Orc guy the entire time. He's been pretty good. There we go.
Very much a lot of dedication coming out from.
There we go.
I will tell you mine as well, because I was walking around before the road to the international playoffs, walking around, and I took the wrong turn. We went for coffee.
We did?
You and me, T, we went for coffee, and I told you that I knew the way. I did not know the way. We went exactly the wrong way. But that did mean we were right in front of Buddhaya Hall when we found out that we were in the wrong place. And Buddhaya Hall, the place of TI2 and TI3, a lot of special memories. So for me, that was very special. And then I must, if you're talking about Dota, the best Dota 2, I mean, the finals were fantastic, but I must highlight Team Spirit versus LGD Game 1 yesterday, upper bracket finals. That was intense, insane. I loved every second of that, and that was I think my favorite moment. I got to watch the last minutes also in the arena because we thought it was over, obviously, 20 minutes ago. So that was very special. And seeing Team Spirit win here again, it's just, there are so many wholesome moments that this team has, and they have captured all of them as well. They capture everything. We saw already the moment that they won. We saw 𝙎𝘾𝘄𝘼, Effie standing with a camera in his hand. They vlog everything.
I mean, actually, if you go on their YouTube channel, you could probably learn every detail that you wanted to about any of the players. But I do love that about them, that they're such an immersive team. Like, if you're a fan of theirs, there's so much content to consume. You can get familiar with all of them. So I do think that's why they have one of the strongest fan bases in Dota, outside of just playing solo.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I know that there's still a lot of people here waiting for late game, kudos to you. There's a lot of people waiting in the crowd still already for the actual late game to watch it live. There's a lot of people still watching here because they're waiting for late game to watch it from their homes or from the comfort of pub stomps. But we're just getting ready with late game. We want to make sure that the moment we tune out, you're entertained with late game. So we're holding the fort down here as, well, this entire tournament. We talk about regions a little bit there, T-Gov. I feel like we have to continue talking a little bit more, mostly in regards to the Chinese region, because I felt like, compared to last year they came top fourth with Aster, and that was the only team that really did incredibly well. We had LGD still doing okay as well, but of course that was a different LGD. I felt like this was the resurgence of the region.
No, for sure. And I think it was refreshing throughout the entire year at the majors and stuff. We had this, like, kind of just Western European dominance the entire time. It's why I was happy, that they maybe didn't do so well this time around, because I think once TI sets a statement to what region to look at, then the Western European fans and the kind of Western audience need to look elsewhere to absorb their Dota content. So I think for China specifically, LGD and then the old god of 𝙎𝘊𝘾𝘄𝘼 being able to show up at TI, both get top 4, was incredible, just for international Dota.
Yeah. And also, they produced one of my favorite memes that Dota has ever seen. Namo talking about his team, that everything is fine against gaming gladiators, and it's kind of like, this is fine, and everything's burning in the back. There's like 4 people dying. It's just like, it's gonna be one of those things. I was watching that yesterday, and I was spitting water out of my mouth through my nose as well. But we gotta give credit to them, because they played some amazing Dota, reaching top 4 without even trying too hard. We talked about the teams that have practiced throughout the year. They formed, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna show up at TI and do well, and they reached top 4. The old guard plus some of the new generation of the players, they did extremely well.
Yeah, but on the topic of that, imagine being Lanham in that moment. I mean, like, you're doing an interview and everyone's cheering so loudly, so you're thinking to yourself, wow,
we're
really
winning, yeah.
And the cheering gets really loud, and he goes, oh, I'm on a roll here with my answers. He walks down back to the green room, he's looking at the screen and just goes,
4-0.
What?
We did hear, apparently Chalice said on his social media that they were all laughing at it. They were all running away from the fight, and then someone goes, kill that bear. He turns around. Oh, there's going to be a lot of memories from this year's international. And of course, that one is a great one, but the biggest memory will be that we have, for the second time in Dota 2 history, a 2-time champion. 4 new players are getting that award, and Laurel, of course, now also a TI champion, and Team Spirit with their championship, a clean sweep, 3-0. There's only 2 other times that happened in the history of Dota 2, so Team Spirit will go down in history as one of the most dominant teams of all time. We'll see if they can repeat it next year. I know that the hunger for these players, it just doesn't seem to cease at all. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for a late game. So without further ado, I mean, we've loved every second of it, and we've hoped that we've been able to convey those feelings to you at home, to you at the arena. We've loved it, and we hope to be back here in Seattle some other time to experience the same thing, because it's something special, and I can't even put it into words. But I'm gonna have to. So thank you so much from everybody in front of the camera, everybody behind the camera. I know everybody cares a whole lot. And it is amazing to feel the love from everyone in the arena and online. So thank you so much for that on behalf of everyone involved. And ladies and gentlemen, your TI Champions of 2023 Team Spirit, congratulations, and we'll see you for the next one.
All eyes on the prize.
What a display of dominance this last pick queen of pain. I mean,
There are many Earths, but only one Earth Shaker.
Team Spirit, they are absolutely outplaying Gaming Gladiators right now on the map. They just know all of these heroes are getting picked apart. There just seems to be no response whatsoever from these Gladiators. BKB turns around. Oh man, that damage is just building up so quickly. Quinn's got it in instant, so is the Bear. 𝙎𝙀𝘿𝘄𝘼 battling up against Laurel, but the big bad boss of the fight is definitely 𝙎𝙁. And once he turns his eye on a hero, disappears. Game over for this one. The Team Spirit making absolutely no qualms about shutting Gaming Gladiators out in their own style. 33 minutes and it's done. Gaming Gladiators, they are all going to fall. They're going to throw their damage around. The Chief's actually getting popped as Collapse got a little bit low, but into the foul, Laurel goes. Laurel, a rampage, maybe a double. No, Tofu's going to deny him that. They're going to call the GG.
Right now, it is all gaming on the momentum chart. A full vessel was completed very fast here from Tofu.
Toro's in big time trouble to get him the shallow grave.
Oh, what a shard.
BKB, but appealing from Sharp blocking out some of these heroes, it's not enough. Toro still falls, and now with the toss up in the air, will come down to a hard reality. Crash down, he does have the BKB, and look at that Aghanim Scepter with so many units around him. It's so much heal. He is not going to die so easily. Gaming Gladiators thought they had an easy target. Oh my God. To the middle. They'll bring down 𝙎𝙁𝘿𝘄𝘼 before he finally falls. 3 dead on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and Team Spirit have changed this game. The narrative was supposed to be Gaming Gladiators controlling and seeing if they could end it, but Team Spirit have turned this all back around. It's exploded, and now he's been pulled back down. Oh no! It is too much for Gaming Gladiators to be able to handle. They are not going to be able to get through this. They have to pray to get out, but the Cathedral is merciless. It is